It is episode 221 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is. We don't know. We just don't know.
Nonsense.
Oh, that's another show.
Yeah, that one exists. Sports card nonsense is a real thing. That is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have some nonsense. Eric's here. And once again, I want to reconfirm his commitment. He has decided that once again, because we have 4 people on the screen, he has decided in honor, and we apologize for the delay in starting. Eric was trying to negotiate. He was trying to get us to buy into this Beckett MLM.
Quit. No, I was trying to quit.
No, you're trying to get us all into this Beckett MLM. You've got this, Ponzi scheme, Beckett Collectivists. It's this weird thing. It's very strange. Eric's trying to sell us on this thing. He goes, guys, I got a strategy. I got a system. You don't understand. I got a system. And we're like, no, bro. Now pay for the like button. So it was touch and go there for a minute, but Eric has agreed once again to pay for the like button, and the rates are just going up with inflation every single time.
It has to. It's like an MLM, multi-level marketing. It is. Eric.
It's wild. It's wild. Mm-hmm.
Sucks.
And you get 2 people grading with Beckett, and they get 2 people in hand.
That's how you get graders for all the cards that are coming in. So of course we got Bobby at the Garage of Knowledge, as always. And we have Brad Hartland, who has honestly become the least busy person in the world. I wish he would start slacking off. This bastard, like you'd think, we're out here working hard. Like I'm slaving away over here. Like, even how much work it takes to run the longest running episodic, whatever this is, I'm killing myself out here. And here's Brad doing nothing. All he's doing is just sitting there like, oh, we got a new office. It's in Toronto. Ooh, look at you. That's already been announced. We talked about that the other day. So Brad, do you want to just say like a couple of bullet point things just so we at least touch on it?
Tell us all about it, pal. Go right ahead.
We're here for you.
Yeah. So it's official. We are coming to Ontario.
Yeah, I literally saw that. I also saw, by the way, PSA also had literally an Instagram post that talked about all the international locations. The president, Ryan Hogue, did have the article in the New York Times, so that was there as well. So like it's been announced 3 days from Sunday at this point.
Yeah, so it is, and there's still a lot of things we're working on, but everything's coming together, and it's to watch all the moving parts as we expand all over the globe. It's very fun and interesting to be part of it, and I've enjoyed it from the very beginning, and I'm going to enjoy it all the way through the end. So we will be, I will say this, we will be in Mississauga. That's one of the things.
I know where that is.
Right? So that's a lot of things I've seen on social media, and we're going to be downtown Toronto. Are we going to be?
No, you won't want downtown.
Yeah, all over the place. So right from the very beginning, my number one thing is like, guys, we should be in Mississauga. That was my opinion. Close to the airport. We'll be 5 minutes from the airport.
They bought the International Center.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, that's big time.
So if anybody does go to the expo, as soon as you're saying like 5 minutes from the airport, then yeah, you're hop, skip, and a jump from the International Center. How convenient if on-site grading happens that the location is not far.
Brad, for the layman out there, so what does this all mean, really?
So it means if you are in Ontario, it's really the same as we were in Halifax, just on a bigger scale. But we are going to be doing a lot of things in-house, receiving all the packages. We'll do the first images of the cards. So when they arrive, we'll scan them, we'll image. We're going to do a lot of the steps with my ultimate goal to have, if we can increase the volume to where I like to see it over the next 2 or 3 years, then I can see us having full on-site grading in-house. That's the goal. That's my goal.
Yes.
I'm very optimistic that we're going to grow the market, but we have to grow the market quite a bit. And I think if people really, we've had confusing processes. Like I have PSA Canada, you fill out an online, you print off a PDF form, you fill it out. Where's my cards? All these things that questions and work that has arise that makes it just a little more friction for customers. It's not as clear. Now we are launching our own OSC, which is Online Submission Center, which we're working to have both in French and English. So when you go on your order, it's going to be exact same process. If Eric, south of the border, goes on to psacard.com, he has an account. He puts in his cards. You follow the whole process. You see the images. We're working towards being able to send them direct to the vault. Every feature that we offer in the U.S., my goal is to make sure we offer that same features for Canadians.
Yeah.
Then there's also the other components of it. I work for collectors. Would I love to have PCGS, Funko, WADA, PSA DNA? There's all these things. Comics, obviously, we're launching comics this year in magazines. But I will say it's going to be a process. We're going to start. We're hiring a pretty big team. That baby steps.
Yeah. And I touched on it, and we'll use the opportunity here to mention. So we want to thank AMG Collectibles, AMG.ca, AMGcollectibles.ca, and the YouTube channel. We did have a podcast episode this week while Sherry and the collector of the scalps were off gallivanting over in Upper Deck Land. And I was getting text messages. Let me tell you. But while they were off gallivanting over there, no doubt finding out about the latest and greatest on AEW wrestling. I know. I was finding out things. Let me tell you. But while they were off doing that, bonus Blair episode. Me and Blair held it down. And we talked about the Upper Deck Black Diamond. Brad, you got to listen to it. It was legendary. It was incredible. It was me and bonus Blair holding it down like Blair was on it, man.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
No,
Very
Blair, I working alongside Blair all week while I'm working in the PSA office and Blair working at AMG. He has held the fort very well. I'm very, very proud of Blair's efforts this week. That's for sure. So
Indeed. So good evening, Orlando. Hit the like. Absolutely. Agreed. It's me and Brad is moving to Ontario. So I'll tell you what, this one, Brad, do you want to hit on this one a little bit? One thing I'll say real quick before you do, though. On the podcast, we did talk about it briefly because there was a question about that. So I did throw in there that right away, we know that AMG is still going to be the receiving center. So for locals out there, they're still going to be able to drop cards off. So from their perspective, not a lot is going to necessarily change because if they want to drop the cards off at the store, they certainly can. That's going to be still an option for them. The biggest differentiator, and you alluded to it already, and what's funny is I don't know how I could have found out such things, but basically I explained just that the initial thing is going to be efficiencies. It's a bigger office at first, get some efficiencies in there, streamline certain things to make it easier for people to do it, and then you keep adding more efficiencies. You streamline this, you talked about that. Website so that you can submit and you can check the information, and then you don't necessarily have to call somebody to ask what the status is. You're going to be able to see some of that stuff. Well, that's an efficiency. That's another thing you can add. Doesn't mean that people will never call. They totally will. 100%. They'll call, they'll email, they'll do all the same stuff they did before. But in the people who are like very self-sufficient, they like their self-serve, they're going to be able to look it up. They're going to be able to check it out, and they're going to be able to see some of that, which is an improvement. So it's like, what I was saying with Eric, and we were talking about it. It's like, step one is just making it so that we're getting more of the stuff that already exists now. And then you're adding more things as you go until the point that you start adding more and more full serve. And like you said, the projection down the road, the roadmap says, cross your fingers. Wouldn't it be great if you could get it graded there too? And then you eliminate one more problem, which is a lot of the customs. You have a streamlined customs now, but then you make it more and more streamlined until one day maybe you get rid of it entirely.
Brad, will you have an ice cream machine in the walk-in center?
Ooh.
you know what? That's very good. I to be determined.
Soft serve.
To be determined.
All right. And don't worry, I agreed to the NDA. I will not tell anyone about the life-size Alec Manoa statue in front of the building. Won't tell them so.
It'll be a big blow-up doll, one of those.
That'd be amazing.
So have you not seen the breaking news today?
Oh, no.
About the life-size Alec Manoa statue? Or about Alec Manoa specifically?
Apparently, there was a lot of people coming into the store tonight letting me know that Alec Manoa, our Blue Jays can't sign anybody else in the world, but you know who we can sign? We can sign Alec Manoa. So apparently,
your boy, Brad, they're doing it for you, man. They're doing it for you.
The season tickets are rolling now.
oh,
I know for a fact. They're sitting there. I know they watched the show, and they're saying like, Brad loves this guy. We can't move on from him. We can't quit this guy. We got to keep him forever, ever. All right. So thank you, Josh, for the question. So Brad, go ahead. I've had enough fun with this. Please, do you want to give a little explanation about this part?
Yes, I am. Yeah, very simple. I am moving to Ontario.
Well,
See, now we're gonna have to talk. See, Eric. Now you see you're gonna brag about your relationship with Marcel. You don't have. That's gonna be very exciting. What's gonna happen is I'm just gonna send you like return pictures of me and Brad just sitting there chilling, drinking a beer. Because if they're gonna be in Mississauga area, like I'm a hop skip in a job. I might just go over on a regular basis and be like, hey, just sitting there watching the game. Oh, no, not the Boston Bruins game. That's not real. That's a simulation. They're not even a real team.
They suck. I'm not They are absolutely horrifically horrible.
Leafs beat them.
Anyone's
Oh
beat.
man,
They lost 6 games in a row. They're horrible.
incredible. Good evening, Dan. Yep, Notre Dame playing for the national championship. That is true. That is true. And good evening. But yes, so yeah, we'll chat more on more things as more. But I figured we'd talk about it since like the announcement literally was made. Like we talked about the article. The article was out there. The social media posts were made. I just showed you guys an example there on the PSA Instagram. That is the official PSA Instagram that I just showed you there. It's a little graphic. And they also talked about enhancements in Germany for Europe. So that's a big one. And then an expansion in the PSA Japan office, which already has, I think they've got on-site grading in Japan already. So I think they're just expanding that office more, which is huge for the TCG and Pokemons and all that going on in Japan and Asia. Huge. And then Germany, you're expanding to Europe, potentially soccer cards, F1 cards. Like there's a lot of stuff there.
Yeah.
Bundesliga football.
The Bundesliga. Eric's all about the Bundesliga.
Yeah. So it is good.
Football.
With now Japan full grading operations, China, we have offices in China, with Germany coming down the pipeline, with the UK, with Canada, with 2 facilities in the US, with Dallas coming in the US as well. We just keep on expanding, and it's exciting.
Well, listen, the only thing that excited me more this week was now this is still in the rumor category, but I heard that Beckett was going to start up a lemonade stand in Peabody.
Yes.
Literally a stand.
Yeah.
Like there's only one person that works there, and they basically can't leave because you gotta guard the lemonade. Well, you still can. It'll be under Collectibles. It's going to get very exciting. It's a rumor. It's a rumor. So don't take it as news. But I hear from a very reliable source that the lemonade stand will be fully operational by Q2 2025. It's going to be very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I am outsourcing the lemons. So
Oh.
I can't. Yeah.
So that's coming to
I feel like
Canada?
you've got plenty of lemon. You got plenty of lemons and plenty of sour.
So-
If you ever have anything that requires salt, you'll never need it. You've been mining it for years.
So you're going to outsource that? Are you coming to Canada too? Beckett's coming to Canada too.
Eric's personally, as a Canadian protectorate state, Eric is personally bringing Beckett grading to Canada.
Yay! Oh well.
I can't make fun of Canada today. I'm giving
You can't make fun of Canada anytime. You live in Massachusetts.
I am very, very thankful as an American from the United States of America.
You're not in the United States of America. You're in Massachusetts.
Are we the 51st state or something like
Yeah,
that?
well, you guys are going to be shortly, but
Good luck.
No. Eric, I have it on good authority that if we ever do end up as part of the United States, we'll be the 50th state because they're going to get rid of this Massachusetts because it's honestly extra. Keep Maine, keep North Dakota. They're fine, but get rid of these other assholes.
listen,
No one likes them assholes. Get rid of them.
I
'Cause I
can't
like the
stand
Cabot
this
Trail.
corrupt. This is the most corrupt state. It's just horrible. That's a whole nother thing.
Sounds to me like it reflects the citizenry.
Close.
As an American citizen, I am very thankful for the generosity of the Canadians sending down water planes. And there's big news right now that water planes from all over Canada, as far as Quebec, have come to California. There's multiple videos of them landing in the ocean and picking up water and dousing the fires around LA. So
Well, I know we sent down 5 million squirt guns. We're not allowed real guns, so we got
you can't be trusted. You can't be trusted.
It's not a trust issue. Like you really want to go the trust angle, Eric? Are you sure that's a game you want to be playing? Hold on. Eric's talking about trust. Do I have to play the McFoley clip, or should I play the other one?
I think
it's rare.
I think Mick was joking. I don't think he meant that.
You know who isn't joking though, Eric? When Bougie Eric speaks of trust. Bow down,
Anyways,
peasant.
it's appreciated down here. Any help from our northern brothers, so that's fantastic. Now, of course, we get a Christmas tree every year from Halifax to Boston because of the help we gave them so many years ago. So, I guess we got to start sending a Christmas tree up that way now, or so. I don't know how it's going to work out, but the Christmas tree is going to be passing across the border every year now.
I think they're just going to regift the same tree. I think they're just going to get an artificial tree and just keep regifting it. They're just you're going to see that the tape layers are growing every year.
Yeah, the Halifax
box.
will come down to Boston. We'll turn it right around, send it to Ottawa, and be like, "Thank you." Yeah.
And when the time is right, it just shifts back from Ottawa to Nova Scotia, back down to Massachusetts.
Yeah.
The circle is complete. Good evening, Paul. Combine Canada and Alaska. Look, if you can find it on a map, we'll acknowledge Alaska. I don't even know. I'm not even convinced Alaska exists. I think you made it up. Paul says, Dr. Mayo, I believe Eric has a professional designation. I don't know if he's worked himself up to that. He needs to pass his postgraduate studies. Lots of news for the new year. A little bit, I would say. A little bit. But I would say for the PSA thing, it was. I joked about it on the podcast a little bit. It's the worst kept secret in the world. Like everybody knew that in time there was going to be changes to it, not because they couldn't run it, but at the same time, you want to make it easier. The streamlining again, right? Like in the GTA, we'll just say GTA just to make things easy. But in the GTA, you want to go to centers because even in the case of PSA's other offices in California is where they started. But then they put a thing in New Jersey. Well, what's New Jersey? Well, it's conveniently low. It's on the other side of the country. It still makes sense. They built a whole campus. They didn't just build a small isolated, it's not like the Beckett lemonade stand. They built a whole campus out there. Like there's a whole infrastructure. So they had the room and the ability to do it, but it's also on the opposite coast. So it actually made sense to do it so that you've got enough stuff there. And then and what happened? Initially, they could only do certain things. And then you just ramped up the capabilities. So there's an MO to this. You start off small, get something established, and then just start adding stuff to it. Yep. It's going to be crazy.
My goal, if the lemonade stand is successful, and I truly believe it will be, my next goal is
the salt mines?
Single car garage.
Ooh, that's bold. That's
bold. Single car garage.
I like your 25-year plan. I like it. I think that's a pretty exciting runway, Brad. Today is full of excitement.
Don't touch my single car garage.
No, I'm just saying I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm not going for 2 car. All right,
1 car, 1 garage.
Mm-hmm. We're talking like we're not talking about like a full size car of knowledge. We're not talking about like a full size car though. We're talking about like a mini or a compact. We're talking like one of the
Prius.
One of those, yeah, we're like a used Prius. A really small one. A really small one. Whatever the smallest model is with the tiniest tires.
Yeah.
Josh here says, Eric, if homeless Joe Thornton stops by, give him a cup of lemonade. He should. Good old Joe Thornton. Greatest living Boston Bruin.
We have lots of lemons up here. I'm in a Greek house, so you got to figure out how many lemons we have in the fridge.
Fantastic. So, Brad, let me ask you a question. So, obviously, there's a lot going on professionally with that. Brad the Collector. How's Brad the Collector doing? How are things?
Yes.
Yeah, really good. I picked up some cool stuff lately.
I figured, Brad. Like I figured that. Look, we wanted to have our jokes. We got our Beckett lemonade stand in. We once again reminded Eric he's not actually part of the United States. They will not have him. Like I have all the paperwork required. We can deport this man. Send him back to Bougie Island, wherever that is. Like we'll make it up. We'll just find like a little tiny thing and call it Bougie Island and deport him back to his homeland. It'll be fantastic.
Close to you? No.
I think it's literally like one of those islands that has like one palm tree in the middle of it. Yeah. That's all it is.
I still got my little pile for Eric that I got to send down to him. And then Carlos, I add it from Jaden that works at AMG, who loves to open boxes. And
AMG Collectibles, AMGcollectibles.ca. We appreciate him for supporting this podcast and the channel.
And he's a very, very generous guy. And I got a few other little singles. I still got that beat up Sittler. But
yep, the Sittler is a good one. Yeah.
I'm assuming you have this. That's numbered out of 100, Carlos?
I believe I do. I'm 99% sure because I think there's a couple of variants to it, but I'm 99% sure.
Yeah, let's get rid of that. There's a bunch of little Medanos, some odd ones that you might not, but I'm going with.
Drum roll.
Oh, he's got the Rally Time towel card.
Yeah.
By the way, you know what the funniest part about that is? You notice how on the back they've got a picture of the rally towel?
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually put a picture of the actual rally towel on the back of it, which I thought was hilarious.
Cool. So we got
It was a neat. It was. I'll give them credit for being creative.
Yeah.
This is really cool too.
Okay, so you know what? That 100. I was actually looking into those. Those are tough. They have them out of 18, I think, right? So it's actually a piece of a ticket. It's a piece of an actual ticket on the card.
Oh,
so Brad, can you show it again? Can you show it again just real quick?
Oh, I like that.
It looks really cool in person. I know the light's not doing
But
it.
he's not Boston, but that's from the
it's too bad they put a fake hockey team on there. But that it's like a manufactured ticket.
It had to be Boston.
Still a cool concept, a cool idea.
Sounds
but
like
those are out of 18.
I like that idea.
Sounds like that card should be sent somewhere else other than Mississauga. But I mean, whatever.
Look, don't worry. You're gonna get your box of flaming poop. You're gonna get it. It's coming.
And number 3.
Oh, now that one's good. The signature shots.
Oh, and I don't like when the players sign on stick, but that's out of 50. But it's a perfect signature on there, and
it's clean.
You know,
and I love that they use the old school. They use the old school, so it's a piece of basically it's a manufactured piece of stick. That one I think is a manufactured piece of stick. If you check on the back,
we read the back. It's
Why can't they do it on real stick?
Manufactured.
They've done it in the past, but I think on that one, I think that those are. So sorry. Show it one more time, Brad. One more time, just on the screen. Perfect.
The cut and everything.
Yeah. You know what the thing is, though, Bobby? I will tell you. And just a little bit behind the curtain, and I think we chatted about it. So on the AMG podcast, one of the things we do, we'll have our fun here, but I always tell everybody that the AMG thing, we'll play it. We'll still have fun, but we'll play it a little bit more straight in the sense that the goal is to we're at the end of the day, we're promoting the product is to accentuate the positive, but we're also not going to BS people and lie to them. I'm going to be very clear because one of the things we do is this one of the Bedard years or not? Is this, an example, Enshrined? We talked about that Enshrined series, and I said they're nice. They're nice looking cards because they are. For the most part, they're nice looking cards. But number 2, I said they're not game use stick. Because if somebody has that expectation, it's not fair to allow them to think that. No, we can say definitively because it says very clearly it is not a game use stick. It is a manufactured stick piece. But Mike Modano did sign it.
Very good.
So it's still a signature, but I don't want to give anybody the wrong impression that it is actually a game use piece.
No, that's fair. Brad, what was Faulkner's rookie card again? Sorry,
63, 64.
I just want to make sure for the show, we always make sure the one thing we can do is to provide information. We try to give legitimate information. I would rather tell you the truth and say it's still a nice looking card. And if you pull a card from your favorite player and it's an autograph card and you want to get an autograph card, it's still a cool card. But it is a manufactured stick piece. It is not a game use stick piece, so don't be misled. And we try where we can to give that information so that people at least know what they're getting into.
Okay, though. It's not bad, but it would have been nice. Yeah.
I just don't want to give people the wrong impression. I'd rather if they're going to buy it, they buy it under legitimate pretenses. They know this is what it actually is versus what it looks like.
It wouldn't be hard getting one of his game use stick and then cutting out pieces and sign them all. That'd be so easy to do. Remember, I graduated as a woodworker by trade.
We had the sign this one.
Yeah, so you got that card there, and I showed off the last couple of weeks. So it's Marcel Dion stick piece.
Color, wow.
Yeah, but what happens is on those ones, Bobby, Upper Deck on some of the series, I had that one that I showed the other week that was from Enshrined as well, and on the back of it, they literally said from an NHL, an official NHL game used by Mike Modano. They gave all 3 components of it, and they explicitly said this is a piece of game use stick, autographed by Mike, or the card is autographed by Mike Modano, and it's an official game use stick used in official NHL game. Yeah, so they put all the verbiage in there to be let me be clear, this is supposed to be a game use piece. That's what we're saying. We're saying it's a game use piece. On that one, they're not. On that one, they're saying it's manufactured.
Got it. No problem. As long as you know that going in. So what else did you pick up, Brad?
I bought PC. I don't really understand a lot about this yet, but these are 2019 Flair. They're numbered.
Flair?
Yeah. Oh, they're numbered out of 30, and they're signed by the artists.
Really?
Okay. So Amanda would probably know a lot about those. That one's right down Amanda's alley. She would know a lot about those.
Short, so they're out of the expensive Marvel Platinum Flair. It's $400 a box stuff. A guy came in, and Steve and Sherry are away, so I was at AMG all week, and I had to be there from open to close just in case they needed some assistance. And a guy came in with 100.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So there's 149 cards in the set, and he had 100 of them. They're all signed by each artist.
Wait, he gave up 9 short of the complete set?
What?
So he has 90. Actually, he has 99. So I bought 99 from him of the 149.
Okay.
Anyways, he said he was trying to do it, but all the a lot of the big names are there. I have no idea. I was going to mention it on the show because someone can probably reach out to. Anyways, they look awesome, and he wanted $1,500 Canadian. So I was like $15 a piece, numbered out of 30, signed by the artist.
That doesn't seem. Yeah, that's sight unseen. That seems reasonable. I
Yeah,
don't think that sounds too bad.
It's
for
not like
artists
Flair was
selling
the
cards.
top product, but I mean that's a different product for sure.
So my favorite part, Bobby. So here's a quick hashtag scholarship for folks that in the chat. I know some of you already know this, but I'll just quickly go through it. So we've got Fleer, then we got Flair.
Flair.
So
Different.
Flair was kind of the glossy kind of a. It was nice looking. So think back to like
Bought a
'94.
lot
I
for
think.
Steven.
Yeah.
'Cause they
Yeah,
were cheap.
they're nice cards. Like in 1994, they actually were very glossy. Some of them had a very kind of slick kind of look to them, especially thinking again what was available in 1994. So it was a very slick thing. But yeah, they were more expensive, and they were also a little bit thicker stock, so they had a little bit going. Very glossy though. I will say, like they laid on the gloss pretty heavy on those cards back then.
What I liked the most about the Flair cards is that every time you opened, one of the wax packs, it would go woo.
Yeah, right.
It was like, how did they get him to do that? It was so cool.
I think you
With
do
the whole
it.
setup and everything, Brad, that wasn't even a dad joke. That was a granddad joke. That was
It
like,
was, yeah.
I was like, ooh,
Almost a great
Rough.
granddad joke at that point.
like, dang, jeez. CC, good evening, gents. Good evening to you. Brad, does this mean you'll be spending more time in the GTA? It literally does. It literally does. So, Brad, now you know. We're gonna have to hang out just so we can literally like FaceTime Eric. Hey, Eric, fuck you.
Not necessary. I
No,
assume,
terms of
I assume
endearment.
that's the message. You don't have to go out of your way to give it to me.
Oh, Eric, I'm willing to go that extra mile because I'm a doctor.
Yes.
I'm
We
not a
all
quitter.
are.
I'm a doctor.
Yes.
yeah. So
Damn it, Jim. He's a doctor.
a stack of Black Diamond. That
Oh, yeah.
Anything you like, or just a stack in general?
Yeah, there's a few cards that I like. Nothing major, that's for sure.
Look, much love to our associates at Upper Deck, but man, I watched some breaks, man. I watched some breaks.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, you want to see a cool magic trick? You want me to turn $400 into like $50?
$50. Not
I can
even.
do it.
Not
I can do it real quick.
That's impressive.
Yeah, give me like I started off $400 and I came out of it with 50. 50. That's what I wound up with, at best. And you're gonna have to
I will
work for
show
that
you
50.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will show you something that's so rare. There's probably no other one known in this planet.
A legitimate Boston Bruin.
So what I picked up is X-ray cards. This is from York Peanut Butter from 1968. And this is Twist. So this is actually the peanut butter and jam mix. It was the first year. So
Don't eat
what they used to do back then is under the liner, they would put a card. So you would get an X-ray card. It was one of the fold-out ones. So this is from 1968. So you would take that, it's a die cut, and you would take it out, and then you would see what you would see, and then the X-ray part of it. So the CT scanning is alive and well in 68. So anyways, that's the X-ray card. And that's what they did back in the day, under the lid. And this happened with all the hockey cards as well, from 60 right up. And they would put it underneath the lid, and kid would get it. This is still sealed, guys. Still
Don't eat
sealed.
it.
Oh my God, Eric, you can have all the jam you wanted. This is the
It's
jam you were
peanut
looking
butter
for.
and jam. Look at.
Oh my God.
And this was the very first year they did Twist. So
I bet, Eric, you could dip a chocolate stick in there. I bet it's still good.
I
Do
think so.
not eat that.
Bobby, what year is that from?
That's from 1968.
Practically brand new,
And
fresh.
you can see it says free card inside.
I love it. That's so good.
Now that is a rarity that you'll never see. And Twist, like honestly, out of all York peanut butter, the Twist that was the first year of it. And like honest, in rarity, that's a scale of 10 of 10 in rarity, or a 1 of 1 in a sense.
Eric, come on. Chocolate stick dipping?
No.
But
Mm.
see what they did back then for kids. that's so creative. Hey, listen, I'm your peanut butter jar. Just go in, bing, bang, take it out. And, that's how we got all the York peanut butter cards that ran through the 60s. And they're very popular today. But try to find, I've never seen an unopened hockey one. And the hockey ones are probably 50-1 compared to the X-ray cards. The X-ray cards are non-sports, understood. But finding that, comparatively speaking, to an unopened York peanut butter jar, like I said, 101, Anyway, it's nice to see that stuff because, I'm 4 years old. I could have ate this. Actually, I think there's enough sugar in here that you could probably still eat it now because it's preserved.
Well, that's what I say. Like I'm half convinced. That's why I said put the chocolate stick in it. You're good to go.
I wish I had one. Damn.
Yeah, like Eric's all about the jam. He obsesses
Eric
over
doesn't
jam.
have the jam.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. That's why he was looking for the jam. He was worried about people getting into a jam. Like, have a drink every time he said jam during that episode. I'm referencing a podcast episode, and Eric must have said jam enough times to kill a man.
No way.
You take one shot every time he says jam. I don't care if it's a shot of water. You still die.
Yep.
That's how many times he said
I
jam.
made my point.
Clearly. Robert says the ticket cards are nice. I agree. I was actually so Brad, good timing on you. I was literally tracking down I watched some of them sell, and I was looking at them trying to get and it was like, I like the concept. I like the fact it's a ticket. I think it's a cool idea. I think that's from Artifacts, if memory serves me, that one. I like the fact that they actually tried something different. I appreciate that because there have been ticket cards in the past, but they're not common. They haven't beaten that concept into the ground. They've done it a handful of times. I can remember a few from the 90s.
Yeah.
But it's been a while since they've done one of those.
Well, tickets are very popular, especially for grading now. And I think Darren Lavelle was from Collect was on a podcast, and he was talking about he has
a podcast.
The Bobby Orr Flying Goal unused ticket. Sorry?
A podcast?
I'm just saying a podcast. I'm being very neutral here. And that he was on that podcast, and he said that he's a big ticket collector, and then he showed all his unopened games, like his Nintendos and stuff like that. He's really into the scene.
Rebel does collect some stuff, so, to his credit, and he actually did grab a bunch of unopened hobby cards, hobby wax packs.
He actually opened. What did he open?
SP Authentic.
SP Authentic. Yeah, I like that product. It's a good product. So
yeah, I saw this podcast you're referring to.
there you go. Hey. It's Brad Rebell.
That's a clean box there, Brad. Yeah. Is that sealed? Is that still sealed?
It is still sealed.
Sealed. Looks like awesome. I got that one. Then I got.
Is that graded, Brad?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Wait for a company.
You got the Super Nintendo.
Look at this guy. Coming to Toronto.
And
that's awesome.
Let me see here. Without making too much of that.
So that Bobby, that legitimately those boxes, I can say truthfully that is nostalgia for me because I remember opening those boxes originally when we got them.
Oh,
the Intellivision. Look at you.
Oh, I love playing. What was it? Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons. You go fast mode. I sucked. I could never.
My video.
That's a clean box too, actually, Brad. That's a clean box.
Oh yeah,
it's a real clean box for the Intellivision.
My video career is in television and Dungeons and Dragons. That's all the video games I ever played on a video game board. I've never had Nintendo. I never had any of the others. So
I'm waiting to send.
Oh, he's got the NBA basketball.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's a clean box too. It's sealed, huh?
It's sealed. Then you remember this one, Bobby Royal Dealer?
Yeah. Oh, I love those.
I love that game.
Okay, but Brad, what was so this price sticker on the price sticker on that one? What store was it?
This one is Zellers, and it was $10.
Zellers, awesome.
Of course, it was Zellers. Yep.
And this one,
if it was Honest Ads, I'd die.
Yeah, this one was Woolco.
Oh,
nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And this
legit,
one here, Zellers on for $9.97.
Yeah,
this one
sounds right.
This one here is as mint as it possibly could be. So,
well, you'll see when you get the grading back.
Yeah. Well,
how mint it could be.
It is PSA 1.
I don't know. Brad, I don't know. Looks like minimum size. Looks like minimum size requirement to me.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
He got minimum. He's like, I got minimum size requirements on a box.
You see those rounded corners? I don't know.
Honestly, the min size, I understand why we do it, but it's the one that I get in a run of a week. There's at least 50 complaints, questions about min size cards, and Yeah, it's a
Well,
tough.
block Eric's number, and that'll cut you down at least 45% of those.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, the men's size was when I opened we opened the 1954 Tops pack.
Mhm.
Those came back as men's size,
Size, yeah.
and actually some of them came back as possibly altered, because you've never seen better 1954 cards in your life. Who was there? I forget the guy who was there, who's Philly, and he was looking at them going, I've never seen a nicer card. They had gloss on them. They never have gloss, and they were just incredible. So I can see that, hey, something's going on here. These are too good to be true, but nobody knew that they were open from a pack. But I have the video. And
I was
one
going
day
to say
I'll
the
show
video is very helpful, because there's your provenance right there.
It is right there. Actually, what I did find, and what Yannick did, he finally converted my video of that guy's Joe's place, who had the
Okay.
toys and
That's good.
the
Yep.
path.
Yep.
Unfortunately, my battery died at a certain point, so I think there's about 15 minutes, but
Still something.
it's a revelation just looking at it.
Yeah.
We'll have to do it one day.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I didn't know how to zoom in and zoom out, because it's 1993, maybe something like that. And I'm going through his house, and it's just unbelievable. Penny farthings and Beat Beanie and Great Garloo, and just lunch boxes and toy games and stuff from the turn of the century. It's crazy.
Yep.
So-
Well, we can always do, Bobby. We can always we'll talk later. We can always do a thing where we can do a standalone video similar to some of the ones we've done, because that way you can take our time, go through it, and talk about what's shown on there, and it can be a standalone video, and then that can be given its own spot to be able to go through it in detail.
But it'd be nice to see with other people's thoughts too on top of that. So it'd be nice to have maybe Brad or who's that? Eric, yeah.
Yeah, never heard of him. I just call him Like Button Guy. So anyway,
Like
Philly
Button
Joe
guy,
says,
yeah.
Like Button Guy. Philly Joe says,
LBG. Oh my God.
Yeah. He's all about the LBG. Philly Joe says, good evening, Carlos and gang. Good evening to you. It says, I did get Dustin Wolf 2, a rookie out of 49, and a Levi Fassé as a box of what we were talking about earlier. Josh says, did that say 99 cents on top of the jar? Yes, it did. It did
say 99 cents. What was that?
So these comments here from Ty are related to I think Black Diamond.
Black Diamond.
What we were talking about.
Oh,
okay. One of the boxes we were talking about. And then Josh was saying,
Levi
did it say
or
99
Levi?
I think it's Levi. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah.
So Josh says, did it say 99 cents on top of the jar? I believe it did. I think it was stamped 99 cents on top of the jar as well.
No, it was 59 cents actually.
Oh, it's 59 cents.
Well, it's 1968. We're going back quite a ways. Remember, I'm 4 years old at this point, and I'm 60 now. So that's a long
59
time
cents.
ago. Long time ago. That thing has to go into, I don't know, some museum of some sort, or somebody.
Or Eric's Pantry. Chocolate stick.
Yeah. That could be good.
Just saying.
You can see Michelle going in with a peanut butter. Just, hey, Eric, you want a sandwich? I made a sandwich for you.
Eric tries it with the chocolate stick and then immediately bursts into flames.
Maybe.
YouTube viral video is all I'm saying.
That is still sealed is phenomenal. It blows my mind. Nobody peels it back.
Considering it lasted this long sealed is actually the most impressive part.
But the most impressive part is really this is where the licensing comes in, and having stuff like this where it's just natural to buy it for a kid, and he opens it up or she opens it up and they see a card underneath there. That's the stimulation that needs to push forward, so that 10 years they can look back and go, hey, I remember that whatever peanut butter, smoothie peanut butter. It had something in there, be it non-sports, be it sports, whatever. You need to feed that fire going forward. I think that's truly important, most important thing that they could do going forward. Because honestly, LCSs, like I said last show, if you didn't go to an LCS and you didn't get cards, why do you care? In 10 years, 15 years, you don't. True. And this was what happened way back when. Licensing issues, nothing. You just paid it. It was small. Now it's just like huge.
It's a lot of money, for a lot of it.
Yeah, but they can step in. Fanatics is strong enough to say, hey, listen, why don't we contact Kellogg's and get something there? Why don't we get, and get that natural, culmination of sports cards into the marketplace? Like you said, Carlos, put 50 Bedard autographs. That's amazing.
I actually think so Brad, I don't know if you heard like a couple of weeks ago we've talked about this radically. We've talked about the whole food issue thing. Yeah, we'll talk about it from time to time. And the thing is, here's the thing. I agree. I agree with Bobby that a couple of food issue things would actually be good. It would make a lot of sense. And like I said, for me, the most natural is cereal. Cereal boxes were a
Cereal, yeah.
classic. You could have the little pack inside of the little Celio, put a couple of cards in there.
Billy Celio?
And
Sorry.
if we did
Stella.
that, the food would be on the card and not on the outside. She would just be on the card. That's what would happen because he's very hungry. Again, they're very hungry at Upper Deck. Brad, literally hungry. Like they're starving. It's a cry out for help is what it is. When I see potato chip cards, and I've seen potato chip cards, they're real.
Okay, there's another one. Who doesn't eat chips? Who
Well, the
doesn't
problem
eat
is we're not
cereal?
getting the chips, Bobby.
So
We're just getting a
cereal
card
and
with the
chips
chips
are
on the
probably-
card. The chips are on the card.
Yeah, cereals and chips are two main things that everybody gets into at least. So
anyway,
anyway,
all I was
it
saying
would be a
was,
good thing.
so all I was saying was to modernize it, Brad. What you could do was something that had been done in the past, but if they again, it would require the cereal manufacturer to be in on it. The manufacturer of the cards with the licensee would have to be in on it. Everybody would have to agree. But if you had something like that, still pick a cereal brand that you like, put a small pack of 3 or 4 cards in there, have your base set be 50 or whatever amount of cards, so that you have to open X number of
Nothing big.
boxes realistically. It doesn't have to be crazy. But what if you put 50 or 100 Connor McDavid autographs in there over the course of the entire run?
Bedard.
It's still few enough that it's still very tough to pull. But if you happen to pull one, fantastic. You did great. You actually beat the odds. You won. You could do it as a redemption card if you want to be safe and don't want to make sure the card doesn't get damaged or whatever.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it go, within that period of time, if people pull one, they get the redemption. You ship them out a Connor Bedard or Connor McDavid autograph. I think people would love it, Brad, if they had that, like a Kellogg's Connor McDavid card from Upper Deck or something. I think they would love it.
Most important part is that you can look back in 10 years and say, hey, I remember pulling that, Bedard card or whatever it was, McDavid. And that's great. And that's feeding the future, right? If you don't feed the future, who went to an LCS and who got this pack? I don't know. If you never went to an LCS, you don't know.
And
so if you bought cereal, yes.
Yeah, throw the
So
card.
these are the things that we really need to fix in the hobby going forward. Or actually, I think Fanatics needs to fix. And if anything, it only helps you, Brad, too.
Yeah, but I think we should get back to that. Put the real card in there. Get away with the redemption. The redemption doesn't give you that true
the pull
feeling.
I don't mind it. The only thing I was thinking about was somebody complaining if for some reason the Celio pack got bent.
You're not paying for it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
No, that's
fair
fair
enough. Yeah.
I don't have any moral opposition to it. If you want to put the real card in there, I'd be fine with it. I'd be fine with it.
When I opened cereal back in the late 60s, early 70s, usually on the inside of the box it was B, but sometimes it was on the inside with the package. It depends on the cello. So having it in there, even a CT scanner, well, I guess it's going to tell, but I mean, for the most part, nobody really cares. I
was going to say, at that point, the effort, it wouldn't be worth it, to bother.
And like I said, even back then, we're talking about 10 million boxes of cereal back then. So today we could put 50 million boxes of Kellogg's, whatever it is, That'd be great. That'd be awesome. And they need to do that. They need to do that. I wish they would do that. And I wish they would see the future. We're all about supporting the future and going forward with the hobby. And I want the hobby to be around as long as possible. I've documented the hobby so that, it pulls that information so people can go forward with what we have documented. I think it's really important. And if hockey only does that, that's great for us. So looking forward.
Go ahead, Brad.
Don't you think, but everything I see with this, not to jump track a little bit, the hobby today, in my opinion, from what I see, is stronger than I've ever seen it. And there's so many more new collectors that are coming in every day. And I think we're in an absolutely great place right now with the hobby. I truly, truly believe that. There's more people that go through the shops here, and collectors are coming back and nostalgia and going through all this stuff. And we see it. I know it blows my mind away. And there's collectors for everyone and different things, and they're buying different players. There's even guys building. Today, there was a couple of guys in there that were buying, which I haven't seen in a long time, looking for singles from the 70s because they wanted to complete a few sets. That was the norm forever. But
always,
that has gone away.
Yeah.
I don't know, Eric, is your shop as busy as ever?
We're doing pretty well, yeah.
right?
You know,
And you,
obviously, we just finished Christmas, which was the busiest time of the year, as I'm sure it is up there.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of people are coming in and buying and selling.
Is it more new stuff, or are we talking somewhat vintage?
honestly,
Pre 2000,
everything. Like
20, everything. Yeah. Well,
if I said today there was guys buying graded cards, vintage hockey, a couple of Gretzky rookies sold. I sold a Plant rookie. Then you seen guys. There was one guy that I seen going. He had a massive box that Parker gave him, and he filled it up with. It was 91 Don Ross baseball boxes, junk wax boxes, and he had a box.
Bold move. 91 Don Ross baseball. That's bold move, right?
Oh, yeah.
Bold move.
Like all over. You see Pokemon cards.
Never again, Bobby. Never again.
Yeah.
I've seen enough.
Yeah. It's awesome. Anyways, I hope that is everywhere across the country and across North America. But I truly see that we are in a good place, and I see more and more collectors coming back. And I know,
Well, a lot of the collectors will reach that age where vintage is 97, 2000 to whatever. So that's good. You see that advancement going forward with the new stuff. I don't know. I see gambling.
Yeah,
and, that scares me.
I agree.
So my thought
doesn't rely on that. And the hobby doesn't. The hobby that I'm a part of and that I see doesn't just rely on.
Yes.
And I love opening new boxes. I still do it. It's financially, it's stupid 99.9% of the time, but hey, I know what I'm getting myself into, and I enjoy that.
I bet if you open another case of Enshrined, it would work out well for you. Maybe you should have gone to WWE 3 count. That's all I'm saying. So real quick, let me read a couple of these comments, but I also want to make quick points. The only thing though, I don't disagree with what Brad's saying. Obviously, we'll always have the argument, right? We'll always talk about, but people are priced out of the hobby, whatever. It's like I'm not, because the stuff that I'm collecting is still
You're a collector,
within.
though.
That's what I'm getting at, Bobby. What I'm saying is that if you figured out kind of your lane and you figured out kind of what you're trying to accomplish here, unless you're trying to collect like the craziest stuff in the world, well, then I can't help you. There's nothing that can be done. Or if you really insist, if you really do need to just gamble for the sake of gambling, then again, I cannot help you. Then fair enough. But the only point we're making with the whole using the licenses and taking advantage of stuff like that, promotions like that, and I'll read Josh's comment on this, is that it does create an accessible thing. Because the whole reason I like the cereal thing so much, let me explain, is that you're still getting cereal with it. That was the part of the reason it worked back in the 90s. Even in the 90s, I was participating in buying those boxes of cereal because I'm interested in the cards, but I would also eat the cereal. I'm getting both things. I actually will eat the cereal. Anyway, so. Yeah, I was like, it wasn't a hard conversation to talk to my parents and say, hey, let's get some cereal, because they're like, oh, my dad is like, yeah, I'll eat some of that too. So
even if
he
you
would
didn't
grab
like
a bowl.
Rice Krispies, you still buy it because it had the card in it.
Yeah, but for the most part, though, a lot of the cereals that were doing those promotions were cereals that I had no problem eating in the first place. So it wasn't like they were picking the worst ones, and it's like, no, they were picking decent ones. Yeah, they were fine. So it's like, realistically, it's like, okay, so this is a win-win. I'm getting a cereal I'm perfectly happy with. I'll eat it, and then on top of it, I'm getting the cards too.
Yeah.
So it's
very
like,
smart. Very smart.
It was very easy to be like, so my dad would grab 4 or 5 boxes, and boom, we're good for a while. But at the same time, you get all the packs inside of the box. Done.
And it is a very smart move going forward. We can't, portray that to fanatics, but we can at least mention it on the site, and maybe other people will say the same thing, and maybe it'll get around to being that. And it's not just about cereal; it's about other things too. And that
I just think cereal though is the simplest one. I just think cereal is a really straightforward one.
It's out there. Who doesn't eat cereal?
It's not. Well, Eric doesn't eat 3/4 of the things that exist in this planet. It's a different. He's a different problem.
He's the odd man out.
He's very strange. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these. So Josh is saying, is Upper Deck hungry enough to release an AEW allure checklist? No. And by the way, for the record, so Brad, one of my favorite things. So on the other YouTube channel where I talk about the wrestling cards, I did a video this past week. It was only a couple of days ago now, where I specifically talked about, the challenges that I see the end of 2024 into 2025, because again, that's my venue where I get to have this conversation and talk to a couple of the wrestling card collectors about it. But literally, I was like, Allure was supposed to release last year. They were late on everything, didn't release anything until September. Flagship, it was going to be a struggle, and it was. There's flagships sitting in dealer cases around the country and in the United States right now collecting dust as we speak, waiting to hit the discount pile. It's coming. I showed a clip on that, and so I will leave a link to it, because I would love for those of you who are interested to check out this video, because I play a clip where an LCS owner says the quiet part out loud.
Oh no.
He said Upper Deck deserved an F for their AEW product because, quote, well, I'm paraphrasing, but the quote was, I have never made any money ordering an AEW product in the entire run that Upper Deck has had this brand. I
Brad?
almost don't want to. No, it's not Brad. I almost don't
No, I'm
want
just asking
to
Brad.
order it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to order it. This is what he's saying out loud on this video that I show a clip of. This is an LCS owner who is there on the record. His face is on the screen, and you see what his brand is. They're willing to say it, and that should tell you that should be setting off alarm bells in Carlsbad that they're willing to say the quiet part out loud. Because I know plenty of LCS owners who are struggling to move this product and would rather not order it. Just would rather not, because they know they don't have the market to sell it. They don't know how to get rid of it.
Yeah, but they
And
don't
that
have
is-
a choice, right?
Yeah, in some cases they don't. That's what I'm getting at.
If
So I'm
you're
saying, like,
on allocation, yeah, of course. Yeah.
I can do both these things. I have the unique perspective to be able to say that I still collect the cards,
Mhm.
but I have bought my fair share of boxes at cost or lower
Mm.
from multiple LCSs who frankly are throwing them at me and saying, please take them away. I'm basically a clearinghouse at this point.
Yeah.
Like it becomes at that point. I become a
Carlos'
clearinghouse.
clearinghouse. Nice.
That's basically what has happened. And by the way, it has happened for multiple LCSs. That's not a joke.
Yeah.
I have literally become a clearinghouse for some of these because I have at least a way. I get to open the boxes. I get to have my fun, but then at least I know some people who collect some of the characters, so I can move some of the singles on. And I've been able to either break even or even make a smidgen of profit on some of these, but most people can't. And I understand that because
You've been
it's
pretty
too niche.
lucky lately, so.
Well, even for the ones, Bobby, where I didn't pull the good cards, I still broke even because I know the collectors were interested in them, so I can get into their hands early. They're happy to take it from me.
And which, in fact, actually, even though you broke even, at least you got to open that box and had a little thrill.
As far as
That
I'm
is
concerned, a
gambling. I
break-even is a win.
understand because all wax is gambling. It doesn't matter what you
With current product, Bobby, a break even is a win. If you can
Yes.
legitimately
Yeah.
keep a couple of cards for yourself and make your money back, that's a win
That's a win
because
Yeah.
you didn't lose anything.
Yeah.
That you got to have the experience of opening the boxes and you weren't out. You
But
still
open
came back with
a
your money.
$700 box and get $50 in the cards. And
You don't want that. That's no fun for anyone. So anyway, bottom line on this though, this is the point to answer Josh's question though. January 22nd was the delayed release of what should have been a 2024 release. And right now I still don't see a checklist for it, which means there's a really good chance it might get pushed into February. For the record, I stand by what I said in that video. I also talked about 2025 Topps Chrome WBE, which the Fanatics Overlords are going to be releasing. That's their first WBE under the renewal of the license. They're coming back to WBE after being away for a while with Panini having it. And Fanatics, literally, the license restarted for them on January 1. They're ready to go. They're going to start doing pre-orders on the 14th, and they're planning on having it before the end of the month. I bet the Fanatics Overlords will get it out the door before the end of the month. There's a really good chance they'll get it out the door because they're pretty good at that. And that means design, getting the autographs done. The cards have already leaked. They've got all the mock-ups and everything. It's showing. I can, within reason, guarantee that they've got to. If Upper Deck can't beat them getting a lure out the door that should have been already out the door, that's not a good sign. That's a bad look when you are already delayed once, majorly, and then Fanatics can literally just show up on January 1, the restart of the license, and get their product out the door faster than you.
Yeah.
Still faster than you.
As long as it's a good product too. Yeah.
That's going to be a big piece of it. But like at the end of the day, though, what Top Scrum has going for it, they've got autographs of the Rock. So people are going to be interested. People are going to be interested. Bottom line. So Mike here says, I loved all those eyeball cards. Excellent. Josh says, does the Tim Hortons release not accomplish? So I wanted to touch on this as well. So no, it doesn't. Because the Tim Hortons release, there's nothing wrong with the Tim Hortons release. I don't mind it. But
It's
here's my
fine.
problem with it.
It's
Yeah,
just fine.
my problem with it is honestly the McDonald's release was always better to me. I honestly thought the McDonald's sets were better. I appreciate them more.
Well, it was a different time too. Understand
It
that.
was, but I also like the fact that you were able to, if you were going to get the
You
discounted
like
product,
fries.
the fries are way better than just trying to get a coffee or whatever, or drink
No,
out of McDonald's.
You're
Like you're
correct,
just
yeah.
not interested. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
Yeah.
look, I go and order stuff at Timmy's all the time, but frankly, it's not comparable.
No.
Going to the McDonald's, getting some fries and getting the packs out of it is a way better deal. And I feel much better about it. And that's assuming I do it legitimately. Because of course there's plenty of people who go to the manager, hey, look, can I just buy, the 100
Yeah,
packs?
I know. And that
Plenty of them.
They're out
It's just
before
like-
they're out.
let's be realistic. Like honestly, you could go to them. A lot of those managers are like, yeah, dude, fine, whatever. How many of the cases do you want?
Yeah.
Like, what are we even talking
I know
about?
a guy who owns 3 Tim Hortons, and I get my cards like a week before everybody.
You'll get them anyway. The point though is I like the Tim Hortons promotion way better than the Tim Hortons one. And that isn't to say there's anything wrong with the Tim Hortons one. It just has never been as fun for me. And I'm just not as interested in it. The cards are fine. Again, cards are fine. They're okay. But I'm not that excited about them.
They're
okay.
fine. Yeah, it's what 2-3 cards in each.
Yeah, I think and I think if you don't get the coffee, I think it's $2. I think it's $2.
That's what I was just
it's
about
$1
to say.
per order
What's
coffee,
the how does the promotion work? Is it with every order over a certain amount of money,
No.
or you have to request
It
it?
was
Like,
you
can
buy
order
if you buy a
coffee.
coffee, I think they gave it to you for
$1.
99 cents.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's $2 if you don't.
Yeah.
$2 you can have as many as you want. Yeah, so
yeah, but you can only get one per coffee at $1. Yeah. That's
Okay.
the way that works.
most of the Tim Hortons will not hold it out. You can have my dad will buy
you know, I'm just saying,
my dad likes opening the
if
packs.
you're on
That's a
the
lot of
side-
coffee.
Yeah. My dad will buy a coffee and he'll grab himself 5 or 6 packs and they don't care. They're like, here you go. Done. 99
Your dad
cents.
ever pull anything?
That was
Look
part
at
of,
Giggles down there.
He's not
Look
okay.
how
Nothing crazy.
guilty he looks.
it was part of my Christmas present from Sherry. She
I was
said-
about to say, but prior to that, Brad, how many have you opened already?
Well, you know what? She gave me a lot of. I was very. I'm very thankful for what I got at Christmas.
Hash-
I
Hashtag gratitude.
I'm very thankful.
I didn't open up that. I forgot to. She gave me. This was my bag.
Oh, hold on. Let's scroll up there. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Very, very excited to Amelia Clark to my collection. And so I didn't have that in my non-sport. So
Nice.
I had that,
There
and
you
then this. You know what else I put? Check out that bad boy.
Oh, so you did get a 3 count.
Who is that?
How many 3 count did you get?
I had 3. She got me 3 boxes of 3 count, and I opened the first box, and this was right on top. The Warrior. And I
Yeah,
was
the downtowns are right on top for those ones. Yeah.
so I was like, "Oh boy, this is awesome!" I was so psyched. I was like, "I'm going to stop." So I obviously I didn't stop. I opened the other boxes.
Brad, my issue isn't with you stopping. My issue is hashtag content, Brad. We record this shit.
I know.
Yes,
I was
please.
just having fun. It was just me, and I just opened them all, and I was like, but when I was in, and I understand why, because Panini's getting out and they're using all their sticker autographs. But
Yes, they are. Yeah.
for a
that's it.
high-end product, like I hate when I get a sticker autograph in a high-end product.
That's all you're going to get for 3 count. 3
Yeah.
count is a sticker dump, and National Treasures for them is a sticker dump. Big time sticker dump. A lot of ones that are just kind of like whatever, and a lot of the shirt relics are not from any specific athlete.
Oh no, really?
Oh,
It's
boy.
one of those deals. And that's in National Treasures. National Treasures.
Oh, that's not good.
That's that's Eric Lakebud money per box.
It is.
It's very expensive.
And I
Very
think
expensive.
I enjoyed these, but I just got the Jackman back.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, what you get? What's the grade?
So,
Cool.
yeah, I got a 9-10 on the Hugh Jackman.
9-10.
and
9 on
Reynolds,
the
like-
autograph, 10 on the grade.
Yeah, both of them are 9.
The second one is the
Wow.
second one is the auto grade. The second number is the auto grade.
Yeah, so
Wow.
9 on the card, 10 on the auto, and I bought
Okay.
this one at the National
Yep.
in Cleveland this year. But I bought this on Raw on eBay, and I had it graded, and it came back at 9-10. So super
Wow.
pumped because they just them two guys.
Glad you didn't send those through my house. You wouldn't. Those would have got lost in the mail.
Wow.
Yeah, and Eric's got some cards. Actually, he's holding on to some cards for me. I'm starting a new set.
Oh,
Oh, look at you.
You want to? You should show my new.
Yeah.
He was making fun of me today.
So before
Oh,
you do it,
that was
Eric,
ridiculous.
before you
But
do it,
I
Eric, let me
have
finish
it
reading.
Taped up, ready to go.
Before you do it, Eric, let me finish reading, and then we can we'll do a couple of show. We'll do a little show and tell today. We'll have a little bit of fun with it. So Carl here. Good evening. Greetings from Atlanta, where I made a snowball this morning. Good for you, buddy. There you go. Dufex says, still waiting for my Harrier jet from Pepsi Points Redemptions. Keep waiting, bud. Keep waiting, man.
Did you guys
Live-
see that
live the dream.
documentary?
I did actually. Yes.
I did too.
The lawsuit.
Yep.
The lawsuit. It was a good one. Carlos says just completed the 72 baseball set. Congratulations. Took almost 6 2/3 years to complete. Well done. The high numbers, the 72 tops, are a beast. Congratulations. Zach says, anyone check out Sports Car Radio last night? I didn't. I know they did like their one night only live from Vegas or whatever they called it, something like to that effect. They complained about YouTube and we're just trying to drive people to a newsletter. So I didn't see it, obviously, but the second half of that, they're not the first and they're not the only ones to do that. The thing about a newsletter, but I'll give you a little feedback without even watching it or even listening to what they said. I can tell you right now, they're not the only ones to do that. Reason being, with newsletters, you have a bunch of people's email addresses, so it's easier to actually have a direct connection to it versus YouTube, which might hit the algorithm, it might not hit the algorithm. That's just across the board. Junkwax Hero, I think, does a newsletter. If you actually feel like writing, a newsletter is not a terrible idea because that is a way of people are engaging with it, they actually want to, and they're more likely to read it if they're actually manually subscribing to a newsletter. So you're more likely to actually get their attention if that's what you want. A lot of people watch YouTube passively. We've talked about this before. A lot of people watch YouTube passively. It's background noise, right? Maybe occasionally they'll engage in it. So like, that's why I say we'll have sometimes where people will watch and then maybe months down the road, they, hey, I watch every episode, and I'll never hear from them except that one time where they say, hey, I watch every episode. And I appreciate it either way. I don't, however you want to engage in it is fine by me. But it is nice when you can actually hear the feedback a little bit more in real time. It's a little easier for me to go like, okay, are we hitting the mark? Are we off the mark? Should we insult Eric more? I bet you want us to insult Eric more. I know. Brad, you know what? I think we need to insult Eric more. Because I think that's what I'm getting. I think that's what I'm getting from the people. That's
he
what
looks so, like I said, he looks so happy today.
We're going to fix this.
You're here. No, what? Why do you think I'm miserable?
I believe your best friend forever, Brad Hartland.
Yeah, right.
In a charitable, I'm promoting true charity. Honestly, it's like basically Santa Claus, Jesus, 1A, 1B, and Brad Hartland. That's like right there. They're like jockeying for position. Because I know once upon a time, as far as I'm aware, there was once a man in this role who gave the truly unfortunate a Booby or rookie card. Not less fortunate, unfortunate. Truly unfortunate.
I don't recall.
Oh, I will go to the footage, sir. I've got so much footage. Oh, I've got footage.
I don't recall.
Don't even worry about it. Open one pack so we can see it. I hope you're thinking Tim Hortons because the 3 count's gone.
I know. It shows my little addiction. I was going like, I'll open 1 pack. Now I just opened 5.
I bet you have. I
didn't get any of the tough to get ones, but I'm still working on the set. So every year I put together the set by opening packs as much as I can. And
but do you get the album?
I do. I got the albums I got a complete album for every year is complete now. Except for this year's, I'm still working on it. So I try to go as long as I can, and then now because the packs aren't even available anymore, it's over. But I'm going to say, probably over the next month or two, I'll start filling in the gaps by buying or trading what I need.
Think it's fair?
Yeah.
All right. So here we go. Ty here says, listen to BIC 110 today. I had a 4-hour drive for work. Give it a 10 out of 10. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Always remember to listen to podcast episodes, hit the like button, and send all your hate to Sanderson Door on Instagram.
Yeah.
Josh here says.
Easy to do.
Absolutely. Josh here says, I bet Brad knows how many points Eric's best friend scored in the NHL. I bet he does. But the real test is, do you know how many goals he scored? Because you know who doesn't? Eric.
731.
Oh, after I've told you 5,000 times. And you finally tattooed it onto your the inside of your eyelids.
His points are like 1777 or something.
1776 was when whatever.
1776 is where the country that Eric does not reside.
Yes, he's not from. Yeah,
he's not from. That foreign bastard going in there and harassing the Americans.
1777. Come on.
Look, if that administration has any legitimacy, I could think of one person who needs to be deported.
Yeah,
I don't
Fix
know.
the border.
Puerto Rico.
I don't know. I think it's like 1777 or something.
All right. Brad, you want to take a stab in the dark? How many points does Eric's supposed, and I'm putting this in quotation marks, best friend Marcel Dion have in the NHL? Points.
I'm a little askew.
Oh, wow.
He had 731 goals, if that helps.
Yeah.
731 goals.
So it usually doubles. So
18, let me just think. Number 2 Jager's like 1880 or something like that.
Yeah, Jager's actually in the 1900s. Jager's in the 1900s.
Is he in the 1900s?
Just, a little over 1900.
Yeah.
I know Crosby's 280 points away from. Crosby needs 280 points to pass Jager.
Yeah. So right now, I saw a graphic. I don't know if it's been updated since, but he passed Joe Sakic. I think he's at 1642.
So I'm going to say
I can tell you, Marcel has more than 1642.
Yeah, he's 7. I'm going to say 1724.
Okay.
1854.
1777.
I do like that 1777 too, Eric.
No, I don't.
Eric, despite being a fake best friend who didn't know how many goals he scored until he cheated, because I know he cheated.
You cheated?
But he was closest to the points. 1771. 1771.
Six
He
off.
didn't
I'm
even
sorry.
make America's.
Unfortunately, based on Price's Right
Sorry, I
rules,
was
you
six
overshot.
off.
Listen,
Canadian.
Marcel will remember this slight. He will never
Well,
forget.
that's what I'm afraid of. If you guys go tell him, I don't want to see grumpy Marcel.
Oh, you don't want Grumpy Marcel? No.
Carlisle, yes, you can.
We saw
And based
Grumpy
on
Marcel the last show.
right here, Carlisle says, "Can I bid one? Is this like Price is Right?" Yes, it is. Based on Price's Right rules, Carlisle wins because Eric's a bastard.
Yeah, I was
Eric
over.
was over, so everybody was.
He was over. Everybody was over except Carlisle. Carlisle bid one.
What'd you say, Carlos?
2. I win.
$1. I bet.
I win.
No.
No, I wasn't over. I said 1725.
What?
Oh, that's true. You are. So
Yeah,
you were.
he's
Yeah.
under.
So actually, you are the closest without
Brad
going over.
wins.
You are the closest without going over. Yes, that is true.
Brad's
I
gotta
need a win,
something.
boys. I need a win.
All right, you get a win.
You got
Listen,
enough wins, Brad. Don't worry.
Zach here says, I would pay for a newsletter if you took the gloves off just one time and told Eric what you think. Listen, I might think about it. What's funny, Bobby, is that I used to like writing more. I like I do like the video medium though. I do feel like I can have a little bit of fun with the editing because I've kind of enjoyed it over the years, especially when I do actually sit down the odd time. Now it's more rare. When I do do a sit down, if I'm doing the full talking head thing, that's fine. But I can incorporate clips and certain things in there that can add a little bit of fun to it or put stuff on the screen. I do like the visual medium of it. But I used to do a little bit of writing, and I used to enjoy doing that. I think if you really like writing, though, a newsletter is not a terrible idea. I think honestly, it's starting to make a little bit of a comeback because depending on the topic, some people are like, "Look, I'd rather just have you explain this out, lay it out."
Doesn't that guy do that basketball one all the time?
There is that one, and then there's Stacking Slabs does one now. One of the wrestling guys I was referencing does a Patreon, but he's got a free tier, and that free tier also includes a weekly newsletter. So he puts the newsletter on there. So it's basically a way of emailing it by just having that mechanism turned on. So there is a free tier, so you don't have to pay for that one, and you still get the weekly newsletter as part of it.
I have a question. I have an important question. What did I do to hurt Zach? How did I hurt him?
You've hurt everyone, Eric. You're being generally trash.
Does he need a hug from me?
I don't think anyone needs a hug from you.
Does he need me just to be here on live YouTube and give him a sincere apology?
Oh, you should apologize.
Every week. He comes on here every week, treats me even worse than my own mother does. And she treats me bad.
And she treats you good.
No, she treats me bad, and everyone knows.
I feel my comp is that he treats you worse than you try to treat Brad.
Brad deserves it. That he's just horrible. But I don't know what I did to him. I apologize if it's just my existence. I apologize for that.
You should.
But I mean,
the least you can do.
Somebody needs to reach out and give this guy a hug.
Wow. Philly Joe says, PSA Canada, how much volume in grading PSA magazine? They started. I don't think they haven't started grading the magazines yet. I don't think on PSA yet.
No, we haven't started magazines or comics, but we will. And the way that those magazines are going, I think there will be quite a bit of volume. That's for sure. We actually launched this month the magazines coming out. That was super cool. Tom Brady actually signed. I think he signed
Eric's Hero
12 covers.
Something like that, yeah.
Sorry,
I saw there was something like that.
Yeah, but that was a cool. I like that.
Did he actually sign his name, or do you just put a W on it?
Yeah,
I have it on good authority that he literally signed every single letter slowly with absolute precision, and then put in the inscription, "Fuck you, Eric, and your friends."
I believe that to be true.
Singer.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Brad. Let's put this on the record. You know that I still have my personal favorite counter argument to the Tom Brady GOAT conversation ever. But Brad, I got to be honest with you. And listen, I'm going to put you right here just so you can see it. and get it from me directly. I got to tell you, in the last year or so, I've softened my stance on Thomas Edward Patrick Beavis Butthead Brady. I have softened my stance because I got to be honest. When he told Eric and his friends to fuck off, my respect for him went up like 5,000%. It's still really low, but my point is it went up. It like he 100x my respect for him.
I had nothing to do with it.
When he told him to screw. When he told Tom Brady told Eric and his friends to go screw.
Yep.
And I appreciated that. That may be the first GOAT thing the man has ever done, but I appreciate it.
Yeah,
well done.
Less than 0 or minus 32.
Look, it couldn't have gotten lower. The point is my respect level went up for him at least. You want to talk about 10xing the hobby? My respect for Tom Brady went up at least 50x, Brad. 50x. Rick, vintage oddball cards. Good evening, Rick. How many points did Jumbo Joe end up with, Eric? I like that one. Okay. So, okay. Jumbo Joe, greatest living Boston Bruin of all time.
Oh, good Lord.
No exceptions. And you know what? Greatest living, dead, and non-existent Boston Bruin. Greatest video game Boston Bruin. Everything. Greatest. How many points did Jumbo Joe finish with?
7.
7.
Well, Price is Right rules. See, you can do worse. All right, Brad, you want to go for 8? Knock Eric off. How many points did he finish with? I'll tell you what. If it helps you guys. Guys, I will only let one person do it. Brad, I can give you goals or assists. I will give you one of those two, and you can guess the full total.
Go for assists.
Well, I was going to say 1,100 combined.
Do you want to use your lifeline? I'm giving you either goals or assists if you want it. I would use it if I were you.
I'll use my lifeline and I'll go assists.
He has 1,109 assists.
That'll help you.
That'll help you a lot. So if he scored any goals, you can kind of figure out from there.
Not quite.
Yeah, he scored 1,109 assists in his career.
And a lot of goals.
300 goals?
If he's lucky. That's why he's
Eric may be surprised.
Eric, what do you think? How many goals, Eric?
I don't think he came. I would say he probably in
25% of his assists.
Somewhere like that because of longevity. But the reason I think he's a bum is because he's built like the way he was built, Jumbo Joe, and all he wanted to do is play like Gretzky and didn't want to get hit, didn't want to get in there, and all he wanted to do is have assists. And it's like, no, can you please go get dirty and score some goals? Look how you're built. No, I just want to be flashy and have lots of assists. Fuck you. Get out of Boston.
Can I call a number?
Go ahead, Bobby.
1448.
Okay, 1448. All right, Brad, I gave you the assists. So what do you got?
Well, I said 11. Yeah, I'll go 14. 1,103. Yeah,
okay.
1409.
Okay. So Bobby did get the closest. He had 430 goals. So the total was 1539. 1539.
Jeez, I didn't think he had that many.
I didn't think he had that many either.
Yeah, 430 goals and 1,272 penalty minutes because when he left Boston, he decided to actually get more physical because in Boston they're pansies.
Did he win an Art Ross?
Art Ross and a Hart Trophy. Art Ross and a Hart Trophy.
And a Hart. Yeah, that's impressive.
That is impressive.
Yeah, he had 100 points 3 different times. He led the league in assists 3 different times.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, and I think his highest for goals was 37 goals in 2000, 2001.
You know what I seen tonight was that Brent Burns' Iron Man streak. Have you guys noticed? I had no idea that he had one going. I guess I just wasn't paying attention to it. But he's like 5th now. He's got like 900 straight games he's played. Brent Burns without missing a game.
That's impressive.
And he's like 150 games away. I want to see if I can find it, but 150 from beating Phil Kessel. Because who was that? Okay. Yeah, who was the guy that headed forever? What was
Unger?
It was Unger. Yeah, Unger.
Doug Jarvis.
Doug Jarvis. No, it was Doug Jarvis.
Oh, was it really? Did he beat Unger?
Yes.
I was going to say, didn't Unger have it at one point?
He did.
Before?
Then
I was there in the game.
It went to Keith Yandel.
Keith Yandel, that's who it was. Sorry. Yeah.
And then Phil broke his record not too long after Yandel said it. And
see, we're from different eras.
That's what it is right now. But yeah.
I remember
Jarvis had it for a long time.
Unger had 1,100 and something. I remember that game, and they made a special announcement award or something. I can't remember.
So I found it. It's Phil Kessel, number 1 with 1,064. I hate saying this, but I'm very impressed, Eric.
Thank
Number
you.
2, Keith Yandel at 989.
Yep.
3, Dougie Jarvis at 964. 4, Gary Unger at 914.
914.
Arlo went up to 910, and Brent Burns is 885. So he's 15.
So before the end of the season, he
Wow.
can move up. He could, before the end of the season, if he plays all the way through, he could pass one of them and then get into the top 4, I think,
Yeah.
based on what you just said.
Yeah, absolutely. And they said another little clip on Burns too. He's first PP on Carolina. He's averaging 23 minutes, lead them in shots blocked, or second in shots blocked too. Like, and he plays a big game and lots of minutes to play. What is it? 885 straight games. I had no idea. Just
That's
pretty
impressive.
good.
I like him even more.
And it's funny because correct me if I'm wrong on Unger, but I don't think any of those guys in the top are in the Hall of Fame or even are considered to be Hall of Fame worthy.
Is not Unger not in the Hall of Fame? No.
No, I don't
So-
think so.
No.
So
He got jumped
these
around
guys-
too much with Red Wings after and the Leafs for like a
these
minute.
guys did something so impressive, and
He was with St. Louis when I remember that happening. Yeah. And
I mean,
that makes Leaf Gardens.
dedication to the game, and that they're not Hall of Famers.
I watched that game where Unger was awarded. I think I forget whose record he beat, but I remember seeing that game. That was back in 70 something. I can't remember, but I do remember that game. That's why I know Unger. So we have little blips of the past, that comes to life, but I couldn't remember. Kessel, I'm impressed with Kessel. I love Kessel. I wish the Leafs would have never got rid of him, but I'm glad he got a Stanley Cup somewhere else. So
Has
he has some
officially
success.
retired?
Uh-huh.
I don't think Kessel has officially retired. I don't think he's put his paperwork in. He hasn't played in 2
his
seasons.
dad won't let him retire.
I think at this point, the NHL has retired for him. But I'm glad he was able to have himself. He had a great career. Either way, he had a great career. He had Stanley Cups. He had plenty of success. So he could have done worse. He could have done much worse. As it is, it would have been nice if a team had given him a shot to keep. He wanted to keep playing, so it would have been nice if a team had given him a shot to play a little bit. But because there's so many guys that came in and clearly they had nothing left, and they still let him try. For a lot of these players, give them a shot. If they're no good, then cut them. If they're no good, then just cut them.
The Bruins can sign him right
it's
now.
not like it's any harm. It's not like there's any harm in it. What's the word? Oh, the guy sucks. Fine, then cut him.
Yeah,
But
I think
you
Bruins
can let him try a little bit.
sign him right now and put him at center and let him go.
CC here says, so I'm going to get caught up here. Great comments, by the way, tonight, folks. CC says, what's more impressive, Ovechkin becoming all-time goal scorer or Gretzky having more assists than Ovechkin's combined total in assists? See, I'd be impressed,
Gretzky.
but I got to be honest. Gretzky did play in the 1980s. And in the 1980s, I had at least 900 assists, and I didn't even play. So I'd have been impressed. It doesn't even count.
You can't compare.
And listen,
eras.
you know how I know the 80s were illegitimate? I had 900 assists and I didn't even play. Brett Hartland had only 3 official goals that we talked about, but he also had 900 assists in the 1980s. It was
One in his
wild.
first game.
It's a crazy time.
Hold up. Let's make sure we're clear here. Still, the number 1 scoring Heartland in the Quebec region.
Brad, I'm the one who made the graphic.
I
these
know.
things.
I know. I love
the
it. when
graphic.
I sent that
I don't
over.
think that's going to last much longer, so you keep enjoying it.
And then he's got to enjoy it while he can. The point is, look, again, this is how I know that the 80s are not legitimate. I had 900 assists in the 1980s. Brad had 900 assists in the 1980s. The Burrell had 901 assists in the 1980s. And Eric had 1 assist in the 1980s. That's how I know the 80s are fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the 80s?
I got a concussion on that play. So
All of this are in the 80s, Bobby. I had 900 assists. Brad had 900 assists. You had 901 assists. Eric had 1 assist. Everybody and their brother got in on the 80s. Everybody ate at the table. Everybody.
I think I had
It's wild.
50 goals in the 80s. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just talking assists right now. I'm just talking assists. I don't even want to get into
I'm
goals.
talking house league.
If we get into goals, man. If we get into goals, whoo! Oh. If they had counted my stats properly from the 1980s, I would be the NHL's all-time leading scorer because I scored 57,000 goals in the 1980s because defense was illegal. In fact, every goal was counted as 7.
This would be a different podcast today.
Yeah, that's how Gretzky got to all those goals. Each goal he scored in the 80s, this is facts. Each one of them counted as 2, 3, sometimes 4 goals. They just made it up every night. It was like, he scored a hat trick. No, he scored 1 goal. We just counted as 3.
Yeah.
Wild.
Well, I
It's
think
crazy.
that was going on in the 80s. And, honestly, you can't compare the eras.
They're completely different. They don't count.
It is. Yeah.
Again, jokes aside, you just go look at Gretzky's production. The bulk, the majority. If I take the 1980s out, he still has an impressive career, but you're not that blown away. Oh, but he got older, and yeah, he did. But in the 90s, other people were scoring.
Yeah, he did things that other people never did. So I give Gretzky a lot of credit. I'm not a big Gretzky fan, but I'm just saying I give him a lot of credit. I was watching him play, and he was just like phenomenal. He was the greatest anticipator I ever seen play.
He was,
but he was with a great team on top.
That's the other thing. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, look, cool, do it in the 80s in St. Louis.
No, it doesn't work.
No, it's not happening. He did it in the 1980s Edmonton Oilers. So it's like, oh, but he assisted, and all these guys got to take advantage of it. Yeah, but he also got to take advantage of it.
Yep.
He's an assist guy. So guess what? What do you think happens if he makes the perfect pass and the other guy has a hands of stone and misses the net by 5 feet? He's not getting an assist.
Well, unless it goes out of a shin pad like Ty Domi or something.
Sure. He hits it into the stands. It isn't going in the net.
No.
So somebody's got to bury those things. And Mark Messier was pretty good at burying the odd goal here and there. Yari Curry was pretty good at doing that. Glenn Anderson has 500 goals. Like, it's not like they had nobody with talent on that team.
And Glenn Anderson was a horrible player, honestly. When he was with the Leafs, he was he'd trip over the blue line. He was so bad. I hate Glenn Anderson. Sorry.
Paul here says, Eric showing his honorary Canadian status, apologizing for his existence. He should apologize for more than that.
Yeah.
I just wanted Carlos to share his feelings. That wasn't even a shot. Oh, I think it was a shot, Zach. We all know it was a shot.
Oh, it was shots fired.
Mike here says, speaking of Tom Brady, Eric, what's happening with your buddies and the autographs and the scribble that Tom Brady did? I think Tom Brady's going to sue them for all the mean things they said.
Oh.
Jerks.
As far as I know, they're still talking to lawyers and trying to figure out what's the best way to handle it.
Here we go. Saw a 1224 Brady sell for $600 for 1212. Pulled an SP Bundry Tundra cover.
What?
I'm not sure what that means. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, PSA magazine.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay,
Okay, gotcha.
okay.
Thank you, Philly Joe. Got it. Okay, gotcha.
Because there's a number version too. So
Gotcha. Josh here says Texas tied the game with 4 seconds. Now Ohio's up by a TD again. That was about 10 minutes ago. Thank you for that, Josh. Sticking with 1, which is valid in terms of the Price is Right rules. Brent Burns is the man. There you go. Dom here. Good evening, Dom. I was born in 99. I've only skated 3 times in my life, so I only had 300 assists in the 80s. Yeah, it was wild.
Yeah.
It's a wild time.
That's the way it goes.
It's a crazy time.
Actually, I just added something, Brad, to the PSA report. The 1936 Olympic Swedish team. I picked up a bunch of cards from them. I seen them like 15, 20 years ago, and I looked at them. I went, eh. And then I picked these ones up, I think about 5 of them. And then I talked to Tim, and I said, it's through a company that was, they were like a wine gum or something like that. They got a Sisu. And actually in 95, they did another issue of some other stuff. They've been in business since 28 to even today. So I actually added those to the PSA list, which is kind of nice.
awesome. Good work.
Yep. Oh, I'm looking more into the European issues, like the real key ones, not the ones we multi-sport. We don't know who, whatever. But these ones were documented, which was really kind of nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
And Tim was easy,
Yeah, I don't know him all that well, but
I give him the info, and he go, yeah, let's put the team in. Oh,
yeah,
that's good. So it'd be good. I'll get some cards coming to you soon. Obviously, I got to submit them some way.
Indeed. As long as, look, I'm good with it as long as when the time comes, and Brad, this is on you. You got to make sure this gets done. As soon as, if Bobby's going to submit anything related to those cards he was talking about, it's like he's doing the Swedish cards. It's got to be listed properly. Sweden, from Sweden, the Swedish cards. Swedish.
It's actually a Finnish card.
It's a Finnish?
Finnish company, which is Sisu, which they did caramel kind of, like I said, sort of wine gums sort of thing. And they inserted them in the packages. Finland didn't get into the Olympics until 1952. So in 1936, because Sweden and Finland are right beside each other, they also, provided the Sisu candies. So they actually issued for Sweden on top of that. So it was kind of an interesting point that is a food issue from 1936. Even though European, it's very few that are out there, and these are kind of neat. And the players, maybe not known, but definitely known for playing in the Olympics in 1936, a very key year, Hitler and whatever. So lots going on that year. What's his name?
That was a Jesse Owens one. That was a
Jesse Owens is running it. Yeah. There's lots of different things going on at 36. So it was very significant in a weird sense. Yes.
There you go. JW here says I had like 1,000 goals in the 94 NHL hockey video game. I think that
He
counted for the
did.
80s too.
Yeah.
That counted for the 80s too. Everything counted in the 80s. Like, Brad, it was a wild time. Like, I don't know what we were doing that decade, but it was wild. Like we were losing
Well,
our minds.
we had the 60s in Bobby Orr too, right?
Yeah, listen.
Same thing.
What he was doing in the 60s in the minors was wild. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that finally Chicago was able to tame that guy and get him to his NHL career in the mid 1970s in Chicago, when that Bobby Orr finally became a Hall of Famer, a real hockey player.
Yeah.
Rob here says, do any of Bobby's books stretch into the 70s? I think they all do.
What's that?
Do any of Bobby's books stretch into the 70s? I think they all have the decade of the 70s.
It's 1910 to 1990.
Yeah, you're covered in the 70s and all.
Yeah,
books.
all the way through. Yeah. The 70s, of course.
Tom says getting awfully close to Dutch there, guys. I know. We're getting dangerously close to the Netherlands, the Dutch. Brad, my war with the Dutch continues. It does not end. It does not end. Brooke Lyland and I are going to have words. We're going to have words. I thought we showed some peace and positivity. I know I'm trying to be a man of peace here, but they're trying to encourage. Yannick, if you're good, you give me a thumbs up.
Well, I'm going to. I'll say hi to Yannick, but hi Yannick.
I'm on the power play now.
I love it. I'm as you might be able to tell, my eyes. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go. It's been a long week without having my counterparts Sherry at home and Steve there in Orlando at the Upper Deck Conference. So it's been a long.
You had a good time in Western Canada eating all that food.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have not been
all
sure.
the things they do for us, right, Brad?
I know.
What else do you do out there when it's cold? Eat.
I know.
So, Brad, what we'll do is we'll let you get some rest. Take it easy. Thank you for joining us, of course, as always. Yeah. And I'll be in touch with you. We'll have a chat, because now it looks like you're getting into the busy season. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some conversations. I think we're gonna talk. And again, I think we can crush Eric's Beckett lemonade stand. I think we need to crush them under our boots like a bug. I got ideas.
Perfect. And I forgot, I should mention one thing too. I am collecting a new set now. So if anyone comes across them, Eric's got it wrapped up. He got I'm doing the red PMGs from Looney Tunes.
Really?
The red PMGs.
Red PMGs,
Okay.
and I will be.
I couldn't believe it. I opened
Eric's
up.
new favorite.
How many are in the set? Just out of curiosity, how many are in the set?
So there's 2 sets of 50, so there's 100 in the set, and I got one shipped because Eric's address, I kind of forgot about it, and I didn't. He's gracious enough to do this, and I forget, and things just show up sometimes. So Porky the Pig showed up, and is this yours? Yes.
We got a warehouse somewhere in Denver's.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, when you said that Eric's like looking at it, going, "What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say, Harlan? I don't need that many chocolate sticks like you do."
Yeah, I think they're awesome. I love Looney Tunes. That was probably my favorite cartoon as a kid, and they've done a really good job on them. And I think they just look super cool. So
there you go.
Awesome. All right, fellas, thanks so much, Yannick. I hope all is well. I hope you had a good holidays.
I did. Thank you for asking. I hope the same for you, buddy.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Take it easy. Have a good night, Brad.
Screw you, Eric.
Same to you.
Bye.
Hashtag Man of Peace. Thank you to Brad for joining us. Yannick, how are you?
Pretty good, you guys.
Your box is getting full.
I know. I'm excited.
Either get your ass down here and get it out of my house, or I'm throwing it out on the front lawn.
No worries. You will not do any of those things, because I got my 3 ladies in that house keeping this safe. So.
And they do like you a lot more than they like me. So that is
exactly.
A low bar, but truth. Hello, name. All right. So here, Mike says, got a question. I don't have a Canadian map handy, but can you guys tell me where you're located? Listen, Bobby Barella is located in the Garage of Knowledge, but I can speak more generally. and say that I am in the Greater Toronto Area. Bobby's in the Greater Toronto Area. Yannick, I think you're still allowed in Quebec. And you're
I'm
you're
still in
located-
Quebec, which is basically the United States northeast part. So I'm about 90 minutes or so north of the U.S. border with Maine, Vermont, New York State.
There you go. And Eric is in a rolling truck in Manila.
Yes.
Always is.
Yep. Josh says, wait until it appears on EPAC to get the PMGs. Oh, that would probably be helpful. Harvard Yard. Listen, I think he's in a rolling truck in Manila. I think that background's fooling you. He's in his car, hanging out with his cards. That's what's going on over there.
Eating pizza.
Pizzas.
Yep.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Cheese pizza.
Yeah.
I love
But anyway,
cheese
Yannick,
pizza.
how are things? How are things in your neck of the woods? How are things going?
Pretty good. I had some lot of things happening this week on the not necessarily collecting part, but procrastinating in your life, and now like you're finally moving on a few things and finding how the ball's rolling. So I'm in a good groove, and I got a cool new set that I acquired this week, like going in the vintage.
Oh, nice.
This is basically the 1951, 1952 Bedard Donaldson set, but known as the Laval Dairy. So basically, that's the senior hockey league from East Coast, mostly Quebec, Ontario. And here, the one I'm missing right away, it's Jean Beliveau. So that's pre-Montreal Canadiens. So he's with the Quebec Aces. You have a feller here named Herbie Carnegie.
Oh,
which
nice.
is, one of the first black player, I guess, in that heck
Yes.
of the wood.
Yep.
So there's guys like Toe Blake in there, Elmer Lack, Punch Him Lack. It's a very kind of local subset. Was distributed with your milk, creamery, dairy products. So.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
109 cards. I got 100. I'm missing 9. Of course, the top guys, but
Oh, yeah.
It gives you something to
would've-
chase. It's not too bad.
that would have been the display.
Nice.
Basically, like how the gum, but balloon that way instead of anyway. It's not very francophone, but it's funny.
Nice.
There we go.
Sorry, we got a
Kinda
question here
cool.
for you.
That's and another cool pickup, but that one is at Eric's, so maybe we'll see it later.
We got a couple of comments here. So first question.
Throw
this
them
one's
away.
So Quebec is like Massachusetts, but with French and the ability to pronounce R's. Truth.
Ours.
Dom here says, that's cool. Yannick, was that an authentic wrapper on the front or just something you printed?
It's a print for the time being. I will look for the wrapper in the box. They come around. Like they're very hard. I've seen it maybe once or twice, but so they're very hard.
Yeah, they're hard. Kathy here says, have no worry, Yannick. We'll take care of your stuff. Eric, stop being a bully. Thank you, Kathy. And good evening.
Stop being a bull, Eric.
Fine.
Name says, I'm just listening in because I'll be driving home the next 2 hours. So Eric can say whatever he wants to me about until I get where I'm going. There you go. Love it, Nate.
Oh, and I'm going to stop when you get to where you're going? Somehow you're going to be able to stop me? Somehow when you get to where you're going, I'm going to go, ooh, I got to be nice now? No, I don't. I can talk trash about you for 2 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, anything I want because I don't like you.
It sounds to me like he's committing to a 10-hour live stream.
No,
Is that what I think that's what happened, Eric? I think that's what you just did. I bet we could run this live stream all the way on to the podcast that Amanda's doing tonight.
No. Is that tonight?
I'm not. Yes, it is.
No.
I'm not the one who's. Did I do that? Am I the one who said, "Oh, I could make fun of you for hours and hours and hours"? I didn't do that. I'm a man of peace.
I'm saying him getting to where his destination is
sounds like a challenge.
I'll do whatever I want. He doesn't control me.
There is no aspect in your life where you do whatever you want. You do what everyone else tells you to do.
Yeah, but not him.
Mike says, Yannick, what about that 50 card set where you completed some 20 or so cards? You picked up a few cards for that set. So this is the more vintage. Any progress on the more vintage?
1910 C57.
I believe that is the one he's referring to.
No, I haven't. They're pretty hard to come across. One was actually ending on eBay tonight from the PSA vault.
Ooh.
And I did not bet on that one because it's one grade above what I'm capable of affording to keep it somehow that I don't have to sell another kidney to gather the set. So no, the question is if I did gather any new, no, I probably won't until the expo. Unless they come across, which is not that often. Facebook, some Facebook group that I belong. One of the guys actually saw it's basically all pre-war vintage on that group. So sometimes, but no, not unfortunately. So that's why kind of I have that one like you do, Carlos. Sometimes like on the back burner, other little sets that you can work on, and because then you get all antsy and you can't buy anything. Your watch list's not giving you any hits or.
Well, comparatively speaking, you have to look at the C55, 56 as, pretty common out there for the most part. C57s are like 10 to 1. So very tough set to put together. And at the right grade, at the right price is the other part too. So you have less selection at 1 to 10, right? 10 to 1.
I can only afford up to 2 PSA 2. That's about it. Like anything above 3 and like it
well, 3 is high grade in the grand scheme of things, right?
Yeah.
For that set. So, yeah.
So.
I don't think that makes sense. Like we talk about it about a bunch of times. Like whether people like it or not, the budget has to play into it. Like, as a collector, it should be something that isn't creating a burden for you. As long as it's not creating a burden for you and it's just something that's enjoyable, you can have some fun with it. I think that's okay. Lately, I've been trying to add some stuff to the watch list here and there, but I'm kind of waiting. There's some stuff where honestly, I'm watching some stuff that the prices keep dropping, and I'm just waiting. Like right now, I'm in waiting mode. I'm just like, no, keep going. You're not there yet. You're getting closer, but you're not there yet. So, but I have the luxury of being able to wait because the seller would like to have the money, and as they're getting more desperate to get it, it's like, when you get closer to my number, I'll make an offer.
Actually, I'm seeing a lot of that too. Is things start out at $700, then they go to $500, then they go to $400, and then they give if you're watching it, they send you those offers, right? And so no, you're not quite there yet, and it's still out there. It's been a month and a half, 2 months, 3 months, and then it's like, yeah, eventually you'll come down.
Yeah, right now I have one that I think I believe when I started watching it, I think it was $1,200 to start, and I think they've got it down to about $550 now.
Is that a new card though?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
It's a new one.
Even in vintage. Yeah.
So I'm waiting. Right now we're in like, wait. I think I offered 400 at one point. They didn't want to take that. Okay, that's fine. Yep, we'll wait. And but the closer you get to that number, then maybe next time I'll offer you 350. It doesn't go up; it actually goes down. So it's like,
well, that has happened with me because I offered somebody at a certain point. I think it was $200 US. So then it's like 300 Canadian. So any which way. He slowly lowered it, and I think I offered 125. Now he's at 110, and it's been 70 months. And I'm just sitting there going, nah, I'll wait.
And well, the longer something sits, the more the leverage shifts over to the person offering, because I'm offering to pay actual cash money. Like,
yeah.
So I'll honor any offer I make. I will honor it. If the offer is agreed to, I will honor any offer I make. But then the longer it goes, then the more I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna keep offering lower. I wasn't lowball offering, but it will become a lowball the longer you wait. So it doesn't go higher, it goes lower. So this was the one that came in. I put this on the Instagram. This one we talked about on the podcast. It actually came in today. So I will have a little mail day video this week. 3 cards came in. One from Slab Sharks. That was a good one. And then one that was not expensive at all. This one is not crazy expensive, but it's a nice card. I like it. So this one kind of played into the conversation we were having on the podcast. So I think you remember this one, Eric.
2 colors.
Yep, that was great.
Yeah. So this is for Exquisite. This is from the Black Diamond set. And this is the Exquisite subset. They call it Exquisite Materials. It is numbered to 5, this one. And this one is actually, I use this. What's that?
The real game used.
That's what I'm going to get at. So in the podcast episode, we were talking about game used versus player worn, et cetera, right? And I use this card as an example. Let me read you what it says on the back of this card.
All right.
So it's got a patch piece on the front. So he says here, congratulations, you have received a trading card with Mike Manano game used hockey memorabilia that has been certified by the Upper Deck companies having been used in an official NHL game.
Good.
Player name, official NHL game, game used.
Done.
Crystal clear.
Check, check, check. Now, at the end of the day, we'll never know with 100% certainty because I'm not there. But they are putting it in, in writing. They are stating as opposed to a manufactured patch, as opposed to a manufactured stick, as opposed to not any specific event or player or whatever. So this is, you named the player, you said official NHL game, and you said game use. The 3 magic words.
That's enough.
Yeah. So we can live with that. So I'm good. I'm glad. As long as you have the information, I can live with a lot of this stuff as long as you're clear. As long as you tell me clearly what this is supposed to be, whatever.
Yep.
Because some people like the manufactured patches, and guess what? If I'm paying like $5 for it,
Why?
and I don't care, then fine,
Then you
whatever.
don't care, yeah.
But I'm not paying any crazy premium for it. That's the point. And if it's clearly, it says right on it, manufactured patch, then whatever. You like the aesthetic of it, and you want to pay $5 or $10 for it, knock yourself out. I'm not going to judge you. But if you're treating it like, oh, this is some kind of a premium thing, it's like, no, it's not. Manufactured patch, anybody can make one of those.
Yep. You can make it. At home.
Since we're showing, I put this on Instagram. I'm very, very excited about this one.
Yeah, this is cool.
Because this is patches, two pieces of a patch from Derek Sanderson's St. Louis Blues uniform.
There's no St. Louis Blues that's yellow.
How many games
Along
do you
the
play
edge,
for the
maybe.
Blues, Eric?
Well, on the shoulders there, Bobby. On the very same card, if you look at the shoulders, there's yellow there.
It's a thin line, but there's. Are you sure that matches up with the white and the black?
So, yeah, I'm not concerned about it, but you can see.
I see the color. Yeah, I
You
just
can
wanted to see
totally see the one touch being upside down. That's where you're
Yeah,
talking.
I
It's
know
not
that.
upside down because
Throw me
this
off.
looks nice, and this doesn't. That looks
That's
stupid.
better. I like that.
And now you
Oh,
can
it's
just
much
put
better.
this on the card, and you can hold it like this and go, "Hey, look!"
I
at
can't
my card."
I can't possibly see the card. My eyes dart directly to your finger at the bottom of the card. It's wild.
So
But didn't
Um,
they have blue and not black? Wasn't it yellow, blue, and white?
it is yellow, blue, and white. It's not black.
There's no black in there? Oh,
No
sorry.
black.
It's hard to see. Okay.
Yeah.
Not for the St. Louis Blues. They're okay.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, and this is game used hockey
the
memorabilia,
Yep.
and it's been used in an official NHL game.
And that's the important part. As long as the
Well, they
verbiage,
say.
yeah, well, like I said, with that stuff we take it with a grain of salt. But the reason the discussion came up is that because some people became like a little mini trend that people were ripping open the cards to look at the inside, because a lot of the Panini stuff will say not from any specific player or any specific game or any specific event.
That's
Well, in
bad.
that case, you're not really certifying anything. You're just literally saying there's a piece of cloth here, a piece
Why
of fabric.
even do that? Like, why even do that? Like, honestly, it just doesn't.
Here's a
even,
rag.
The card doesn't
Yeah,
even get value at that point, right?
The problem is that for some people it does. They'll still pay for it. They'll still buy it. It's
Yeah.
like,
But if it's not even part of the, that makes no sense. Anyways,
I agree.
yeah, it's just silly.
Here's Stan Mikita that came in this week. That's game used Stan Mikita jersey.
5-color. It's 50
Yeah.
shades of gray. So, anyways, so just kidding.
And then Ray, game used.
Ray.
I'll get him to sign that. Probably right where there says right where the D is for defense, and that gray. I'll probably have him sign it in blue.
There's a little limit that he lets you sign.
No, sign whatever I ask him to sign.
Ooh.
That's
Yeah.
how you roll, right?
Oh.
No, he
brains. So if you look, you can probably scan the little piece of yellow there, and you can probably find little particles of brains from when he ate.
I'll look.
Maybe.
Oh,
So just saying,
Yeah.
Zombie Ray Bar. Paul here says he had to get the Blues because he knows the greatness didn't come from the Bruins. Facts. Josh here says, so if a vintage player is on a modern card, Eric can collect it. I'm so confused by his collecting rules. I don't think the man is lawless. He has no rules.
yeah.
He does not live his life by a code.
No.
Paul here says, game
He'll
used, but
sell
not
to
from
the
any
highest
specific.
bidder.
Yeah, Paul here says game used, but not from any specific game is fine. That's another verbiage they use. So I will say this. So just as a general comment, there are so many bizarre variants on this verbiage that I'm not a fan of. There's some of it like you don't have to write me a book. Just be like, is it game used? Is it not game used? If you want to say it's player worn, like in a photo shoot, just say it's player worn in a photo shoot.
They should
Just
say
state
regular
what it is.
season game, veterans game, alumni game, Hall
Well,
of
that
Fame.
would look, yeah. And truthfully, that would be excellent. That would be nice because then you'd be like really specific. That would be great. But
That's asking too much.
yeah, the thing is game, and that's why I was asking. I posed the question on the podcast. I said, and this is playing off of a conversation that I had with Carbon years ago at this point. And I said in that conversation, we were talking about the whole game used, player worn, and all that. Well, the reality though, and this is I'll reiterate it here. If I say game used, and I say in an official NHL game, preseason is an official NHL game.
Yeah.
So by definition, that would be game used. And so if the player put the uniform on, skated on the ice, and skated around during a preseason game, that is an official NHL game.
Everything
It's
works
run by the
so far.
NHL, and they wore the uniform, so technically that would count.
Yep.
And I posed the question to the guys, and I just said, are you okay with that? And Brendan said he's okay with that because then at least they did put it on and they got on the ice or whatever, and they actually played in it again. But you could do the same thing though. If you want to just say game used though, you could say, when Gretzky was doing that like charity thing, when it was like the Wayne Gretzky 99s or whatever that thing was. Do you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about?
And the strike.
So yeah, so they had that, or if it's a charity game, Marcel could right now suit up and skate for a charity game somewhere, put on a jersey which says Marcel Dion and blah, blah, blah. You can get patches and stuff off of that. You could 100% get that card and legitimately say it is a Marcel Dion game used jersey.
What game is it?
From the year 2025 of our Lord. And you'd be 100% accurate.
Mm-hmm.
You would not be technically wrong.
As long as it doesn't say an NHL, official NHL game.
Regular
that's what I'm getting at, Eric. In
Yeah.
the scenario I just said, I could say game used, worn by Marcel Dion.
Yeah.
Period. And
It's
stop
how
the
you
sentence.
use the wording, and that's what
Correct.
Carlos is questioning is like, how manipulative are they with the wording that goes on? And
when are
it's
they?
whatever they're trying to get away with, because otherwise it's just official game used in a game.
They've come up with so many. My secondary
Creative.
point is they've come up with so many versions of it that you literally have. That's why I read it to you verbatim. I read it to you verbatim exactly as it's written on the back, and they hit the 3 check marks. They put the player's name. They said game used in an official NHL game. Again, could still be a preseason game. I don't know, and you could technically still be speaking the truth. You could still be 100% accurate and still have that loophole in there. But again, that is more explicit than a lot of the ones that are currently out there today. So at least they said those things, as opposed to a bunch of the other ones currently, which is like, yeah, it's a piece of cloth from somewhere,
Some
guy, a thing, no names,
might have been,
who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I appreciated that they actually used the older black jersey. I like that one from the late 90s.
Yeah.
They had that one. I actually was a big fan of that one. I would love if they went back to that one as like an alternate jersey. That'd be great. I love those ones. Paul C says, Eric, why isn't the Makita one touch upside down? Why?
So it's sideways.
Yeah. So is that sideways?
He's got a whole bunch of codes he just makes up on the fly. Domir says Eric's gonna have him sign his frozen Mayo packets. Maybe.
No, not gonna.
Warned for an official game isn't ironclad either. That could mean they suited up and didn't enter the game. Yeah, that's if you say warn, that is 100% open ended.
Warned.
There's a lot of legalese you can use. A lot of verbiage. As the hockey oracle would say, the nomenclature.
The nomenclature.
What would happen if they just kicked it around the dressing room for a while? Is that worn?
See, that I would consider game. I would actually, if you wanted to be truthful, you could say game issued, and that would be accurate. You could say it's a uniform that was issued for the game.
It gets worn down from being kicked around, so maybe it is.
Worn down.
I'm just saying.
What we go. So I'm saying if I wanted to do that, I would say player worn, and then the tiniest text in the world down, just like right beside, like in tiny brackets, down. You grab your little microscope and go like, wait a minute, that says the word down. Well, that's what that space is. What the hell?
Hey, Yannick, did you find anything else that you wanted to show?
Well, I did the Bedard Donaldson set. Already did that.
Nah. Any postcards? Anything weird? Wonderful.
While you're thinking about that, I'll read this comment.
Sure.
Zach says, that's why I collect the early 2000s. I feel like they were using actual game use stuff. For the most part, they were.
Yeah.
That was the thing. In that time, it was still commonly available enough. Like Pacific ran through a lot of game use material. They did back then. And they bought it. Like they bought the game use material. Maygray provided a lot of jerseys because they were one of the official outlets for the NHL. You could buy game use jerseys you still can today. Like they still sell it. But obviously it's become more expensive as the years have gone by. Because they went through a lot of the material back. I showed in the past, previous podcast episodes, there was a stretch of time there where if I had money to burn, I could have bought a couple of Mike Modano game used jerseys. They even had one from the 2000 Stanley Cup. They had game used jerseys from the 2000 Stanley Cup with the patches and everything included in it. That would have been a cool item, but it was $5,000 US at that time.
Yeah.
So it wasn't cheap by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, to be honest with you, I do know that Brian Price, he actually owned a lot of game used, and he had a lot in his stock, and a lot of the stuff out there came from Brian because he bought a lot back in the 80s and 90s, and he had a lot of game used, and he used a lot on ITG and the other stuff too. And he had the pads from from Vesna, so. He had a lot of good stuff, and I know he sold a lot to other companies. So there's some good stuff out there for sure.
Oh, yes. So that's where it gets kind of interesting. It's one of those things where, yeah, if you just have money and nothing better to do with it, it's one of those things that it'd be neat to have, but I just can't get behind it because the price points have gotten so far out of whack at this point.
And the teams themselves have realized that they can make even more money because for the Bruins, for instance, they're now keeping all the broken sticks and game use sticks and discarded skates and jerseys, selling them.
Legal things going on with all of that,
and they're selling them at the pro shop.
Yeah, but there's because of the licensing now with the players and being involved in what have you, there is a certain issue that they can only do limited things towards the game use. I don't think the player gets anything directly. I think it goes to the team. It depends who owns the licensing for the jersey itself, and I think that's what it comes down to. So the players get nothing, but the team gets everything on that. And other promotions, the player gets everything and the team gets nothing. But they still get the money back from Fanatics and what have you, the 20 points or whatever they're getting for being in the league. So that's their kickback. So there's a complicated thing going on right with all of that, and I just listened to a little bit about it, and it's kind of interesting how much they really have to pay out to the players and the Players Association on top of that.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why it's become yeah, that's why all of those things are part of why. Even for the folks that fantasize about the idea of having more licensees, competitors, and everything, the costs have just gotten so far out of whack for a lot of this stuff. It's licensing.
Yeah, but it'll come down. It'll come down over time as things drop off. Then they're going to look for other outlets. And if they're looking to feed their future, then again, I'll reiterate the the thing is that hey, you better start doing something for the next 10 years ahead. Otherwise, you're just if you didn't go to an LCS, then I guess you're not going to be exposed. Otherwise, really, are you? What kid knows in another 10 years from now that he doesn't have any cereal, never open a card pack? Why is he going to in 10 years or 15, whatever? If there's nothing there to base him on that. The percentage is what, 1%, 5%, maybe even if you're lucky. Why would they get in it later on? Unless they have that. So you need that historical thing that you can look back and recapture your youth. If it's not there, then why would you want to? And what are you going to recapture your youth with? Apps, video games, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
I think that's that's Brandon and I and Eric on some of the podcast episodes have had this conversation. Brandon is very much on this train. My opinion, we've talked about this before. My opinion is they've already lost a generation. As a speak, they've already lost a generation. Yeah. So the reality is, when those people become parents, they're not going to introduce their kids to it because they weren't involved in it at all anyway. So you've already lost a generation, at least probably two, if we're being truthful.
Yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm.
So you're already built in, you're already locked that in. And truthfully, like I said, I go back to what I said. I'm very
locked in. Yes.
Yeah. I'm very honest about this, and the reality is, I do it because I still derive an enjoyment from the projects and things. I don't have a lot of the stuff I don't collect isn't for the sentimentality. Like even the Medano cards, the Medano collection, it isn't. I'm not buying brand. This product is a 24-25 product. I'm not buying this for nostalgia. I'm buying it because honestly, I thought the card looked pretty cool. I still like collecting it. To me, the challenge of acquiring the like I looked at this and I go, this is a nice piece. This would actually fit very nicely with some of the other ones I have. If it didn't look cool, I'd be like, well, screw it, I don't care.
You know, I understand, but your base is established back in the 90s, and you watch the player. So going forward, you follow that.
Yes, but if you want to go strictly on the nostalgia play, though, you could stop at his
your
play
nostalgia started
like you'd have a very clean cutoff if you want to go, because those were cards that were issued while the guy was still playing.
I understand,
and that's a very clean cutoff. Like you could honestly stop right there, and you'd be
finished, and you wouldn't want to collect anymore.
Well, I don't think I'd be finished. There's still like 3,800 cards.
Basically finished at that point.
Yeah.
But going forward, you don't mind some of the new products because they're creative, they're innovative.
Yeah. If they provide me something that is interesting, then I'm good with it. Yeah.
Well,
I challenge Upper Deck to come up with something that I think looks cool, and then I will patronize it.
Yes, exactly.
This is 24-25. The Sanderson.
It's the brand new artifacts.
Yeah.
Brand new artifacts.
I mean,
I think you're cool.
I never thought I would see a card with him, in St.
They
Louis.
need to make money from you too.
Say what?
They need to make money from you too.
I know.
So there you go.
Yeah, that's why they got the legends, the SP signature, and otherwise that they'll put into the rotation.
So it's referring back to the vintage. Understand what I'm trying to get at here?
Yeah.
It's about recapturing. Hey, he was with St. Louis. Hey, that's kind of cool. So was Gretzky. So was, and they all play back on that. So we're playing back into our sense of history, of what we remember or what we grew up around. Mine is a little bit older than your guys, but even still, So I look at things a little bit differently. I look at the new Gretzky cards and go, I don't care. Or even the newer players. It doesn't affect me. But, you guys are closer to that 90s, 2000, 2005, 10. And it strikes everybody a little differently. So. Just saying, that's our dividing line. I want nothing new and nothing. I don't care. I open a box just for the entertainment value of gambling, I guess. If I do, I've opened up the guard box. That was a mistake.
I've seen worse. So Dom here says,
I don't know. I still got them sitting here, and they're not doing.
No, I trust me. I've seen worse. So Dom here says, I don't know who buys that team store game use stuff. The price is absurdly high. Yes, I laugh because so here's what's funny. It's kind of plays off this a little bit. Obviously, I've talked about in the past how the baseball was my favorite sport growing up. I played baseball, and I actually watched like tons of games. I went to hundreds and hundreds of games at the Dome. That was the.
You're still stimulated by vintage baseball.
Less so than less.
No. You are. You have a collection.
I do have a collection, but to ask me what's the last time I bought a card for it?
Well, because they're not affordable. So
no, they're not. No, they're completely affordable. I paid way more for that Medano card than I could buy 50 vintage cards for that price.
Oh, okay.
And they would still be on my checklist. I literally go months without buying one.
But you still collect it.
Sure. And when I finish those sets, then I'll sit for a while and I'll look at it and go like, yeah, like I've only got 2 or 3 projects on the go. Like I used to collect a whole bunch of them. It's like, these bore me. We're done. I sold them off. And I'm like, I'll collect a couple of specific projects.
You still got the 60s hockey?
The 60-61 Parkers, yeah.
Yeah.
Sitting in binder.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. I'll get to looking at it another 2 or 3 years. Dom says, I don't know who buys the game used store. So the point that I was making was with all the Jays games that I went to. I'll think that I enjoyed the 90s teams. I enjoyed the early 2000s teams. The early 2000s teams were not very good. But I was at the Dome there, and it was me and 100 of my best friends hanging out watching the game because it was empty. It was empty. No, you were not paying for that beer. Absolutely not. You drank before you showed up.
That's expensive back then.
It was expensive. Right? Yeah, no, you drink before you go there. Heck, no. Oh, but the tickets were dirt cheap. The tickets were dirt cheap.
He knows.
Yeah, the tickets were dirt cheap though. I will say the tickets were dirt cheap.
$3, $19.99. I've said this before. I got to see Cal Ripken play at Sky Dome for $3 Canadian.
Yeah,
and that's like $1.50 US now.
I guess.
Yeah.
So I mean, I got to see Cal Ripken play for $3. It was just crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap. It's always
Hey
been
guys, I'm gonna
CFL.
sign off for a sec. I got some technical issues. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, no worries. So anyway, so with all the games that I went to, I like going and checking it out. But the last couple of years, they kept increasing the price of the tickets, which in itself isn't a big deal because they're always
It
going
still never went to much.
Yeah.
We can talk about the Leaf tickets, but
Yeah, no, I get it.
Jays,
But
how much is a J ticket now? Like $30?
depends on the
Just
section.
for a level 2, even.
Yeah, I will.
Got to
find
be
out.
about $30. And that is, and how much is for Leaf tickets? Level 2 is like 175, something like that. 175 comparatively speaking to Blue Jays is $30. It can't be more than $30. There's no way.
Let's take a look.
Okay,
See where we're
please.
at. Let's see where we're at today. Let's go to the old bleacher seats here. Let's see what these are these days.
No, level 2, not 5.
No, the bleacher seats are actually level 100. Those are the ones that used to be $20, $15, $20.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So
because
those are
of
a
the
little
bleachers.
more expensive. I get that, but still not that bad. They
Let's
50
see
now?
here.
60? Maybe.
I think somewhere in that range. Let me take a look.
Yeah, I would think so too. But if you're looking at the second tier, like honestly, they're still probably at $25-$30. Can't be any more than that.
Okay, so looking at Ticketmaster, the cheapest seat they got is $39.
So $40.
And level
Eh?
500. Level 500.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
$40 just to go. Oh, okay. Still cheaper than the Leafs, so but yeah.
Oh, well, like the thing is, the Leafs are not a
$40
good,
and
not a
it's
good.
$40 for a beer, isn't it? Something like
Yeah.
that.
Getting
Oh,
there. The point is that the Leafs are not a good comp because the Jays can fit 50,000 in there if they want to, so they can spread out the cost over a bunch of tickets.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, but
Yeah. So the level 200, the level 100 kind of bleacher seats are now $105. Those used to be $15 legit.
yeah, I know. Yeah.
15.
Honestly, you can go to a game and buy popcorn and buy everything and still be out there at $30, something like that. Now it's like $150, $200.
Yeah, and
For
they
a
use
Jays
dynamic
game,
seat,
a
and they use
common
dynamic
Jays
seating.
game. Yeah, with
Yeah,
nobody.
and they use dynamic seating because certain games they will charge extra.
Oh,
So,
really? They do that too?
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah.
They switched over to it. They got away from the general cost. Now, like if it's the Yankees game, bump up the price.
Yeah.
Red Sox game, bump up the price. If it's a better team, if the Dodgers are coming to town, bump up the price. Shohei
What's
Ohtani's in town, bump up the price.
What's a beer? $10, $12 now? Something like that.
It's almost 20.
Oh, god damn.
So that's what I mean. Like realistically, if you have a ticket that isn't garbage, a beer, one singular,
Mhm.
and a hot dog, you're already in like pushing $200.
Wow. Wow. So you could go to a Leaf game, but you can't eat or drink there. So yeah.
That's what. But I'm saying we're talking about one of the most expensive hockey tickets, and don't worry, one hot dog, one beer, and one ticket, and I can get you there. I can get you most of the way there.
Oh yeah.
Rogers did a reno of the place. The inside of the inside of the building looks a lot nicer. They really did make it look a lot nicer. But don't worry, they're extracting it out of every single ticket. They're pulling it right out of there, and they're taking every penny.
I remember when the hot dogs were 50 cents. The problem is that they ran them under hot water. They never were boiled or anything. It was just like, hey, this isn't even like warm. It was horrible. That was 1972. Just saying. And then we had to pee in the trough. That was another thing.
Oh, I remember those days.
The Maple Leaf Gardens trough.
No, well, I just remember that here at like Fenway.
Did you have a trough too?
Oh, at Fenway, yeah, they're probably still there.
Listen. Eric has a trough at home. Like he hasn't upgraded the facilities there either.
At old Foxborough Stadium, they had them. The Garden. I mean, all the old arenas had them. It was gross.
Yeah, I know Detroit had the same. Ours went to a hog farm in northern Ontario.
Mm-hmm.
That's what.
So Yannick, whenever you want, if you do have it, just make sure to signal me. There you go. All right. So anyway, I'll read this comment and then I'll finish the point here that I was making. Zach says they're saying not from any game or event or season. His message has to be protected from some sort of lawsuit. Yeah, being vague is intentional. It's to avoid any legal issue. And by the way, it could still be a game use piece, but by making it vague, they're not liable if it's not. So they're covered both ways. It's one of those things that they can kind of do. So anyway, the point that I was making, just to finish it off here, was that with all the games that I've gone to in the past, I haven't been to a game since maybe 2018. And so that's pre-pandemic. It wasn't the pandemic reason that was there. It's just it became a thing where they were able to do a good enough job marketing it. To their credit, they did a good enough job marketing it where they were able to actually fill a decent amount of the stadium with the casuals. And I got to be honest, I can't stand the casuals at the Jays game. They piss me off. So at a certain point, it's like, you know what? I can't stand it. You people are idiots, and I don't even want.
Why does
So
every
at this
time you
point,
go to baseball, it's the same? Same with me. I go to my local thing.
Yannick, I'm at the point where I'm going to be like fucking bougie Eric. I'm like, you know what? I'm paying for the fucking expensive seats behind home plate because then
Yeah.
I'm protected from the majority of you idiots. Like I just want a barrier. I want a barrier from this mass populace. These are self-indulgent wieners with too much bloody money, but you know what? They're going to leave me alone. And they're not going to talk. They're going to talk their own inane shit over there and go hang out in the lounge. And they're probably not even watching the game, and they don't have to deal with them.
No.
I'm paying the premium to not have to deal with the peasants. I'm done, Eric. I'm done.
Yeah.
Robert
I haven't
says,
been to a professional sporting event in a long time. I refuse to pay the money.
I think we're
Robert says
together,
last week.
weren't we?
What was that?
I said, Eric, I think we were together last time we went to a professional game.
Yeah, that's true. The last time I went to a professional sporting event was with you in Toronto.
And you
That
didn't
was
even pay for it.
No, I didn't.
Robert says last week at the Leafs game, one tall can and one mixed drink was $42 Canadian. There you go. Bob Boozle says, I wish they made gold chains with engravings that say not made from any particular metal. Love it. I love where you want that. I like it. But yeah, so bottom line is, so carrying over from that to the cards is that if I'm not invested, Eric, as someone who went to hundreds of games, had season tickets, like that box was from season tickets. I've talked about that in the past. I literally was a season ticket holder. Can't be bothered to go out to a game, even though I work in Toronto. I literally could be. They've got games now that are like at 3:00.
Mhm.
I could be like, hey guys, if I come in a little earlier, you mind if I take off, 3:00? They could be like, okay, yeah, just make sure you take care of what you need to take care of. Like, we can work it out. I've got a little bit of flexibility. I could 100% do that and still get my job done. Everybody's cool. All right. Because they got 3:00 starts, which means, Eric, that the game finishes at a reasonable hour, which means I can go grab a quick bite to eat and then head home. And I've got a direct train home. The station is right beside my house. So it's actually very convenient to get from point A to point B. Cool.
How about even better than that? When you can go to professional level that you can actually afford the concession without, again, selling a kidney. I think more and more teams are getting that. I'm not necessarily saying that like hyper, obviously, like major leagues, although I'm pretty sure I just saw, I can't remember which MLB team, but they just basically announced that everything is going to be $5. So
yeah, there's some teams that have started they're basically trying to
getting it. Like,
yeah, they're trying to, that's kind of the value
$14
add.
for water's bad, you're saying?
Maybe.
yes, very much so.
Oh, I thought that was good. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Like, for some reason, I don't understand that instead of like me, I'm a cheap bastard. If I go to any of those, Eric, you were with me. I didn't even spend a penny. I don't even think I spent on water because I just refused to pay $11 for
Well,
bottled
it's
water.
lucky C57,
No, we
so
didn't.
what do you want, right?
I bought stuff. I bought the hat and I bought some hockey cards, right? And that was the only thing we bought when we went inside.
Yeah, if the concessions were a little cheaper, I think they would make more volume opposed to, less volume. I know people just buy because they're there at the game. They don't care. They'll throw the money. But if you did make it at a reasonable price, not just, a couple dollars cheaper, quite a bit cheaper, I think they would do great. I think the Nordiques was, they set a precedence way back in the, what was the 70s, where they had these grilled hot dogs that everybody claimed that was the best that they could ever get. And I think they were $5 at that time, and everybody wanted them. Everybody loved them, and the lineup was unbelievable. You wouldn't get out to see the second period because you'd be in that line trying to get one of those hot dogs, and they were so well done. If they would bring that back again, rather than having this mass-produced bullshit. Like, honestly, you get the popcorn, it's like dead. The hot dogs are like whatever.
I can make them. I know how to make them.
Hot dogs? Wow.
Like
Um,
the Jose hot dogs.
Can't name
I don't know.
recipe.
Like the one that they claimed they were the best. I know
They
how
were
to
the
make.
best, yeah.
The problem is, Bobby, is that you could try that. The problem is there's still guys from 1987 that are still in line at Le Colisée to get the hot
Pretty
dog.
much,
The
yes.
problem is the team left, and they're going to be in for a rude awakening when they get to the front of that line.
Sure enough.
It's going to be really awkward when they get there. It's like, guys, the team moved a long
And
time
that's
ago.
why
But it does say something for
Nordiques,
quality,
the
right?
Quebec Nordiques never moved. They died in Quebec City, and then the Colorado Avalanche, whatever the fuck that is.
There you go. Yeah. So this one's here. So Dom's just trying to have a little bit of fun with it. You know, what's funny is I wouldn't pay to go to Fenway Park either right now at this point.
Why
Like
would
it's just the yeah. But what's funny is that the locals are like were like freaking out about Vladdy Jr. and they were worried like, oh man, but you know if the front office doesn't sign. Now let me make this clear. Caveat: I don't care how much team pays players. If you can make $1 billion, make $1 billion, dude. In your shoes, I'd do it too. I would 100% take that deal. Yes,
It's a business.
100 times out of 100. 100 times out of 100. So I'm never going to knock him for taking money. I would. In my professional life, Eric, do you think I ever take
Especially
a pay?
you would. Yes.
Yeah, do you think I would ever intentionally take a? Oh, let me please let me accept less than what the market will bear.
Oh, I don't think.
Let me think. No, I will not be doing that. No, because you have no problem making as much money as you can and asking me to work for it. So I will do my job and I will work for it. But then no, I'm gonna take the best deal on the table wherever it happens to be and whatever it happens to be. That's how business gets done, which I'm fine with. But I was looking at it and I was kind of laughing because Vladdy Jr. had a very good season last year. Like statistically, an excellent season. But I'm not going across the street to watch him play. He's a good player. But at the end of the day, it doesn't. I don't care that much. And more importantly, if he left, the team isn't that much worse. And if he stays, they're not that much better. So do I care if they pay him or don't pay him?
No.
So they did re-sign him for one more year. And then next year he'd be a free agent. So we'll see. We'll see if they can do an extension. They avoided arbitration. They avoided arbitration this year by doing the resign.
Possible to pay you the cheapest possible.
Well, that's why they're by re-signing him, they avoided arbitration. So they did avoid that, which hey, that's good. And he will make $28.5 million. So he's doing okay. That's not bad. I would say that's a decent amount. And then he has the option to explore free agency next year if he wants to, which is his right. And the Jays have the opportunity, if they want, to try to sign him to a longer term deal to make whatever the market offer is based on that. It's more than likely if he does get paid the market offer, it'll be a pretty decent amount. I don't know how much it'll be. But
Guys,
I'm sitting there like,
up or is just on my side? Sorry.
What's that?
You frozen
No,
up a couple
okay.
times.
Yeah. Okay.
When I watched him, he froze a couple times.
Oh, okay.
But what I'll say is this: is that he's not the kind of player that I think moves the needle for me, but maybe for some others it does. So I don't know. As long as that's the case and they're selling maybe enough jerseys and stuff, then you could probably justify making him a pretty solid offer. This ownership group though is trying to be a little bit cheap, but it's Rogers. They're always going to be cheap.
Yeah,
they're trying to save a couple money when they can. So it's one of those deals. I don't even know.
It's
right
one of
now,
those, I'm not putting competitive team again by the look of it, but
no,
they lost my vote. The Jays, like what, a couple seasons ago now. That was the last time I was like, okay, like they're finally getting a team together and like just letting Teoscar Hernandez that way go for it. But at the same time, you never know how the guys are going to pan out the other way around. So.
Sure.
Well, that's the thing though, is that a lot of times people look at the thing and go like, oh, spend this. Like, guys, it's not just spending the money; it's how you spend it. Mm-hmm. Because that's the big thing. You can spend the money and not necessarily have anything to show for it.
Still, they haven't improved any of their moves lately. I would say in the last season and a half or so, it always just getting worse. Because
I would say the last 5 years. I don't think I haven't seen anything.
Well, they got close, 5 years ago, but now they're just kind of I don't know what they're doing. Maintaining. I don't know.
They never got far, I'd say. They only got to that wild card game, like, 2 seasons ago?
Maybe.
And that was probably the best they ever put together before 2015. And now I can't see it happening for
Yannick, before 2015, they hadn't made the playoffs since 1993.
Yeah, I know that. That's why.
Yeah, 2015 and
that was the year.
2015 and 16, they got to the ALCS.
Yeah.
both
That was
those
the
years.
year.
Yeah, both those years, and they made the playoffs a couple times since. But the two 15 and 16 were the 2 years where they were in the ALCS, and they actually, they win that series, they go to the World Series.
They were
So those were the
contenders.
2 years where they actually had a legit. And I would say the 2015 team was the one
Even
best
better.
built
Yeah.
to actually have a chance. I think
Yep.
they go to the World Series. I give them a decent shot. in
I
that
would give them
series.
50-50 on that. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, so that was the competitive one that things coalesced. They got career years from a bunch of guys. A lot of the moves that they tried to do worked. But that was Alex Anthopoulos. That was kind of his swan song, and basically they were looking at him and saying, like, if you don't figure something out, you're fired. So Alex Anthopoulos had all the motivation in the world to be like, all right, fine, we're gonna try it. I'm gonna go for trades. I'm gonna go for everything. We're gonna try all the stuff. Anything
He's
I got. Yeah, he threw everything but the kitchen sink at it, and it worked.
Wasn't that the bat flip error?
Yeah.
Do
it
you
was.
know
Yeah.
Alex Antropopoulos? Do you know where that guy started? With the Montreal Expos at selling concessions and sweeping the floor. He started from bottom all the way up. And
Damn
he
straight.
actually he learned from Dan Duquette, basically, that ran the Expos for a while too. And I think went to the Boston Red Sox. And now basically the Atlanta Braves, the way they're set up, that's Alex Antropopoulos. Yeah, unfortunately, the Blue Jays would be different, maybe.
Maybe. Hey, Yannick, did you show your postcards?
Not yet. I got them now.
All
All
right.
right. Let me finish reading a couple of the, or finish
Go
reading
ahead.
these comments,
Wait
and
for
then
Eric
we'll
to
go
come
for it. All right. So Bob Bizzle says, "What's your hot dog recipe?" Asking for my fat wife. You ready for a hot dog recipe, Yannick? You got something for us?
True. I am, and it's very simple. It's just you need some specific ingredients. But long story short, the sausage, the weenie, has to be boiled. And
Well,
the
they were
bun,
grilled
we
back
have
then.
buns here. They're not necessarily.
He said the
like
sauce.
all-
The sauce.
the sausage, the hot dog wiener has to be boiled. Okay, not steamed, not grill, boiled. And then the buns, we have special buns here. They're not necessarily all with the crust buns. They have both
The bread?
sides that are like
The
bread.
bread size, one.
Yeah, and then you butter them on the outside lightly, and then you grill them, but you don't touch them. You just let it on the grill, and like you turn when they're like all golden and nice and crusty on both sides, and then that boiled sausage go in the bun, and then you got the crustiness, the butter taste, and then when you crunch, you get that nice warm, soft.
Well, my understanding was the Nordiques had grilled hot dogs, and you could get onions grilled on
Grilled onions as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
You had both.
So you could grill the hot dogs. They weren't boiled. Maybe they were boiled and then put on the grill, but they
The
were
sausage
always
was
grilled.
boiled or steamed or grilled, and then the buns were grilled.
Okay. Yeah, the buns were always grilled. Yes.
Yeah, but the best ones are the one with the boiled sausage. But anyway,
Yeah.
because grilled, whatever. I know you got your own taste, Bobby, but take it from the guys who used to go there and live there.
No, I heard from the guy who used to go there, and he said they were the best.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So Dom here says, I'm really hoping that Alonso goes back to the Mets so the Red Sox have a chance to sign Vladdy next season, so him and Devers can be the modern day Manny Ortiz we've all been missing. I secretly hope he does sign with the Red Sox and then gets fat. Like I said, with Vladdy, the thing is, part of the reason I'm not as enthusiastic about him is that it's not that he doesn't have talent. I think he's got talent. But I got to be honest, I don't trust him. I kind of secretly, I look at him and I go, you strike me as the kind of guy that the second you sign that long-term deal, you will show up to spring training the next year at 350 pounds. And you will hit like 245 and hit 20 home runs, and then they will throw shit at you.
Have three hot dogs at every bat up for me.
Pablo Sandoval, the big panda, came to Boston and got unbelievably fat.
Like 50 pounds over, like
So fat, and he sucked after playing in San Francisco and being a moderate,
And being winning World Series,
right? Being a moderate star, came to Boston, got paid very well, and ate himself out of town.
Wow. Not a bad way to go.
What's his name? The basketball player.
Zion.
Pete Maravich.
Zion Williamson.
Yeah,
So
what a
Carl
waste.
here says, my Pringles container says there are 5 servings within. I'm thinking 2, maybe 1, maybe. So he says, gosh, it's starting to sound like the IRP with all his food talk. No, if it was for 4 straight hours of it, would be.
Hey, listen, we did the food talk first before IRP. Don't you ever get mixed up on that.
And we do it because we're jerks. They do it because they're hungry.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really hungry during the
I'm
conversation.
kind of hungry myself
they could
at this point.
They could design upper deck sets.
They could.
Maybe the IRP should go in and consult with Billy's next project.
Well, they have them on enough.
I see synergies. No, that's Gong Show, not the
Sorry,
IRP.
my mistake. I was giving them credit.
Yeah. Gonna eat a hot dog tomorrow? Go for it. Carla here says, when at the Varsity in Atlanta, I recommend the chili cheese dog. Unlike the standard chili dog, they toast the bun to melt the cheese. Also, the frosted orange settles the stomach. Interesting.
Frosted orange?
That's what it says. I'm scanning get the frosted orange. Interesting.
Interesting.
Zach says, Zion's sitting out tonight because he missed the team plane. Team plane.
Unbelievable.
Team plane. Eric, I'm just imagining the team plane going, and he's like, "No, I just wanted to get an ice cream cone. Don't leave."
They put an ice cream vending machine in the hall, and that's where it all went wrong.
That's what Brad needs in
Got the food
PSA.
court at the airport and missed the call.
Sounds tragic, man. That's rough.
Vending
I don't know.
ice cream machines are dangerous.
Okay, Yannick, where's the cards? Show them.
All right, get them ready, Yannick. Get them ready. All right, hold on. Before I do, one more quick thing. Real quick, I want you to guess, just because I had pulled it up. I was curious, so I wanted to pull it up. So I have I believe this is the 2014. So for all the talk and everything, Canadian dollar, American dollar, and all that, do you want to guess where the Jays ranked in total payroll last season?
Jeez.
5th.
Probably up there.
Top 5.
They're up there. They're up there.
Yeah.
No, not quite top 5. Not quite top 5. I'll say it's lower than top 5, but it's pretty decent.
I would
But in the
say
top 10.
14.
Okay.
No.
I'm
Number
going
7.
10 or 12 for sure.
Okay. They were 9th in the league. 9th.
Wow.
And I think it comes out to $218 million. That's US dollars. So they're paying their players in US dollars. $218 million. So the point is,
That's
the
like
teams
the
ahead
league.
of them.
Yeah.
The teams ahead of them. Texas Rangers, Chicago Cubs, Atlanta Braves, the Dodgers, the Philadelphia Phillies, the Houston Astros, the New York Yankees, and the New York Mets.
Really? Wow.
So it's like,
I would have guessed a
so-
few of those teams.
yeah. And you want to know who's behind them? San Francisco, the Red Sox, St. Louis, Arizona,
Really?
the
Wow.
Angels, San Diego, Seattle, Colorado, Chicago White Sox, Minnesota, Kansas City, Milwaukee, Baltimore, Cleveland, Washington, Cincinnati, Detroit, Miami, Tampa Bay, Pittsburgh, and Oakland. You can't use an excuse that they won't spend money. They have money to spend if they want to.
Obviously.
That's
Yeah.
why Sox fans are so mad because, there's an expectation here, and the Red Sox just won't spend. Now they used to spend over the cap. They used to pay the penalty, whatever it's called. I forget what it's called.
Luxury tax.
The luxury
Luxury
tax.
tax, yeah.
And they would put a competitive product on the field for many, many years in a row.
Well, they won 3 World Series, so they did fine
And
for a while there.
they
would say.
are just they're just pathetic. They're horrible. And they let me see. You said the Blue Jays were 9th, and you said like the Giants and then the Red Sox, so that makes them 11th. That's
I think somehow.
Yeah.
that's ridiculous. The Red Sox are supposed to be 1 or 2 battling the Yankees, and paying that luxury tax. And the fans here, because I'm not a fan, we all know that, but the fans here bitch and complain that their Red Sox are just a shell of their former self. They're embarrassing.
Dumpster fire.
Not Bruins embarrassing.
Bobby,
but
do you want to know?
embarrassing.
Do you want to know why no one should feel bad for them?
Why?
Do you want quickly? Who wants to guess what year was the last year the Red Sox won the World Series?
Oh, we don't want to go there.
The last year.
But let's.
Yeah, I'm saying what was it?
2008.
2018.
Yeah.
So you know what? Eric, Bobby. I'd like to propose a new rule. If you've won 3 World Series, if you won 4 World Series this century,
Yes.
2 of them in the 2010s,
Mhm.
and the last one was less than 10 years ago. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You can't complain, Eric.
I don't care. I don't care if you're last place for the next 10
I
straight
don't care
years.
if they
You
have
have
won
nothing.
another game. The Red Sox can.
Yeah, well,
SDFU.
Eric, if they don't win another game, we'll call them Boston Bruins. It'll be fine.
Basically,
Exactly.
at that point, yeah.
Yeah,
If
but
you
my point
want
is,
to
my point is, there is no cause for complaining. I don't care. They can be last place for the next decade. You have nothing to complain about. Sit down and shut up.
But Red Sox fans are not happy with the direction the team is going. I hear about it all the time. I just go, I don't care. I hate baseball. It's stupid.
You mean the shop? That's what the guys are talking about?
The guys who work at the shop, people who come into the shop, they talk sports all day long.
Well, tell Phil to shut up.
Wait,
He's a
so
Yankees fan.
Hmm?
Phil's a diehard Yankees fan. He doesn't care about the Red Sox.
Yankees fan?
No shit.
is that even allowed?
Oh my god! Is that allowed?
Does he have like a Pope mobile to keep from getting shot?
Maybe.
No one
license
burned the
plate.
shop down yet?
I was gonna say, including Eric.
Phil's license plate is NY7.
Oh no! Way.
Whoa. So Red Sox had a better record than Jays and Giants last year. I'm not sure where the Giants came into it, but sure.
Probably.
Here's the thing, Dom. I gotta be honest with you. No one here cares.
Not this
Like,
one.
no, like realistically, it's when you're the Jay. What's funny is part of the reason the Jays are kind of amusing to me, and this is somebody who's followed the team for a lifetime. The Jays are in this funny situation, and this has been for a long time coming. The Jays are a team that rarely bottoms out. You have to go back to kind of the early days of the franchise. They basically will hover around mediocrity.
Mediocrity, yeah.
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 So in other words, they will never be like, they'll be like last in the division, but last in the division last year was like, they still won 74 games.
Yeah.
That's not great, but guess what? It's not losing 100 games.
No.
They've done that. They've done that in the
Not
early
the
days
White
of the franchise.
Sox. It can always be the White Sox.
There have been stretches in the early days of the franchise where they did that, but it's been a long time since that's been an issue. The problem is my joke for many years was it was the Yankees, the Red Sox, and the Jays would wind up in third, and you could pretty much lock them in for between 75 and 85 wins. If you just guessed between 75 and 85 wins, you would be correct 95% of the time. You had that window, like right within that range, and you could do it year after year, and it would be correct.
On the bright side, if you live in South Chicago, this season can only be better.
Yeah. So here's a good one for us here, kind of playing into that. So Eric, here it is.
All right.
Going from the end of the strike, because 1996 was the first complete season after the strike year.
Okay.
So here is the Jays win totals, and I'm just going to go basically until let's say I'm going to go until 2010, just for the sake of argument. I'll stop there. So 1996 on. 74 wins, 76, 88, 84, 83, 80, 78, 86. In 2004, they won 67 games. Then they rebounded to 80, 87, 83, 86, 75, 85, 81 in 2011.
So the average is 80.
Right there, right about 500, give or take, about 500. Year after year after year, you could pretty much lock them in somewhere in the range of about 500.
Yeah.
And for most of those years, they wound up in third. So, like, they're not bottom feeders, but they weren't competing for the top of the division. They were almost never bottom feeder. So if you're trying to get like a great draft pick, you're not bad enough for that, and you're not good enough to win the division. You're in purgatory. That's it. So they had some good players along the way, and that's basically what happens. And so today, basically, they go like, "Well, we got Vladdy Jr. He's a good player, but if he goes, cool. If he stays, cool. But it's not going to change anything."
The amount of money, he's the star of the team. You know, he's the big shot. People like that. You know, you in a market, you know, that isn't expecting all that much, and you're the big dog in town. If he went to the Yankees, he wouldn't be, right? So if he stays in Toronto, where there aren't a ton of expectations, and he gets paid an absurd amount of money, and he gets to be the star of the team and the big dog, I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah, so I think it's one of those things where I'm kind of neutral on it. So like my bottom line was kind of how that played into the whole card thing is that's the reason why I haven't gone too crazy in terms of I had a nice little collection of Vladdy Jr. cards, but he kind of frustrates me at this point where like he's a good player, but he's not really outside of that one season. He doesn't do anything that like blows my mind. So it's kind of like he's all right. So that's kind of where I sit on it, Yannick, as you enjoy your wine. I think with Vladdy Jr., where I'm sitting on it,
it's ice wine.
there you go, even better. But the bottom line is, I look at him and I'll watch him play here and there, and I'm like, he's all right. He's not bad. And if they want to pay him for him, that's cool. But like, it's not gonna change my life one way or the other. I'm like, that team doesn't suddenly get better by retaining the guy they already have. It's
Right.
not. It doesn't move the needle. But they're not going to get that much worse if they get rid of him either. So it's not like, do what you got to do. It's like they'll be right around where they were.
I'm a huge baseball guy. I enjoy watching the game. I even enjoy the game more if I can be there live sometimes. But lately, the last couple seasons, MLB lost me a bit. Like, just so many changes, things going on.
You know what's funny,
whining
Yannick?
about a whole
But here's the
bunch of
thing:
crap.
for everything I said, I guarantee you that if the right circumstances came down, I go watch a Bison's game.
Same.
I like watching the
do.
Bisons. The stadium is nice. So Eric, in Buffalo, the Bisons, the Buffalo team, the AAA.
Triple A.
Yep.
Nice little stadium. I think they call it Coca-Cola Field or something. They might have renamed it, but it was like a Coca-Cola Field or something. Nice little minor league stadium, right, conveniently located just across the border. Some good spots to eat and stuff around it. You can go there. By the way, they got a craft brewery section there inside the stadium. Nice little craft brewery thing. A couple of little spots to eat inside. The pricing isn't ridiculous, relatively speaking. Tickets are not ridiculous, relatively speaking. All the seats are in pretty good locations. You can sit down and watch a game.
There's no bad seats.
Yeah, and just go and enjoy your game. Go grab a bite to eat, have a beer for a reasonable price, and then go home.
Same. Our local team here, it's Independent League. I think it's won the last one. Frontier League, it's called. I think they're going up to 16 teams. Our local team's been champs back to back now. And you'll still go there for you bring you and the wife, you having a meal there and a couple of drinks, and your evening costs you $50 top.
Yeah. That's good.
You know?
So I feel like, to be honest, I would much rather do that.
Yeah.
And I can still enjoy the game. I can still,
Yeah.
and by the way, they're professional players, and some of them are going to go to the majors, and some of them are rehab assignment for the majors. So you're getting to see like professional players.
Our stadium is almost 90 years old, and it's old school. They haven't really like changed or did any major changes, just updating it to today's standard a little bit. But that's the beauty of it. You're right in the heart of the city. You can walk there, and yeah, I'll take that any other day than big professional sports that I have to line up and call basically and just be like. Yeah, it is what it is. Professional sport, I'd rather just watch it at home on my couch.
That's where I think a lot of people wind up sitting on it, and I think that's kind of interesting. And the stadium, so now they call it Solon Field, and the stadium's capacity is 16,600. So it's not like this wildly crazy gigantic stadium. You can go and enjoy it, hang out, watch the game. You're good to go. But yeah, as Paul says, Sportsnet tells us Vladdy is the greatest Blue Jay ever. You know what's funny though, Yannick? You know what's sad? Because a lot of the best players in Blue Jays history were either rentals or trades. Like outside of Roy Halladay or maybe Dave Stieb.
Oh, come on. This guy right here.
Joe Carter.
Joe Carter, though, played only a handful of time. Talking about the greatest Blue Jay. I need you to play at least 10 years for the franchise to count.
Joe Carter didn't hit that home run, we wouldn't even be mentioning him right now. No disrespect.
No, he was a great slugger for his
I'm not
era.
saying he's not a great player, but let's say he wouldn't have like the significance that Joe Carter has because of that, touch 'em all Joe home run. It's probably the greatest Blue Jays home run with Batista, I guess, in 15 for the
But the problem is Batista. So here's the thing for Batista, I'm looking at the same issue. Joe Carter played in Toronto for 7 seasons. 7.
Yeah.
So
Batista did the same, I would say.
Jose Bautista has to be somewhere similar to that.
He was there in the tough years too, and he didn't even start as a great player.
You know what? Jose Bautista played for 10 years. I would actually consider Jose Bautista to be a stronger candidate for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because if you play 10 seasons, like I actually feel like, okay. Because look, here's the thing. If I'm talking about the greatest player, Ricky Henderson played for the Blue Jays for a rental.
Henderson played for everybody.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you're talking about like pure, like raw talent of a player, Ricky Henderson was on the team. Roberto Alomar was on that team for a little while.
Yeah.
Paul
Roberto.
Molitor.
Bullard won a
Great.
batting title for it. That's what I was saying. Like I would look at. I think the best players in Blue Jay history are like Halladay or Dave Stieb, who were like great pitchers, who had decent runs. I feel like those guys would make sense as the greatest Blue Jay. If you want to talk about greatest hitter, Jose Bautista might win just by default, just because he played long enough and actually accumulated some decent stats in that time period. Now, if you want to go early era, you can go like a Jesse Barfield or one of those guys, basically. But you'd be stretching it.
There's a channel on YouTube. I can't remember the name. The guy breaks it down almost on 3 or 4 episodes long. That how underrated Dave Stieb is, and like I think he can pretty much prove that he got 2 Cy Young take him away from him.
Yeah, that
Like,
was
I'm like-
that was the one that does the documentary. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the one that does the documentaries with all the graphs.
Yeah,
So I think that was that
that
was
was
the one.
pretty. That was pretty decent. He's showing how great of a player Dave Stieb was, basically.
Basically, he was a victim in the 80s. They looked at win totals and that more than anything else. And he was pitching for a lot of bad Jays teams, but still was producing excellent pitching performances.
Yeah, he left the game pretty much on top, and then they just screwed again on him. So
Zach, I don't know, man. It's like the people don't know that we charge Eric for every like. Step up the
Zach,
game.
I'm trying to help.
CC says Dave Stieb is the greatest J of all time. I think that's a fair call. No contest. He was homegrown, one of the best pitchers in the league for a decade. Yeah, I agree with that. Bautista, greatest Blue Jays punched by Odor. I like that.
yeah,
I like that. Canseco had his career highest season home runs with Toronto. That is true. That was I think he hit 47 the one year.
no shit.
Jacked on those roids.
So did he like the road still, or he just like the sky no more?
He always hit well in the dome. He was one of the guys that could get to the fifth deck. He was he had done that a couple of times.
Doesn't everybody hit well indoors?
It depends on the configuration of the stadium. There's some stadiums are more situated for it. With the dome is actually how well you hit in it depends on the conditions, because sometimes you actually do better if the dome is retracted, because sometimes you'll get a little bit of help from the conditions.
Yeah,
you'll get a little bit of that, because sometimes when it's closed, sometimes the ball will die in the air a little bit. So really, if you want to be a good power hitter in the dome, being a good line drive hitter is really helpful to you, because it means the ball has the right trajectory. Like, you can get there. You'll get to that wall pretty quick if you actually give it some juice. But if you try to hit like these towering shots like Canseco would hit, then you really have to mash them, because if you do, then once it clears that fence, it'll go and it'll be majestic. But if you want to be efficient, Jose Bautista hit a lot of line drive home runs. He was very effective at that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he was able to have that success hitting home runs for a while. The all-time home run leader is Delgado. Yes.
yeah.
All-time hits leader is Fernandez. Yes. And Fernandez was a great player, but he's one of those guys who was never at the very top of the game, but he was always a great player. And Delgado was a great power hitter. Dave Stieb was so underrated. Truth. So I don't think you don't like me. It hurts my feelings. Well, at least you have multiple feelings. Eric only has one.
Starting to think. Wow.
Why has my order not come to Vancouver yet?
I have made it very clear. I hate everyone equally.
Yeah, we know that.
I don't know about that. Hold on. He's saying equally.
Oh. All right.
I think Maury says that's a lie. I feel that there were much stronger feelings related to your personal best friend, Thomas Edward Patrick Beavis Butthead Brady.
Ooh.
There were some harsh words said.
I do not like Tom Baby.
So I don't feel like that's equal.
Tom Baby.
I meant here on the Because I'm Carlos show. I hate everyone equally.
Okay. Fair enough.
Well, we'll see if you change your tune after it turns out that Tom is a big watcher of the show.
Then I'll have to change my tune, because and remember, it isn't just about the autograph situation with some people I know. It's him stealing my money. That still burns my ass.
Wow.
So much money. Yeah. So this guy's complaining to me He's going, hey, I haven't received my item yet. I said, I mailed it a week ago. You're in Burnaby, BC. Saying we just came off a postal strike. Why haven't I? Where's my refund? And I said, there's no refund. I said, it'll get there. Trust me. It's just like, it's a week.
Inner province is rough
Even
right
on
now.
good times, it's still.
Yeah, I was gonna say
a week and
inter
a half.
province. Like right now, I am, and I don't worry about it because I know this is the case. So it's one of those things where like I know it's gonna happen, so I don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I have something coming in from Quebec, and even one province over, it's kind of slow sometimes.
Ottawa. I got something shipped from Ottawa. Oshawa, sorry. It's been 3 days.
From
But
Schwa.
like whatever. And this guy's BC. Hey, are you sure you mailed it? Did you get the right address? It's like, dude, come on.
Well, I know where BC is in compared to you.
Yeah, it's a long way.
I don't know where Oshawa is compared to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oshawa. So I can give you context. I can
Oshawa's
give you
like
context.
40 minutes away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but what I can say though, Bobby, Oshawa is on the GO train line. So if I wanted to get to the Schwa, I could actually go over here and maybe in about an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah,
give or take, on the train from here, and it could go straight over and walk right out, and I'm in Oshawa.
All right.
Yeah, about.
And that includes all stops. That's all stops. That's all stops. If you take the express, you can actually get to Union Station directly in about 25 minutes, and that speeds you up. So that would cut it down maybe to just under an hour.
So it's not that
so
far
I understand. You know,
Not
I'm
far.
waiting 3
Not
days.
that
No
bad.
big deal. I'll wait till
Not that
Monday. No big deal. But like BC, like that's like 4,000 miles away. Come on. Like, what do you expect? We're coming off a postal strike. You know, it's funny. A lot of things have been going through really quickly, but anything that's backlogged has been taking time. And he assumes that it's going to be there, and I haven't received it yet. And hey, maybe you should give me a refund until it shows up. And I'm going, no. I'm not doing
You have your right. eBay puts in an estimate. eBay puts in an estimate.
It's
Oh, Marketplace, gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, but
So
you have
it's just like,
tracking on
and
it.
I deal with the guy for the last 10, 15 years. Like, dude, I mailed it. Don't worry. Right away.
Bobby, did you put tracking on it?
No. It's small time stuff. It's like 40, $50 worth of stuff. Like, it's not worth tracking. And
a lot of people freak out about really small amounts, nominal amounts. That's why I like when it comes to stuff like that, I don't spend a lot of time worrying about it. I don't give much bandwidth to it. And like I said, I know sometimes that some of that stuff is going to be like that, and it's not even the person did anything wrong. It's just it gets stuck in the system for a little bit.
Well, 3 weeks to bury. I thought it was lost. Honestly, I said, well, 3 weeks, man. I did like shit. Right after the strike, I said, it's got to be there. And then all of a sudden, yeah, I got it. And I said, 3 weeks to bury. Bury's an hour away.
Before the strike, it would take weeks for me to get something to Brad.
It's usually about a week and a half from the States. Usually.
And I don't know if it's because it's Halifax and maybe that's a little more out of the way, but
yeah,
a little bit, yeah. Because they'll the way they'll cross it over
pretty quick. Yeah,
it takes a while.
Yeah. So this guy's all hyped up and stuff, and I'm just going, Jeffrey, relax, dude.
But
we've been dealing with each other for 15 years. Come on, like honestly, I mailed it out. It'll get there. Don't worry.
I think the biggest hang up with a lot of those ones with the shipping is that once they try to cross over from one provincial area to another, it's like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing most of the time. And it'll be a thing where so like I said, when I was using that example with the Oshawa thing, is that realistically, if traffic is a little bad, it actually takes me longer to get to the international center in a car than it would take me to get to Oshawa on that train.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Right. I could actually get there more efficiently and quicker and be able to just sit there and chill and read a book on the way there and listen to some music or whatever and be very relaxed. Or if you wind up with a little bit of bad traffic, it takes you longer to get to the international center. And the international center is not so far out of my way that it's a problem, which should tell you that from a mailing perspective, it's not that bad. You're not throwing it on a plane. You're driving it over in a truck. So Marcus here is saying, is it just me, but aren't Ichiro's early cards very undervalued in the industry in advance a certain first ballot induction? You could argue it. I try to never say anything is undervalued because the problem is value is based on what people decided. if they want to buy it up right now, then it could be higher. And likelihood is, as you get closer to that induction, some people will start suddenly buying it up, forgetting that he's been retired for years and his stats were Hall of Fame worthy the whole time. It's not like it snuck up on us. Ichiro was a Hall of Famer. The moment he put down his stuff for the last time and said, "All right, I'm done," the clock started on his Hall of Fame induction.
Oh yeah.
Like you didn't have to wait. Like spoiler, he's a
It's
Hall
a
of Famer.
given.
Spoiler, he's a Hall of Famer.
I've said this many times. I'll say it again. In my 50 years on this planet, he is the greatest all-around baseball player I have ever seen. I didn't see Mickey Mantle play. Some of the all-time greats I didn't see play. In my 50 years, Ichiro was the absolute greatest all-around baseball player I've ever seen. Close enough. I left a 0 off. I'm sorry.
I bet you if we looked up Lancelot's War, it would make you look really silly right now. CC says both Ichiro and Pujols are underappreciated. Yeah, I would say so. Pujols to me was like both guys. Like both guys were the same rookie year, which is funny if you think about it. You could have just collected in 2001. You could have grabbed yourself some Ichiros and some Pujols, and you'd be sitting pretty right now. Like you'd be doing pretty all right if you just grabbed a little bit of it, because both guys are first ballot. Two different style of players, but both phenomenal in their own ways. I saw a Canadian package just added. Yeah. Like I think I've got one eBay thing from Kitchener, which literally Kitchener is out over by Eric, the most magical place on earth. Guelph! It's out there, Kitchener, Waterloo, and Guelph.
Well, it's not a real place.
I don't know. I don't know what to
It
tell
is
you.
not a real place.
Don't make me go get my Guelph swag. I will put on so much Guelph swag.
Listen, I can have anything I want made up.
The Boston Bruins?
If I wanted to. They suck. They shouldn't be. They're not a real hockey team this year. You have not heard me argue with you at all this season.
I said they're not. I said they're not a hockey team at all.
They're
They
not.
don't exist.
They shouldn't. They suck. They should forfeit the rest of the season and stop embarrassing themselves and their fan base.
Wow. Eric says they should disband the Boston Bruins. You heard him. Disband.
Try again next year.
I agree. I saw Clemente play, and Ichiro is the best since. Very similar players. Yeah, great all around skill set. I like the fact that he had a great arm in the outfield. And here, as he says, 500 stolen bases, Dom. It is 100% true. So here, 3,000 hits in the major league starting later, and 500 stolen bases, steal bases, get hits, and on top of everything else, great fielder, great arm,
Everything. Everything.
all the tools.
Everything.
Play for the 86 Mets. Ooh, I don't know. He's no Mookie Wilson.
See now things are getting nasty again, and I don't understand why. That's why I hate coming here on Fridays. Mean.
Zach says I just got the package Thursday that was shipped on UPS 2-day, December 18th. Yeah, some of this whack. And by the way, UPS has nothing to do with the other stuff. It's weird, man. I don't even know. $800 package, thought it was a goner. That's bizarre. It's weird that UPS would get it lost that long.
Yeah, but that must have had tracking though. $800. I mean, you must have been able to follow it, right?
I always find it interesting. Like I've seen sometimes packages with tracking, they'll do these weird winding roads. You're just sitting there like, why on earth would you put it in that depot over there? That doesn't make any sense. Why? Paul's going Price is Right rules. Eric is 501. Ooh, Price is Right rules.
Oh my God, screw you, Paul.
I'm digging it. I'm loving it. So what we'll do is we'll get once Yannick comes back, we'll go to the postcards now that we're all caught up on our comments here. So thank everybody for the comments. Appreciate it. What's funny is actually the funny part is that whole baseball conversation started because I was trying to make a point about the nostalgia thing, and the only reason I was mentioning it was because less of my collecting is based on nostalgia and more of it is just based on what is interesting me. That's why I'm collecting so much of the wrestling cards.
Yeah,
it's not nostalgia. The company didn't exist 10 years ago, so I can't go by nostalgia. It's just because I'm enjoying it, and honestly, it's more fun for me to collect that. The other stuff I'm doing it because like I enjoy the project. Like I literally just enjoy building the Medano pile, because like I said, my personal goal over the next couple of years is to get the 3,000 unique cards.
Mhm.
Now I could literally just go on eBay and go buy it now, buy it now, buy it. But I kind of want to pick and choose some cool stuff to
Oh,
fill
yeah.
that pile. I'm like, no, I could just get some stuff that's garbage that I don't really give a crap about, or let me find some stuff that I actually kind of like
I
and
gotta
fill the
tell you
pile with
though-
that.
I got to tell you though, and I'm being serious. I'm not trying to bust your stones here. I love Mike Modano. I loved watching him play. You know, possibly the greatest American born bred hockey player in NHL history.
Easy.
And I said possibly. Hall of Famer, no doubt. Probably shouldn't have won a Stanley Cup, but that's a whole nother situation.
Oh,
Foot in the crease.
they scored the most legitimate goal in NHL history.
Foot in the crease.
Listen, that was more legitimate than at least 893 of Gretzky's goals.
The fact that he has now, all that said, and me acknowledging what a great player he was, the fact that he has as many cards as he does shocks me. Like, I understand why Wayne Gretzky has that many, because I mean they're still putting Upper Deck is still putting tons of Wayne Gretzky stuff, you know, in their card products to this very day because he's the great one and he sells. The fact that Mike Modano has more than 3,000 and you're only trying to get to 3,000, meaning that there's plenty more. It does shock me that many cards have been made of this guy. And if there's 3,000 cards plus of him, what other players in his same category of very, very goodness also
500 goal goodness.
that many? It kind of shocks me that you're continually showing another new card from a new product. This is out of 24, 25, and look at that. It's like, holy crap. It just blows my mind. Does Sakic have, you know, this many?
Probably.
Does
Yeah.
I mean Yzerman? I mean, they're all in the same kind of category. They're not in Gretzky Lemieux category, right? But they're in that next tier.
Look, I'll do you one better. We'll have a little fun with this one. So let's by the way, anybody in the chat wants to add any topics or anything you want to talk about, we can. But since Eric is invoking it and bringing it up, I thought I'd have a little bit of fun with this. All right,
Sure.
Let's do this, and I'll let you guys guess. I'll pull the numbers and I'll let you guys guess. John LeClair, great American player, Stanley Cup winner with Montreal.
Yeah.
406 goals, 413 assists, 819 points in 967 games. Is not in the Hall of Fame. He is not in the Hall of Fame. However, very good player, excellent player, part of the Legion of Doom, like excellent player for a long time, and a great goal scorer. I like me some goal scorers, so those are fun for me.
Very, very good.
Love John LeClair.
Yeah, and 3-time 50 goal scorer, by the way.
Yes.
So 3-time consecutive 50 goal scorer. So that's excellent. That's very good. That's very good.
Whoa.
Yeah. 3 times 50 goal score. 51 goals, 50 goals, and 51 goals between 95, 96, and 97, 98. So 3 times. And then 43 goals after that, 40 goals after that, multi-time 40 goal scorer. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good.
And Lindros too.
Yeah. So here's my question then. He has less cards than Modano, but my question is, how many cards do you think he has?
Probably quite a few less. Probably about half, maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking all the way back to his, rookie year in 90 or 91 or whatever it was, to now. I don't think he's in that same collecting tier as Modano. I can't imagine Upper Deck is still pumping out John LeClair cards.
No.
So I guess stupid me, I'd be like, 800.
Oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna go lower than that.
Yeah, I shouldn't
We're
have said
mentioning it the way. I'll say like less than 200.
No, more than that. There's probably
Okay.
4 or
Like,
5.
Like
what's
we're
your number?
talking how many different cards of him were made?
Yeah.
Well,
I
How
shouldn't
many?
have
How many
said
cards? How many
800.
cards?
That's what I'm saying.
400 for sure.
200.
Okay, cool. 3,218. Y'all aren't even
What?
close.
We're all fucked.
We're
You're not
all
even
like,
close. John LeClair tier, 3,218.
That's
Is that inclusive
Why?
of him with other players and stuff like that? Is that all included?
All John Leclerc
Okay,
cards.
okay.
so he has 3,200 cards.
Mhm.
John Leclerc.
And you have
Yep.
none.
I don't know. I may
1,000.
have his rookie in a box in the back of the closet somewhere, but
Now, here, I'll have a little, like I said, I
3,000?
wanted to have a little. I wanted to have a little fun. Since you brought it up, I
No,
thought this
I
would be
mean,
kind of a fun little
that's-
game.
that's insane to me.
It
Why?
isn't, because if you look at where people stand with the Stanley Cup and when they won it and all those tiers that everybody's at, like that really determines where you are in the pecking order. Really, I guess when it comes down to.
Where
right?
do you get that number, Carlos? Sorry, just how like,
You can go. You can go to. You can actually go to the Beckett checklist thing.
Beckett.
The Beckett organized.
Oh.
Yeah, because they have the
They're good for
checklist. Of
some.
all,
Welcome.
so here's the thing, though. Like I said, let me go basically technically a tier down, but in terms of statistics, very close. And here's a fun one for you. How about Tony Amane? Here's another guy who was a decent goal scorer,
Very
another
good.
400 goal guy. Again,
Okay.
another 400 goal guy. 900 points, I think, give or take. Never won a Stanley Cup, but was a very good, very consistent goal scorer for a lot of years with Chicago. Played very well. Again,
I'd
a
have to
very
say half
good
that.
player from the 90s.
You'd have to say half that.
Okay.
Although he's a very popular name, I don't think he could get more than half of.
I-
like 1,600, something like that.
The 32 shocked the piss out of me. We were all hundreds, or if not a
Yep.
thousand off.
I was listening to you, Eric.
Yes. Well, you should never do that. You're smarter than that. What's wrong with you?
I know vintage. I don't know modern. I'm just following you.
So I'm gonna do this one and one more, and then I'll give you guys a little explanation of why it wound up the way it did. But I want you guys to take a stab at it. Now,
Yeah.
now you can use these names to calibrate. You got to adjust. Bobby's doing the right thing. He's taking this and go, all right, you know what? Hold on. It should be less than that, so I'm thinking like this, and then use that to calibrate your guesses. Your first guesses were too low, so this one.
1,200.
So now we're talking Tony Amane. Played a lot of
Yeah.
time with Chicago. Played with Calgary. Played with a couple other teams. But
Rangers.
22.
Chicago is kind of the one we think of. We think of him with.
2,200 cards.
All right.
I was
Where
gonna
we
say
at, Eric?
25.
I said
Okay.
1,500.
Too hard. Too much.
Okay. So Eric was closer this time because you kind of
Yes.
calibrated. About half was about right. If you got 1756,
I was right.
1756 Tony Amane cards.
I feel good. I won in a way.
There you go. In a way.
Yeah, whatever you say, Bobby. You got
I
it.
said half.
You
then
got it, buddy.
You drove me up higher.
No, whatever you say, buddy. Good for
No.
you.
Not whatever I say. It's what the app says.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Good job.
Look at this man trying to be condescending to the bro. That's it.
I
Bobby.
know. Isn't it condescending?
He's gonna be
when he
struck
does it
down. He's gonna be
directly?
struck down. He must be struck down by the
No.
hobby gods.
I would never be condescending to the Burrell. Never.
Oh, I'm hearing a lot of condescension. All right, I'm gonna have a little fun with this one. Yannick, this one's gonna be fun because I'm gonna throw you guys for a loop a little bit on this one.
No, you're not.
All right,
we got-
we're gonna say
We got it covered.
Curtis Joseph.
Oh,
Curtis
that's
Joseph.
a lot of cards. That's
Now
all.
remember, let me give you guys a little bit of help here. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of help. Remember some very important things. Curtis Joseph, goaltenders are actually a very popular niche in hockey
They
cards.
are.
They've got some very passionate collectors. And don't forget, here's a hint. There are a decent number of goalie-centric subsets and inserts. So bear that in mind. That is going to count towards your card count. So just keep in mind. And
4,400.
Curtis Joseph was a reasonably
4,400.
popular player.
I got it right on. 4,400.
All right.
4250.
Don't go
Okay.
with my numbers.
We are doing prices right rules. Who knew? All right. So so Bobby, you had 4,400. You said,
Yes, I did.
and Eric said
Pretty
4250.
close.
4250.
I think it's
All right.
4522, but anyways.
Yannick, what's the number? What do you think?
Just piss everybody off. 47.
Oh, you bastard.
Prick.
So the good news is you guys were all hovering right around the right range. The
But who was
worst
right?
guess was within 350. You weren't bad. You actually were pretty close. You got 4357.
I said,
What?
I am so close.
4,357 cards.
How close am I?
You said 4,400, so you're within 43. Almost bang on.
Excuse me. I'll take the bow.
Okay.
Hey, Cujo, Leaf, come on. Hey,
Now,
But like I said, so if you paid attention, the hints I gave you guys were important because goalies have there's goalie only
Up all.
sets.
Yeah, for
There's
sure.
goalie, yeah, but there's also goalie only sets. Don't forget, Be a Player made a goalie set. I think a couple of years of a goalie set that was literally only goalies. They had the mass cards and they had all the other goalie cards. That was Be a Player made a specific
But I
goalie centric
still-
set.
in my head, I have a hard time, adding
In
that
your
since
head.
1990.
Having a
in
hard
your
time.
head.
that it's 4,000 plus cards since
Zombie.
1990 of just
Zombie.
Cujo, and I wouldn't have guessed 4,000
If
whatever
I didn't guess 44, I know.
if you didn't shock all of us with the Madonna number, because we were all like 800. We're
So
I
you
didn't
mean
guess
John
Madonna.
Leclerc? John, we didn't
I
talk
wasn't
about
here
it.
for that.
So
John
Well,
Leclerc. You're talking
if,
John Leclerc.
if you didn't tell us that number, that would have there's no way I would have been guessing this high, because I still in my brain I have a hard time thinking that 4,000 something cards of Cujo have been made since 1990.
can you
That's just
imagine
crazy.
4,000 different Reggies?
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
Imagine.
Now, for fun, for here,
That
for
would be
context. Now, for context, if you remember when I told you guys about John Leclerc, you got, I think the highest guess was 800 for you from you guys for John Leclerc when we originally were talking.
We
about it.
were rookies at that time.
I understand, but I just want to give some context here. For context, Medano has 1,108 autograph cards alone. Forget about total cards, just autograph cards.
I would have guessed 1,100, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And 2,580 memorabilia cards.
It's crazy.
Just memorabilia. And Medano has cleared 6,100 total cards on that checklist.
And if you could tell us the playing years of how many cards he has opposed to not.
3,700.
There you go.
I know that number because I have that
Isn't
checklist separate.
Huge difference. Like honestly,
It is.
that's massive.
Post playing days is actually approaching half because every year it grows. So there will be maybe another 3 or 4 years, and post playing days will actually surpass playing days.
And most of the guys that I know, it's pre-1990, so we're looking at 2, 5.
For a lot of them. So since you brought it up, how about
Yeah.
this one? Here's a good one, and I think Jeff will appreciate this one because Jeff just showed up here. Hello, everyone. Hello to you. Brendan Ryan, good evening.
That's here.
Super Collector Territory. All right. Stevie Y.
Oh, it's
Steve
got to be.
Eiserman.
Oh, phew.
It is
Gotta-
more than Medano, yes. It is.
Oh,
now the
yeah.
question
Oh, yeah.
is, this is where it's going to be fun. This is where it's going to be fun. So first, I will just tell you straight up, yes, he has more cards than Medano. However, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of help here.
Oh.
Don't overdo it too far. Don't overcorrect because it is more for sure. But don't overcorrect because if you overcorrect, then I'm going to knock you back down because I'm
What
having a
was
little
the
fun
total
with
for
the
Medano again?
6,100.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So Eiserman has more for sure. But again, and
We're
again,
talking
the Stanley Cup
CBY
years.
now.
Don't forget there are Stanley Cup only sets, subsets, and
How
extra
big
cards because of that.
CBY is from Modano?
Yep,
on the
that's basically it.
rankings.
So I said,
8,500.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. 8,500.
I'm gonna go 999.
You're no. You're too high.
No,
right.
9,999.
What did you say, Bobby?
I can't remember now. 8,500.
he's at 8,500. Yeah.
99985. Okay, I'll go 77,777.
77,000?
Oh my god.
77,000.
Okay, let's just
You mean
randomize
7,700? Are you sure?
7,777.
He
Okay.
was counting in Canadian.
So I will say narrowly, Bobby was closest. Although Yannick's guess there wasn't far off. 8,180. 8,100.
He actually had the prices right. I fucking win, bitches.
No, you don't.
Yes. Yeah. So Jeff overshot it a little bit. And then Brendan was like, yeah, that's what an auto should look like.
You
Yeah.
could have said 1 and you'd be closer because of the over.
Yeah, by price
I know,
levels, yeah.
but I didn't want to make
But
you
this
feel
is
that.
not the prices
This
right.
is
This is
$1,
Carlos is
Bobby.
right.
$1.
And we're taking it from there.
Yeah, I'm giving you guys whatever the closest is. Close above or below, I'm giving you whatever the closest is.
Yannick has to show us some cards anyway. So
I know,
Let's
and I
get
got
away
a
from
question that everyone is wondering too. But how many Reggies there's like?
I will answer that. I'm gonna give you one
Please.
more and then I'll
That's
give you the
the
Reggie
killing
number.
question.
I will do
everyone
one
wants
more
to
and then
know
I'll give you
right
the Reggie number. All right.
7.
One
It
more.
can't be that much. Like 45, something, 50.
4,500.
You're forgetting about Leaf. You're forgetting
Not
about Leaf,
even.
Bobby.
Not even.
You're
There's
forgetting about
probably
Leaf.
2,500.
Yeah. All right. Here's a good one. Good old Patrick Roy.
Oh fuck.
Again,
Oh, shit.
goaltending,
That's
popular,
more
and
than
don't
Eiserman.
forget,
That's more than
yeah,
Eiserman.
it's
That's
more than
gotta
Eiserman.
be-
Yes,
it's more than
I can tell you right
Medano.
now, it is more than Eiserman.
It's more than Medano too.
12,000.
It's no, it's probably about 1,600. Gotta be. Well, it's gotta be almost 2K. Probably
Bobby,
2,000.
if
2,000.
Eiserman has over 8,000. I would,
Yeah.
I would Waugh have a quarter of that.
He's counting in Canadian. They both
Yeah.
do it.
I meant
We already said he's higher
sorry,
than
I
Eiserman.
meant-
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, Eiserman is over 8,000. So bear that in mind. It is higher than Eiserman.
Yeah, 20K.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Eric has 12. Bobby has 20. 13. Okay. So in this time, Eric got the closest. 11,720.
That's it, for Wong.
Still a decent amount,
He's not well liked,
but still,
but he does
with-
collect packs, and he
yeah,
does
but the
collect
golden
cards.
from the pack side of it. So I can tell you that, to put it into perspective, though, in the same vein of what I just talked about, Patrick Waugh has 6,042 memorabilia cards. So he has almost as many memorabilia cards as
Wow,
Medano has cards.
as cards. Yeah, it's crazy.
So that's just to put that into perspective. Just
Yeah.
think about that. Okay, so I will get Reggie's stuff here, and
7.
I will get.
You got 7 cards.
I said
I
40.
don't know. It seems pretty bold.
Reggie Lemonin probably has about 150, 200.
That was going to be funny.
No
Is I
way.
want to see. I
That's
want to
too
see
much.
if
With the
our good
same
friend,
picture.
I want to see. I want to see if Beckett how they put the spelling of his name. Do they go-
REJEAN. Weren't they?
That's what I'm wondering. If they do that, or if they actually do Reggie.
It should be Regine.
EM.
Regine. Well,
No,
I'll
no,
drive
no,
up
no,
to
no,
the
no.
arena, see what the name's on.
All right, let me try this.
Yeah, look at
Let's
the
see.
arena. That's for sure, right?
I can't wait to get up there. I can't wait to get up there and
Hey,
and
Mount
go to
Saint
that
Anne
arena.
yesterday, man. I did an
All
hour
right.
and a
So for
half
the
run.
record, it is under Regine, but make sure you don't put in the accent. Beckett search does not appreciate the accent.
Okay, so 250.
You got to leave it off.
250.
gotta leave it off.
50. That's it.
All right. So Bobby goes 250. How many cards, Eric, of your so-called supposed favorite hockey player?
And you have the inside game on that one.
Yeah, you better listen, Eric. I expect. Look, everybody else can guess, but Eric, I honestly expect you to be within 3.
400.
Okay,
Ooh.
Yannick, what do you think?
150.
All right. So, Bobby was the
150,
closest.
250, 350. Yeah.
Bobby was the closest. 281.
See, I'm pretty good, guys. For a guy who doesn't know modern, okay, I'm gonna retire.
There you go. All right, last one. We'll do one more. We'll do one more just because it's perfect on theme with the show. Marcel.
Oh,
Oh,
I want.
we
I
already
want
did
Marcel.
Marcel. We already
No, we
did
didn't.
Marcel.
No, we did not.
No.
No, none of the ones that I've done are Marcel.
Oh, of total cards. Yeah, we haven't.
Yeah,
no,
I want
we
total
did
cards.
his scores and yeah, okay.
Yeah, I want total cards
771 or
of
1771.
Marcel Dion.
Yes.
I want total cards of Marcel Dion in this Beckett checklist.
Jeez.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Paul,
he's
by
a-
the way,
thousands.
Paul could be correct here. I didn't look up trading card database. Bear in mind, trading card database, Beckett is actually not very good at including all the leaf. They actually don't include all of them very well. I know that for a fact. They actually do a very poor job. I can tell you when I list my Medanos, I actually have trouble getting them in,
I
put into
wasn't
that
going to
database.
argue, but I had an educated guess when I went to 400. You
I
know?
think
But even if we go to 325, I think Bobby was still slightly closer. But you guys
Oh
would
no,
have been in the same
I'm
ballpark.
playing it. It wasn't as low as you said.
Well, then update your database, Eric. It's your company. Fix it.
yeah.
They're missing. I guarantee you, the discrepancy is the leaf cards. They're missing some of the leaf cards. I guarantee it, and that actually will make up the difference. It would make it higher.
Yeah.
I promise you. All right. So, Marcel Dion, Eric's supposed BFF, best
My
friend.
bestie. Yeah.
So, how many cards does Marcel have. Now we know that post playing days, he's definitely had cards. He's been in SP Signature Legends.
Oh,
He
yeah.
gets
Yeah.
autograph cards. He gets like there's stuff on a semi-regular basis. So, you know, he's in the Legends rotation. I don't know if he's the most heavily used guy, but he's definitely used regularly.
Oh,
So he does get fair rotation.
He's in every set. As soon as they're legend.
A fair number of them, yeah. A fair number of them, yeah. So my question is,
So
how
I
many
have
cards?
to say 660.
600. You
That's
mean
it?
6,000?
6,060. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like
Don't go 10.
I'm going 8,000.
No.
Oh, you're going
much,
Iserman
too
level.
much, too much.
Ooh.
No,
Marshall's
they
not
throw
that
him
good.
in
Come on.
everywhere.
I'm going below. I'm going 4,000.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I'm right. I'm close.
Yannick made the correct move. You had to think, you have to remember, most of his career came before the 90s and 2000s. He obviously has made up for a lot of ground. He's made up a lot of ground the last
89,
decade.
that's his last playing season. 19.
Yeah,
So-
I know. Yeah.
3,513.
Oh, really?
Still very good, but don't forget, his entire career played out before the 90s, when things really started to heat. Because remember, Iserman, Medano, all these guys that I talked about, even Tony Monte, Pinnacle, Pacific, with Pacific all its parallels,
Yeah, but
and a lot of these inserts and subsets.
Marshall
and all
never
that.
got the love too, right? So
Yeah, but he also skipped a generation because they weren't really incorporating the legends yet in the
No.
90s the
No,
way
they
they would in the 2000s
and the
and beyond,
2000s,
where they started picking it up again, and Upper Deck started loading. They had like UD Retro. They would start loading some of the vintage players in there,
Sure enough.
and then you started getting a pickup on those guys.
good.
That was
guess,
after the
yeah.
fact.
Good guess. That was probably better. I would say that was probably more
Yeah.
close. Yeah.
I
The
have
trading
no
card
idea
database,
what
obviously, also, like I said, I think the trading card database, I think it does a better job including the Leaf cards. I can tell you right now, the Leaf cards are
Fuck
underrepresented on
trading
the
card database.
Yeah.
But that was a fun little exercise because I thought so. Just to give everybody a little context for why, obviously parallels big time. At the same time, also the other one that was a
And I
big
think a lot
factor.
is left out for ones that are missed, ITG, and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that a lot of that's omitted,
Yeah, but what basically filled in a lot of that, and
but
what was a
not in
big thing.
thousands, in hundreds maybe.
So now, to put it into context, the reason why an Iserman or Medano, those guys, obviously they did play in the 90s, and even the Joe Sakic and those guys loaded up. The 90s filled a lot of cards for those guys because you had all those manufacturers. Remember, everybody talks about competition. Well, all those manufacturers produced a bunch of cards and parallels, and going through a lot of those. Well, that loaded up. So Medano in these heyday in the 90s was having almost 300 to 400 cards per year, and that's how you wind up at the big numbers. And then in his post-playing days, Upper Deck used him regularly on the Legends rotation. If the Cup, there's usually a Medano card in there. Ultimate, there's usually a couple of Medano cards in there. Even like I said, Black Diamond. You know, this is an exquisite card, but this is from the Black Diamond brand. So in Black Diamond, there's no Black Diamond Medano cards, but there's exquisite, and there's exquisite jersey cards right here. I'm holding in my hand. That's in there. That's on the checklist. He doesn't have a lot of cards in the I think it's only got like a handful in this set. This is one of them. So that's basically how that went.
No.
So I think it's kind of interesting the way it worked out. But a lot of those guys who had 90s and 2000s careers loaded up. That bumped up the numbers big time. And I can tell you, Joe Sakic actually has more cards than Iserman.
Wow.
Oh yeah, really? Wow.
Yep. Not by a lot.
Wow.
I think they were like within 300 cards of each other. So
Oh,
it's very
maybe
close.
that's not okay.
And I
that's
would
not-
say Joe
that's-
Sakic's 10% are Nordiques. Everything else is just Colorado.
A lot of
He's got
Colorado.
no Nordiques whatsoever.
Yeah, you can basically put a certain increase for guys that won multiple Stanley Cups, because then during those eras they're going to get more higher profile. If you're a star player on a Stanley Cup winning team, you're going to get thrown into more sets. One of the big ones was imagine if you're a star player on a Stanley Cup winning team, you're the captain or whatever, and they've got a base card and maybe a subset card and a checklist, and they put you in. So that's 3 cards in one base set. So like you start adding all that stuff up, and then it's got parallels. What if it's got parallels? Well, then you got 3 cards times however many parallels, right? So all of a sudden you start adding it up and adding it up and adding it up, and it gets wild.
Yeah, I never would have guessed that the numbers would have been like that. I
No,
mean,
me neither.
I
I
mean,
thought
I
it
never-
were in the hundreds, maybe.
yeah,
you know.
Jean Leclerc, 8,000 cards or whatever the hell it was. Just, you got to be kidding me.
Oh, Leclerc was 3,200, but yes.
All right, whatever. It's just still, it's like, you got to be kidding me.
Sakic was fun to watch. I watched.
He
him.
was, yeah.
He was actually
He's
an
one of the-
amazing player.
He's a great player.
He could make plays that you just, you know, you'd be in awe. He was an amazing player.
We were dead last. Like Nordics were dead last, 21st.
Yeah, but he made everything. He made the difference.
He was 100 points over every year. Like,
Oh yeah, he was so good.
Like one year they only won a game on the road. It took like all the way to the last of the season, whatever.
Explain to me how the Nordiques were so bad when they had him, Forsberg, the Stashneys, Lafleur, Ron Hextall in goal.
They didn't have them all at the same time.
Yeah, they never had it at the same time. There,
a lot of them did play together.
Yeah, Sakic was there.
The last year before they moved, the last piece of the puzzle was because when they moved, they got raw once they got to Colorado. They had the same team without the goalie, and they give Jocelyn Thibault away because there's no way that trade would happen if Quebec was still Quebec and Montreal would have never give.
Oh no, of course not.
The fact they won Colorado and then they got him, man, they won the cup the next year, the following season. You know,
but
it is what it
many
is.
Legendary players played in Quebec. Michel Goulet. I mean, the Stashneys. I mean, legendary Hall of
Dale
Fame
Hunter
went through there. And it's like, how did they suck? It doesn't make sense.
It is what it is, man. But here's a kid that grew up loving them and having all the jammies and the bed sheets and the jersey and.
Yep.
Hey, listen, Eric still has that. You know, he's still trying to suck up to Marcel, so he's got his Marcel jammies.
I do. I
It's
just
got a
love
Marcel onesie.
It's a little awkward.
Wear his skin. Put the
That
lotion.
will that clip will come back.
Get the hose.
Yeah, that clip will come back in the year end.
Put the lotion on the skin, or you will get the hose again.
It's put the lotion in the basket.
No, that's a different part of that.
Oh, so you want to quote the whole thing? Go on. Any other serial killer tropes you want to go in there?
No.
Paul's a big fan. You know, Paul V will come over here and he'll back you up on this. Lindros destroyed the Nordiques.
No, the Lindros made the Nordiques.
Yeah, they got Forsberg in that deal. They got Forsberg in that deal.
Never happened to them.
If you would bring it up, they got 20. I think they got like 15 million cash. They got Forsberg, that was the second pick.
Forsberg was amazing.
And then they got Yuri Krupp, Steve Duchesne, Ron Extall.
Krupp was great.
All kinds of it's unbelievable. And I saw one of those 7 degrees of separation video that Sportsnet did from that trade.
6 degrees, anyway.
6 degrees, whatever. And then I think there was a player up to that trade was playing like not even a decade ago, not even. Anyway.
Yeah, they basically
I
want
would
to trade
say the opposite. Like basically, it made the team. That the fact he didn't show up.
Like I saw a lot of those guys play at Maple Leaf Gardens when I went to the games. It was those guys were amazing. Like honestly, you have to watch the games. Like honestly, you can't really look at someone's stats without seeing the games. And I think that really is the differential part between what we determine somebody played and how good they were and what they played on ice. It's a total different summation of how their career went. You know, these guys like Saka was amazing. Honestly, I watched him play and was just like, wow.
Sundin, we had Matt Sundin for like 4 years, 5 years.
Nolan.
Then Sundin's an amazing player. I hated him, but I don't think he was a great captain. But like that guy could
again,
amazing.
You just keep naming all these incredible players.
Adam Foote.
The Nordiques suck.
Adam Foote, another one. Yeah, he was great.
We just keep naming like all stars and Hall of Famers, yet the Nordiques suck. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't, and neither does the Boston Bruins against the Montreal Canadiens. So there you go. Enough said.
There's no reason for you to be nasty.
It's not nasty.
There's a lot of good reasons to be nasty.
There's no need. No,
it's truth.
No, I'm taking a timeout.
Timeout.
Are you going to
Yeah.
show your cards or what?
Eric,
Yeah,
you're
I think-
supposed
I
to
think- I
time
think
out
Rick-
1 minute per year of age, so 50 minutes for you.
There you go. So Ricky was saying Wembanyama has many rookie cards. Yeah, basketball is a different kettle of fish entirely. We stuck to hockey just because the numbers get wacky. As soon as we enter the Michael Jordans and the Wembanyamas today
That was
and the
different.
Lucas
That's
and all that,
different.
the numbers will get really wacky.
Yeah, that
All
changes.
right, so Yannick, I'll tell you what. Let me go grab my refill, but the stage is yours. If you want to show those postcards, Bobby's been
Yes.
referencing them. So now is
Yeah.
your time. Now is your moment. Feel free to share, and I'll come right back.
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
pretty cool. Actually, one other fun fact too is yesterday I got my mail tying up to the postal strike. So I finally got my don't miss the winter auction, December 5 and 7 there. So just a little month late.
From what company is that?
That's Heritage. Sorry.
Oh, it's Heritage. Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
actually I didn't. Yeah, that was for the
That's
December.
kind of neat. I like that.
So now, first time I'm buying from these guys.
Don't
RMY
say the
auction.
name. Hide the name, please.
What name?
RMY.
What are you talking about?
You don't want to tell everybody about RMY. Say what you got, not what you got it from.
Okay, whatever. I got it from an auction house. Okay.
There we
I
go.
got-
That's better.
It got lost in the mail. So we're never talking to where I got it from.
Never.
And this is actually kind of neat because it gives you like the provenance a bit and like the authenticity.
They're very good at that.
So buying from other auction homes, like you don't necessarily get that. You pretty much just get your stuff, and it kind of
Yeah.
doesn't tell you the blurb of where it's
Those
come
guys,
from.
like what's his name? Reese Yeakley. He's amazing at giving.
Yeah, that's
definitions.
it. Sorry, we're not gonna mention ever where he works from.
He doesn't
Sorry.
work. Yeah. Okay, enough said. I think we're finished.
It is what it is.
No, it's a great
Um,
auction site for photographs. If you ever want to go there, they have the greatest stuff for photos. If you want, or
Hockey is
postcards.
kinda-
There's not many postcards that run through there, so you got lucky on that.
Hockey is kind of low too on the pick and
Yeah, it's
Oh,
what,
they're on the-
20% maybe.
so here's a name, but like that's one thing I like about my collecting sometimes is if I can actually join pop culture and sport in a way, or any kind of like around that type of idea. So this is one famous dude that played on the power line on the famous hockey movie from the 70s named Slapshot. So this is basically a young Dave Hansen who played left wing for the I think actually he played some official games for the Detroit Red Wings. Pretty sure he did. So that would actually be him kind of in the jersey, like looking at the logo here. And that's the only one that is not a postcard, unfortunately. But the other two, here's this way. Here's the other brother on the power line, which is the two of the guys are Carlson brothers. There's Jeff, and there's Steve. So from the Slapshot movie, these guys are their shot from I think their professional debut, which would have been with the WHA, World Hockey Association. So Bobby, maybe you can help me on what team is this one? I think it's like the Road Runners or something. Anyway, I can't remember what which city. And this would have been the Whalers, Hartford, or actually the New England Whalers. So again, this is Steve. This is Jeff.
Isn't that the Fighting Saints?
No,
No.
the Fighting Saints would have had a some kind of a. I can't. It was like a spade or something else. Like this is a Road Runner. Like.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing it, but okay.
Hang on, like this.
Okay.
So that one has got the harpoon, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's New England Whalers. Yeah.
New England Whalers. Yeah. And this one being Dave, that would be with Detroit, right? With
Yeah,
actually the Red Wings.
it's either the Detroit Red Wings are their minor league team in Adirondack.
Yeah, he would be Red Wings, and yeah, that's
Thanks
the
for the clarification, Eric. I have no idea the minor teams there. So, but anyway, that's a fun, cool pop thing about the movie.
well, the
Slapshot.
Roadrunners were WHA too. So,
Yeah. Well, which city was the Roadrunners, Bobby?
they were the Phoenix
There you go.
Roadrunners.
You're the guy. No, I have no idea. So, but that was a pretty neat auction there. I found late November, so I put a bid on it, and they were mine. And then they got lost in that Canada Post fiasco thing, and they finally showed up a couple of days ago. So I'm pretty happy with that. Anytime I can put pop culture and sports into my collection, I actually got a really neat piece this week. Eric has it right now, and I couldn't actually believe I got this. It was pretty neat.
Nice. They
Do you
both
want
He's missing right now, but long story short, I got actually something from his favorite auction house too.
Is there something you want me to show?
Yeah, actually the Dodgers ticket, the one you got today. That, like, speaking of pop culture and sports, and
right. So you narrate while Eric shows. I'll get him set up here, and
please
you can narrate while he shows.
Basically, I got on an auction, I think this week. It would be a big slab, Eric. And
oh yeah, you got it from that son of a bitch.
Yeah, Eric's favorite auctioneer there, Mr. Probstein. And
Mr. Probstein.
Yes. And basically, it's a Dodgers ticket from a game on May 12, 2003. And if you can just look at the label, PSA label there, it'll tell you a bit like the other way around. So basically, that ticket was the filming of Curb Your Enthusiasm, the Larry David sitcom. And that episode was called the Carpool Lane. And in the same time, on that game, the fact that that episode was filmed, it saved a man's life, as proven his alibi on the fact that he was sitting on that game behind the background of the filming. They could prove on his trial that basically he didn't murder his wife. And that's actually a Netflix documentary as well. So I thought it was pretty cool. Kind of links Larry David and Curb Your Enthusiasm, the Netflix thing, and the Dodgers game all at the same time. So that's it. Very interesting.
Yeah, but you got some great postcards there. Like, those are unique.
Yes, the postcards, very unique. I never seen them before.
No, I've never seen them before either.
Being the Slapshot guys and
I think
still mean to this day.
And Bobby was
and I
right.
think we're at that point now that, a lot of people have succumbed to most of their collection and they're looking for the unique or different. And I think we're all at that stage where we're looking for something that's a little different or maybe a little rare, and it takes it to the next level. And I think that's where we're at with the vintage collectors. I'm saying, mostly, let's just say 2000 below. We're looking for the stuff we don't often see. And I think most people have fulfilled their sets and stuff like that. And I think they're looking for that key. And Carlos is the same too. He's looking for those key players or key, not players, the key cards that he needs, that makes sense for his set. And I think in the vintage aspect, a lot of guys have, fulfilled most of their sets. They're looking for that key piece that's a little different, sort of like the X-ray cards. If it wasn't X-rays, it would, if it was York peanut butter hockey, it'd be a different story. But guys are looking for that little bit different. They're looking for that little bit more rare item, that don't often see. And my thing is a 10 out of 10 in rarity, and nobody else has one unopened. But even still, you have to have the desire behind it. And it is X-ray cards. It's not that popular. It's non-sports, but even still, there is certain people that do collect those things. And very much like your postcards, Yannick, those things are very rare. I've never seen them before. So,
And
It's from Kodak, and I guess you can. I mean, obviously they're from the
Kodak's
70s,
fine.
but
Yeah, that's good.
there's you can always date the postcard era depending of like the little dotted line there or where it says place stamp here. But that was it's one thing that it's cool about collecting old vintage hockey. Sometimes those auction houses in the US mainly being people looking for baseball, like hockey and non-sport kind of like goes under the radar a little bit.
It does, because people don't know, they're not educated enough to realize what rarity is, right? So, and you scored some good stuff there.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I just want to say that Bobby was right. It was the Phoenix Roadrunners, and they were in the WHA from 74 to 77.
77. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
There you go.
You just have to ask me, Eric.
I do know for a fact in the movie, actually, that's one thing they wanted real guys that could play. They didn't want just actor that could act. They wanted
real guys who could play.
They wanted hockey players that could act. That's kind of what they wanted.
Like Bruce Trudeau.
That's one thing about what Paul Newman, why he got that movie, that the character being Reggie Dunlop, and actually it says in his biography as well that it's probably one of his favorite movies that he ever made in his career.
Oh, yeah,
the character Reggie Dunlop, and because the other thing apparently is Al Pacino wanted to be Reggie Dunlop, but he didn't know how to skate.
Wow.
So that's why they said.
Well, Newman didn't know how to skate very well either. So,
but at least he could skate. Apparently, but Pacino couldn't skate whatsoever. So
it wasn't like it was Keanu Reeves or something. Yeah, but yeah.
So anyway, I love that movie. I really do.
It's subtle.
It comes down to rarity rules, and that always follows through on a lot of different things. So you got some good rarities there, like in postcards. Like who'd known that put out postcards like that? Like,
I have no idea.
That's
obviously they're not the only ones. I mean, if they make postcards,
if they made postcards, yeah, but how many do you see? Like very few, very, very few. I've never seen them before, so that's something to be said. But then, I don't follow a lot of that stuff, so I can't really say that it's rare. But I mean, like, I think I would have come across it by now. But very good score.
Thank you.
The one that I thought was kind of interesting was because I was listening in while you were explaining it, was that the Curb Your Enthusiasm thing. That was a random that was a random tangent. Like you went all the way to left field, just like. And it's like it helped the guy get out of a murder trial. It's like, wait, what? How would that specifically have come on your radar? And we connected.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Carlos? You never really heard that before. That one, like,
I'll be honest. I never watched Curb Your Enthusiasm. I know of it. I know Larry David and everything.
Yeah. Like the people don't even know necessarily about it, but there's like an hour or 90-minute documentary on Netflix. It's called
Larry
Long
David
Shot, I think, or something like that. I think it's on the label, but doesn't matter. The fact that because they filmed that episode, the guy is behind as they're acting and doing the scene, that gave him his alibi to get out actually like the electric chair.
Okay, gotcha. Actually, you just reminded me of something. I'll make a recommendation if anybody.
I like ticket stubs. I do.
I can see that. Yeah. I'll make a recommendation if anybody has Prime Video. If anybody's got the Amazon Prime Video.
You said something about it last week, and I was trying to. There's a show you said you were watching.
Prime Video.
Yeah.
Trying to think now. I was watching a couple of things last week.
I was on Prime, and it's amazing how many different like other things like Crave and all these other things are on there. And I'm going, where's the Prime videos? Like. It's all the old movies.
You can basically filter it. But what happens is they've linked everything else.
Like I'm sitting there going, like all the good movies are on other things that you have to pay for. I'm sitting there going, where's the Prime good stuff?
Yeah. Nothing. They basically rotate through it. A lot of it isn't there.
It's silly.
But there was a documentary that I actually came across this past week that I watched. It was called Chiefsaholic.
Chiefsaholic?
Chiefsaholic, yeah.
I haven't watched it, but it's on my watch list now.
It was kind of interesting. Basically what it was a Kansas City Chiefs super fan.
Oh,
So
really?
the entire name of it is called Chiefsaholic, and the subtitle is a wolf in Chiefs clothing.
Oh,
Chiefs clothing.
Chiefs clothing.
Yes, we gotta get a pun in there. So it is a Kansas City Chiefs super fan who was, one of those guys. He had this wolf mask and he showed up to all the games and he would do like these hype videos before the Kansas City Chiefs games and, go to a bunch of a bunch of really good seats and everything, and became kind of infamous because he posts on social media and developed this big social media following and all that. And what happened, as it turned out, was that he was a Kansas City Chiefs super fan. That is legit. But the lifestyle that he was having, where he was able to go to he would go to games on the road and he would go to all these things. And it turns out the reason he was doing that, or able to do it, is because it turns out that he was a bank robber.
Oh, no way.
And he was funding his Kansas
Why
City
not?
Chiefs super fandom with heists.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
There's
So-
a
so
movie
he-
all about presidents and surfing and spending the winter with their bank robbing money. So why not?
So basically, his entire thing, his persona was this thing he came up with. But at the same time, so obviously he developed the social media following, but he basically obviously enjoyed it, and he was basically addicted to the whole lifestyle of doing all that. And
That's a great idea.
And on top of everything else, he would go on these road trips because he would be away from his home base, and the bank robberies were happening on the road. So he would go to the road and then rob a bank there and basically get the money, which in turn would allow him to. Now, the problem he had was, on top of everything else, he had a big time gambling habit. So he would bet big money on Kansas City Chiefs games and other things. And, when he wins, he wins. I think in the course of the documentary, he actually made a wager, I think, on the Kansas City Chiefs winning the Super Bowl and Patrick Mahomes winning Super Bowl MVP. And I think he ended up clearing $115,000 or thereabouts. He won $115,000. But it's a testament to how many bets he's made that he won that. It was a big score for him. But at the same time, he was still robbing banks.
Yeah, well, it's exciting.
Well, it was also
For a
because he'd
hobby.
also have big. He won 150,000, but in the course of the thing, they went through a bunch of other bets he made. He also lost $80,000 on a different wager. So it's like, realistically, you win, you lose, you win, you lose, you win, you lose. And I won't spoil it too much for you, but I will say that for a chunk of it, they actually follow him around as he gets captured. He goes through the system, the trials, and everything, and he's literally being monitored, awaiting trial, and watching the Kansas City Chiefs win the Super Bowl, and wearing a Chiefs shirt, hanging. Basically, he's out on bail, but he's being monitored. And there was a bail bondsman who basically gave him the bail
He's got
money.
the Lindsay Lohan bracelet.
Yeah. But what happened was, he then was able to get the ankle bracelet off and went on the run. And then the documentary shifts over to the bounty hunter now having to track him down because
Not
he
Doug.
basically. What's that?
Doug the
No,
bounty
no,
hunter?
no. There are more bounty hunters than him. But this specific guy who he basically tried to help him out because he's also a Kansas City Chiefs fan. So he was trying to help this guy out. So he gave him the money for the bail, and then this guy fled, ran away.
Oh, he's like, you're a Kansas City Chief fan. I can trust you, basically.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
So Eric, the documentary, the first half of it is establishing the groundwork of everything, and then for most of the second half is basically the bounty hunter now trying to track him down because that's the only way he can get his money.
Was it Dog the bounty hunter?
Yannick literally just asked that.
Yeah.
So anyway, bottom line, I thought it was very funny. It's not too bad. It's not too long. It's about 2 hours. 2 hours, give or take. And like I said, the documentary takes it starts off one way and then kind of takes a turn. And then it is interesting how the whole thing plays out. And like the people they got interviewed for it and all that, it became it was unintentionally entertaining. I was kind of like, all right, this is silly in a way, but I kind of enjoyed it. And it was like, it's already in my Prime Video. So for me, it was like, yeah, I watched it 2 hours.
Well, I've heard about the case before you guys discussed this. So I have heard about it, and it definitely sounds pretty interesting. So I may have to check it out and get the details.
Yeah. If you already have Prime, you don't lose anything because it's like I said, it's about 2 hours. And if you want to fast forward through little chunks of it, you don't lose too much. You can keep track of the narrative. The narrative's pretty straightforward. They did a good job editing though. I will say, like, it's edited well. and they literally have talked to the guy in chunks of it for the first bit, and then, like I said, then it becomes like a different context. All of a sudden, now you're hanging around with the bounty hunter as he's trying to track this dude down. It's very he quite the interesting cast of characters you come across. So it's like, you know what? Not bad.
I'm not going to name any names, but I have a very good friend who did 12 years in federal prison for robbing banks, and he got out and did this when he was younger, and now he's in his 60s, and you know, he turned his life around, and
Don't talk about me.
well, you weren't here, so I didn't think anyone would notice that I meant you. But Bobby used to rob banks. He did 12 years in prison, and but he's turned his life around, and he's a great guy. But you know, when you're in your late teens, early 20s, and you're struggling in life, and you're stupid, you do stupid things. So
I was smart in my 20s.
well, you got caught robbing banks.
Maybe he just needed birthday money for a gift or something.
It was Dog the Bounty Hunter. And
For his mom.
wife died, eh? That was sad.
Yeah, Beth.
Death. Yeah. She died of cancer or something like that. That was sad.
Yeah, he's had a lot of tragedy in his life.
Oh my God, that guy! I'm surprised he's still around. Like, geez, he's old, but I mean, like,
His daughter died in a car crash. Another kid died.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's just like, what
yeah.
a life! My
Yeah,
God,
Tragic.
He was in prison for a long period of time,
Mm.
which is why he can't have weapons. He has, you know, everyone.
pepper spray.
Yeah, that's all that he's allowed to have is non-lethal weapons. He can't carry a gun because he's a convict.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
No, it's too bad. Oh well, moving on.
Yep. So I think that's the that was one random one that I came across that I was just funny since you had brought up the whole, you know, connection to the Curb Your Enthusiasm and that whole bit. It just made me laugh. And like I said, it made me laugh that literally he was paying for this lifestyle of gambling and going to Kansas City Chiefs games and road games and all this stuff. And everybody thought he was, and basically people were trying to figure out, like, where's this guy get all this money to go to these games and do all this stuff? But it's like, yeah. And they were business trips.
There was a guy
Business
Writes him off.
There was a guy in the 70s and the early 80s. He was called Crazy George. He used to go to the games. He used to bang a drum all the time.
Okay.
Do you remember that, Eric?
no, I can't say I remember him.
Yeah, Crazy George was, and they made a card of him too, where he
You remember
was,
Morgana?
he was a promo guy. Like he was paid on the side, really, from the teams, but he would go out there and he would wear, like, you know, crazy hats and bang a drum, and he was all out there. He's a very good card to get if you can get him. I think it was in 80 something. Crazy George. If you can look that up, Carlos.
Crazy George.
Yes.
Okay.
I remember Morgana the Kissing Bandit.
Oh yeah, Morgana. We can't remember those. I mean, I didn't say breast, did I? No.
No, and they're called breastists.
Breastists.
Yes,
Yeah.
breastists.
Is this the guy who created the wave? Is that who you're talking about?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because basically I've got George Henderson, better known as Crazy George, crazy with a K.
Yes. Okay.
Important distinction, crazy with a K, is an American professional cheerleader who created the wave.
Yes.
That's what he's
And?
credited as here. He's credited
We have
as.
him to blame.
What year?
Yeah.
Was that? 76.
So he began what? He began when he was a student in 1968 in San Jose State. He was also apparently a member of the national championship judo team, judo chop.
Oh. Hmm.
So don't mess with Crazy George, Eric, or he gives you the judo chop. Respect. Yeah. So after graduating, he continued cheerleading for free at local sporting events, where he became known for leading sectional cheers, accompanied by his hand drum. So I think that's what you're referring to with the hand drum.
Yeah.
In the early 70s, working as a high school teacher, Henderson was hired by California Golden Seals of the National Hockey
Seals.
League.
That's what it was. Yes. Yes.
One game in 74 between the Seals and Boston Bruins, his antics attracted the attention of a PR executive from a new soccer franchise in San Jose who was attending the Seals game. And the San Jose Earthquakes invited him to join the soccer club.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
I think he has a card somewhere.
Okay.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
That wouldn't surprise me. Like it'd be quite the gimmick in the late 70s and early 80s. That'd be quite the gimmick to it.
Well,
Well,
I could
if you-
see the owner of the Seals making a card for him. That guy was, what was it, Finley or something? I mean,
Yeah, he was the owner. Yeah.
I mean, that guy did all sorts of crazy stuff. So none of that surprises me.
No, but Crazy George was kind of cool because he was the one guy you would watch on TV. I remember watching him and seeing him, and he was always in the crowd, banging the drum, and he was always drumming up stuff that was happening. It was actually the only thing that was going on at that time. Kind of interesting that he.
Yep.
Would,
Well, apparently he
worked-
was hired by a whole ton of teams, actually.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a major force, and he made a lot of money back then. Oh yeah.
Well, I think with the sheer numbers. So Eric, get ready for this one. Here we go.
All right.
I'm going to go through quickly the teams that he worked for in different sports in the career of Crazy George, crazy with a K. The Ball State Cardinals in the NCAA, so NCAA team.
Wow.
The BC Lions in the CFL.
Wow.
The California Golden Seals, Colorado Avalanche, Colorado Rockies in
Yep.
Major League Baseball, and the Colorado Rockies of the NHL.
Wow.
Both Colorado Rockies.
Both.
The Dallas Tornado in the North American Soccer League.
Soccer league. Yeah.
The Edmonton Drillers in the same league. The Oilers. The Guelph Storm.
Not a real player.
Ooh.
The Houston Hotshots. The Houston Oilers in the NFL. The Houston Stallions in the Southern Indoor Football League. The Kansas City Chiefs with Chiefsaholic.
Wow.
Maybe they rob banks together.
You never
Maybe.
know.
Minnesota Vikings. New Orleans Saints. Oakland
Wow.
Athletics and MLB. Oklahoma State Cowboys and NCAA.
Quite the career.
That
Yep.
guy had
Pittsburgh.
a career, right?
Yeah, Pittsburgh Spirits, Salt Lake Sting, San Antonio Texans, the San Jose Earthquakes, which we just talked about.
Yeah.
The San Jose Giants of the California League, the San Jose State Spartans of the NCAA, Tampa Bay Rowdies, the Tennessee Titans, the Tulsa Roughnecks, the United States men's and women's soccer teams at FIFA World Cup in the Olympics, Vancouver
Amazing.
Giants,
Holy shit.
Vancouver Whitecaps, Wheeling Nailers in the East Coast Hockey League, the Wichita Wings, and the Winnipeg Jets in the NHL.
Did he retire yet?
Yeah, he's dead now. But
Yeah.
Yeah, he retired when he died.
No, I watched him in the 70s, in the early 70s. Yeah. Well, you have to, Seals were pre 75. So,
Well, right now it says here that Crazy George is 80 years. I don't see a death date.
oh, he's still alive. Wow.
You can't hold down a Crazy George.
You
Crazy with a
cannot.
K.
Obviously not. I would say he was dead, but he's 80.
There's still teams left he hasn't worked for.
Yeah, there's probably
Not
Yeah,
many,
Boston
but there's still a
Bruins.
few.
He must have the record for the person who played for the most professional sports teams.
There we go. He has an
Correct.
Allen and
He
Ginter
never
card.
played, but he
He
was-
played the drums. Gotcha.
Yeah. He was out in the audience. He was the
Ooh,
he was the guy
technicalities.
drumming up. He was
Getting
motivational.
the crowd to cheer, man.
He was great. He was great to watch. Yeah, that's a little history on Crazy George. Yeah, he was cool.
Okay, here we go. So Jeff was saying he has an Allen and Ginter card.
Oh, he does. Yeah,
Can confirm here. 2017, Allen and Ginter. Crazy George.
there he is. Yeah,
What shirt is he wearing? Is it a team shirt?
no, generic.
It might be actually.
You know,
I can't make out the logo very well.
Oakland A's.
he wears his name very well. Crazy.
Yeah,
George.
actually, yep. I think that's right. Use the Oakland A's. There you go. Crazy George. Little hashtag scholarship tonight.
It's amazing. Yeah,
Little did y'all know. Little did y'all know.
Maybe you
I
will have
knew,
to
but
hire
I
him
just-
for Beckett, Eric.
I'm bringing it to the audience.
But even still, Bobby, I don't think. Did you realize just how many teams? Because that was a long
I
list.
knew
It
it
took
was
me a while to
lot,
read
but I
it.
didn't know it was that many.
Yeah,
I
but,
thought it was-
but the BC Lions, Bobby, the BC all the way to the CFL, the NHL, minors, soccer leagues.
Any deal he
It's
signed.
not the Ottawa Rough Riders, but we'll take it.
Look, all I'll say, and I go the Guelph Storm.
Not
Oh,
a real
well.
Storm.
Storm.
Yes,
Listen,
that's surprising.
I think the only reason Crazy George is still alive is that he's sitting there like, no, I'm not going to die. I refuse to die.
He made
Until
some money though, obviously, right?
Like you would think with the sheer number of thing, but I think Crazy George is sitting there like, no, I refuse. My life cannot come to an end until I have been out there with my drum for cyclocross.
Yeah.
The real one, not the shitty one Eric talks about. I mean the one where people die.
It was like one of those native Indian drum kind of things that he used to pound.
Could be.
Yep. No, it's not. It was. Yeah, I remember. Watching him.
How many versions of
was
it did he
at
have? Did he
Flyers
replace it?
games. He was at so many different games in the 70s. Yeah. That's stuff I remember, like from being a kid and stuff like that.
Oh, he had plenty to keep him busy.
Everybody knew Tracy did.
Based on the sheer number of teams, he was plenty busy. He had a full dance card.
I wasn't watching the BC Lions though.
If you were, but as it turns out, Crazy George is like, "Yep, you got a paycheck for me? I'll take it."
Yep. Nobody
wonder,
else
though,
like
with
him in the league ever. That was ever, centered on for what he did. Like
I wonder though. I'd be curious with that many teams and everything, because once he's made it into like a professional thing, does that mean he came up with like a whole routine? like, did he have
he
like
had
a
a
bit?
routine. He would stand up and he would pound the drum and he would wear crazy hair. Or he would wear, like those those afro kind of different colored thing. He would wear those things. He would stand out in the crowd, and every time the camera would go off scene, he'd be in it. So that's what would go on when I was a kid, when he was out there doing this stuff. Yeah. And he would drum up like support, like you're talking about. He invented the wave. Like honestly, like that guy was like, phew. Everybody was around him. Everyone was like hyped. It was good. Very smart.
He's a hype man. Got to do it, right?
He said terrible things about you, Name.
Yeah, I did.
I know.
I don't
Pretty
care.
much at all times.
But we love Name.
No, we don't.
I do.
And no, you don't.
We all
I
do.
do.
No, you guys
Oh.
only say nice things about him when we're live. As soon as the show ends, you guys talk more trash about him than I do.
We
That's
never
not
do.
true.
That's a lie, and
It's
know.
not a lie.
So
Everyone
actually, you know what? I want to fact check Bougie Eric on this.
Okay.
I want to
please-
fact check him.
Please do.
Because Bobby, let's on a point of order.
Yeah.
For the consistency of the show, have we ever shied away from making fun of people on air?
Never.
So I must ask. I must inquire.
Okay.
Where in the grand scheme of things, what is our incentive per Bougie Eric for holding back on Name if we have this type of issue, the way Eric does?
There's no
Because
incentive.
he slanders.
to make me look bad, and you guys look good. That's
We
what-
really don't have to try very hard.
No, Name is a good guy. Like I don't.
You
see
You just
anything
show
wrong
up
with
and you
him.
look bad. You just show up and you look bad.
Name's on TV.
Yeah, well, he's famous.
It's everywhere.
Oh no, we all know how famous he is.
I know.
He's big time. I know.
Oh,
There you go. Zach
Big
was saying
deal
Crazy
in
George is still
Alberta.
doing games this year.
Oh, really? At
Yep.
80?
At 50th anniversary, apparently.
Wow.
The man wants to bang his drum, Bobby. The man wants to bang
Follow
his drum.
your-
and they're like,
follow
Crazy
your
George,
dream,
what do you
Bobby.
do?
So-
Follow your dream.
He made some good money back then. He was like older back then. Like surprised he's still around. Wow. 80. Wow.
Well, he was born in 44, it says. So if he started in the
Wow,
late
that's
70s, he would have.
amazing.
Yeah, if he started in the 68, it said, right? So 68, he would have been 24. He
Yep.
started early. Yeah,
Yep.
so he would have started pretty early. It's a pretty long career, like doing it. That's not bad.
I watched him.
What meatball song is like? The song
Meatloaf,
from the
and it's
movie.
2 out of 3.
The song from the movie. I don't know. I
No,
don't
that's
know.
Meatloaf. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
I don't know what the
So
hell.
the question is, do you believe in a thing called love, or would you do anything for love? But Eric won't do that.
But I won't do that.
I won't, be nice
do
to
that.
Name. I won't do that.
You might do that.
No, I
but you
won't.
do that.
No, he won't. I won't. I'm done. I've had it with him.
Hey, listen.
Interesting.
Don't play with
He's
Meatloaf.
not real.
That's my man. Okay. It's one of my guys.
All
My
right. Well, you
70s
know
guy.
he's no longer around, right?
I know. I hate
That didn't stop Ray Bork.
It
Well,
didn't
it's not
stop him
Meatloaf.
at all.
He still
Yeah.
lives.
Ray Bork is still out. Like you're sitting there making all these plans for all these things you want to have Ray Bork sign. He's been dead for years.
We're only making plans for Nigel.
Like I don't know what the problem is. Anyway, so Yannick, I think you'll appreciate this one. I shared this one on the Discord for sure, and I don't remember. I think I might have thrown it in with Brandon and Eric, but I figured this would be a little fun. So I did. I had purchased this card a little bit ago, but I decided I wanted to try ComC's grading through SGC because SGC is the newest
Yeah.
of the ones they had done. So I thought I would give it a try, and with the
Let's see
turnaround
the
and everything.
results.
Yeah, so I'll say they were pretty close on their estimate for the date that it would be back. So they were actually pretty close. I think they
How
only missed
long
about
was
like a
that
couple.
though?
It's I think they've got a 4-week turnaround,
Okay.
and it's for like
That's pretty
16
good.
bucks, which
Oh,
isn't
that's
bad. Yeah, yeah, it's fine for like 16 bucks. I think it's fair. It's fair. So I was okay with it. And I think it was supposed to be the 6th, but then bear in mind we've got the Christmas holiday, the New Year holiday, and all that. So if you miss it, literally missed it by a couple of
Postal
days. I think.
strike. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've only missed it by a couple of days. Like, I don't think that's too bad. I think that's
Not
reasonable.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's in ComC, and what they did is they took the scan of it and do the usual stuff that you expect. But this was the part that was interesting to me. I actually received an email when it was loaded into my ComC account. So when they got it and said your
really?
grading has arrived or blah blah blah, they actually sent me an email saying, "Hey, your grading cards have come in," and I was like,
Oh, that's nice.
"Cool, all right." Usually I don't get a notification, so yeah, literally I've got it in front of me here. Your grading order is back. How did you do? The wait is over. Your submission is back from grading.
Okay,
I'm
that's
like,
good.
all right. I appreciate.
Okay.
Listen. I've been critical of ComC when they deserve it, and I give praise where they deserve it. Good job, boys. Like I like Eric. It's a small thing, but I like the notification. I like being
The
told. They don't
machine
have to check
works.
all the time and keep refreshing.
The-
I like the fact that they actually sent me a notification, and then I was able
Ah.
to go in and check it, and I saw the card. I was like, cool.
The machine works, Carlos.
I know. They finally got it working. It took years, Yannick. It took years, but they finally figured. They taught the machine how to send emails. They taught the machine how to send emails. Hey, look, it's something. It's something.
It's
We'll
something.
give them credit. We'll give them credit for it. We'll
It's
give them credit for
something.
it. But anyway, so here is the let's see here. Got Chrome tab. Here is the card in question. A new one for the Chosen Rosen PC.
Oh.
Got the gold Chrome Chosen Rosen. There it is.
Oh.
I wanted to try it. Number one, I wanted to try to see how the turnaround time was. I wanted to see how efficient they were in turning it around, because usually I use CGC for my ComC stuff. So I wanted to try this one, and the pricing is fair. But I figured with the gold border, I kind of wanted to see it with the black insert. Looks pretty decent. I like it. I think it looks pretty solid. So I was like, all right, cool. But yeah, it just made me
That's
laugh.
just for the that's not the auto grade, right? That's just for the card.
No, it's just the regular grade, just a grade by itself. And then this is the gold prism, which is the out of 10.
There we go. Chosen Rosen.
Another Chosen Rosen PC card. Wow,
Like,
chef's kiss.
You're the only person that collects it. His wife probably doesn't even collect them.
Oh no, Eric, there is at least one other person. And he literally dubbed himself a Josh Rosen super collector. True story.
In public?
On social media.
Oh, that. All right, it's got to be hit Josh Rosen then.
I don't care. My point is, you made a statement, and I can refute your statement.
I don't. That's insane.
I don't know what to tell you. I have no idea.
Believe it or not, Eric.
There you go. Rock Like This says, I've never heard anybody get over with the Burrell as much as Crazy George has. Listen, Crazy George apparently has quite the legacy. But yeah, Yannick, I got a kick out of it. I got to be honest. I love a lot of my different collecting projects. I can't say I enjoy them all equally, because some of them are more fun than others. The Josh Rosen thing is so much fun for me. The cards, the player is such trash, and I can pick up so many. I'm sitting there in 2018. It would be so expensive to get this one, and I'm sitting there like, I'm buying it for peanuts.
Let me ask you, Carlos. So, what were your expectations regarding, it's stuff even on the highest resolution scan that, you're not necessarily holding the damn thing. So it's pretty much almost okay. I might try to grade it, see what we get. So, so how can you even not make sure, but of course, like everyone, you hope for the highest grade. So how close were you for the grade you'd say you're hoping?
Oh, when I looked at the card, I didn't look at it. So the advantage of this particular collection is that the cards are so cheap to begin with, and I care so little most of the time. I wanted to try it because I was curious about, to be honest, I just happened to have this card that I'd picked up cheap enough, and I was like, I should try the SGC thing. Because I'd done the CGC one. I knew exactly how it worked and turnaround times and everything. I use it for a lot of the wrestling cards I have. I was like, okay, that'd be cool. And I use them all the time, and I'm very happy with them and the holder and everything. SGC, I know what the holder is, and I go, you know what, this gold border one would actually look pretty good with the tucks and everything. I go, but let me try it and see what the turnaround time, see if they hit the turnaround time, see how efficient they are at getting the card into the account and everything. And I found like it was good. So I was like, all right, you got Pretty good job. So for me, it was the experiment. And because the card's so cheap, I don't care. Like they could put whatever grade on it. I don't give a shit.
Definitely, but it's just like, how can you even gauge yourself out of a photo? So like in a way you're saying, yeah, I don't care, but how can you differentiate your lower grade to a higher grade with just it's basically it's just a guess. It's a wild guess, right? Like you don't
Usually
know
the only thing you can really do is just look at the centering, and that'll give you at least a decent idea.
it's the only
You're
one
not gonna
pretty much.
you're not gonna be able to tell anything surface wise unless
No.
something's obvious. You're not gonna be able to see. You
Unless
can see
it's in
some.
hand.
If the corner is dented in, you can see that. If the edge has a very obvious flaw on like a dark edge, you can you can see that chipping on a PMG, for example. You can totally see chipping on a PMG because the
actually,
resolution
I
doesn't have
just
to be too
seen
crazy.
I saw one on a video where the guy did a break, and I went, "Ooh, that bottom corner's jacked." But it was a one-on-one, so it didn't
At
matter.
the same time.
Yeah, on a one-on-one, they're not going to be so.
Yeah, it didn't matter. I went, well, yeah.
At the same time, I'm
One-on-one,
not a big submitter by any means. Like I've submitted maybe 20 cards in my lifetime, and I don't know
Don't
what
tell
I'm doing.
Brad.
Well, Brad is the one who
Well, Yannick's holding out for when Eric finally gets his fully operational lemonade stand and grading submissions booth, because he actually just wants to shoot for all the black labels. And he's like, Eric, he puts a little sticky note on top. It says, only grade this on Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday
Bring
mornings.
it in on
Saturday
Saturday.
mornings.
AKA
7 a.m. and 11 a.m.
AKA Eagle Eye.
Saturday
know-
mornings,
you
black
know-
labels for everybody.
And all
Black
it is
ordeal.
it contains a picture of Yannick literally looking forward at the screen going, you know what to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
No names, no
compete.
questions, no incriminations.
I
Nothing
got a
said.
mobile lemonade stand in my van. I'll go compete around the neighborhoods, like the ice cream man.
He's just rolling around.
The ice cream man with the song, they're kind of going like.
All it is Kiss songs that are off key. He's just playing it just to mess with Eric. They're all
I
off
sent a Kiss van to Eric this week. Eric needs that van.
That van was
Kiss
awesome.
van.
That van was awesome.
It's like an 18 van, but just like kissed out everywhere.
It was awesome. I so need it. I bet it has an
Really?
awesome sound system too, just cranking Kiss songs.
It probably
No,
just
that's so
rides on
Eric,
the
you got it
sound.
all wrong. If that Kiss van is like legitimately authentic, then it is primed to play Kiss songs. And basically the speaker's broken and it sounds horrific, just like regular Kiss songs.
Sounds like disco.
Just like Kiss song.
It's got to be authentic to the experience. Kiss songs are best played on a scratch record on a broken player with blown out speakers
Basically, yes.
to get the authentic experience.
You're
Zach,
you're completely mistaken.
Zach says the fact that you're selling Josh Rose is hilarious. I love it. It's one of my favorites. It is honestly right at the top of one of my favorite collecting subgenres to collect. I check OMSI all the time. I'm like, do they have any cheap Rosens? I want National Treasure shit. I want, the gold prism. I was like, fantastic. I was like, let me find one of these days. I want to get, he's got a Kaboom for Eric. I've got to get this Kaboom, but I need it cheap. I want it dirt cheap. I don't want to pay like good money for it, because the problem is, and you know what actually keeps that card propped up more than it should be? There are still some people who are doing the set.
Right.
So they actually still need the card. So the problem, if it was just Josh Rosen on his own, like it was an isolated thing that didn't whatever, I probably could have gotten the thing for like $10 somewhere. But the problem is there's still people doing the set and it still goes for probably more than it should. And I'm sitting there like, guys, we got to get the price has to come down to me. And there's a few guys that just have those cards and list them and they cannot give it up. They won't surrender. They're like, guys, it's not worth anything. Josh Rosen hasn't played in years. Give up. They won't give up. They refuse to give up. I was like, all right, man, you keep hanging on to it as long as keep relisting it on eBay month after month. And I was like, guys, literally, I'll take it off your hands. I'm like the only person who will buy this from you for the lulz.
I'll do you a favor.
I'll do it for the jokes, but you got to make it cheap. You got to,
Yeah.
at least you get some cash out of it.
I froze.
Yeah. SGC won't put an autograph grade if the auto is not a 10. Oh, that's right. I forgot. They changed that policy. That is true.
That's,
Forgot about that one. Josh Rosen, a UCLA legend. Yeah, he was in UCLA. I actually, so I've had some people ask. I only collect the Arizona Cardinals stuff. Only the rookie year and only Arizona Cardinals. I limited the scope to that because I don't really care about the UCLA stuff. I do have one UCLA card just because I thought the card looked pretty cool, and I got it. Like when I mean cheap, I'm talking like Boston Bruin Bobby Orr cheap. Like it's
That's not
basically
nice.
worthless.
That's
There's
not
nothing.
nice.
Limited cheap, yes.
Oh, like listen, Lemonon's like twice as much as what I paid for it. It was wild.
Okay.
It was crazy. It
Sorry.
was crazy. See, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, I was able to get it dirt cheap, so I was like, whatever, that's fine. It was the card looked cool, so I was like, all right, I'll take it. But yeah, I'm only looking for those specific things because like no, I wanted to get it as dirt cheap as possible. But the Holy Grail is a couple of the National Treasures cards. I want to get some of the lower numbered National Treasures cards for literally nothing. I'm trying. I'm gonna keep trying.
The way it works.
I want to get it as cheap as possible. And I just need somebody to finally give up and go, look, I'd rather get a couple of bucks for this than hang on to it for the rest of my life and have to eat it.
I sent you something, Carlos.
Yep. I got the image. Is it a bobblehead, I think?
Yep.
Ready? Hold on. I will grab this. It'll
This
take
is
a second.
recent acquisition.
Oh, looks like Eric's favorite football team.
Oh yeah,
All right, hold on. I will get
Eric
this
will
situated.
love it.
Sure.
Yep.
You leave Eric alone, isn't it? We're 10 minutes past the show.
It's
My
Eric,
contract's up.
leave Eric alone time now.
My contract said midnight.
Your contract does not specify
yeah.
anything
Yeah,
except in
It says
perpetuity.
midnight Pacific time.
You're on in perpetuity. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Midnight
You're good.
Pacific time.
Perpetuity
Bullshit.
forever.
In perpetuity. So
Never ending.
Forever.
Oh, totally forever. Unbelievable.
Pour toujours.
Sure.
There you go.
There you go, guys.
Touchdown
Nice.
Bank, Ottawa, Rough Riders.
Are they rough?
Well, they're not the Rough Riders, they're the Rough Riders. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Space.
So, marketplace. $50 plus
Love
25
marketplace.
shipping. $75. Sold for $1,450.
Cha-ching.
My gosh. Isn't that crazy?
Eric, did you know before you bought it?
I was gonna say, yeah. Were you trying to negotiate Bobby down? Bobby started you at 1,500. Like, look, Bobby. I
Bobby
can't
started
take
at
anything more than
2, so
14
Eric
change.
thought he had a deal at 14.
Yeah, I thought I was
Yeah,
doing
really,
okay.
right? Well,
He's
actually,
like, oh,
these are
man,
really
he's
rare
such
because
a
they're
great
bobblehead.
friend.
They're bobblehead banks, and they're very rare, and they don't survive the test of time. And this one was really kind of nice. The
No cracks
lightning bolts on
whatsoever?
the tops are actually backwards, which was a factory mistake. But
Bobby, no
Japan-
cracks whatsoever?
no, nothing. No, it was great.
That's almost impossible.
Why is
It
the
is. And,
touchdown in quotes?
sorry.
Like it's not real?
They're not sure if it's a real touchdown.
Touchdown. Why
It's
is
real.
touchdown in quotes? I don't get it.
It's called the Touchdown Bank.
Yeah. But it's a touchdown bank.
Yeah,
Like, I don't get it.
you
Couldn't
don't
it
have
just
to
be
get
a
it.
touchdown bank?
You pay 75 and you get 1450. So if you do the math, it's pretty
Eric
good.
Uh-oh.
doesn't
You're
math
asking Eric to do the math? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
No. That's definitely not in my contract.
No math.
It's just knowing a little bit more than the next guy. That's all.
Still, that's a lot.
Well, 75 and 1450 is how much? Yeah, it's a lot. That was my most recent deal. So, anyways, I just want to show you guys the offset of cards opposed to trinkets. There you go.
All right. That's pretty awesome.
It's not bad. Helps pay for
More trinkets.
trinkets. Yeah, more trinkets.
Mhm.
Well, actually, I bought those 1936 cards, and I'm gonna get them graded, and I think that I should do pretty good on them.
I hope Name saw that.
Name doesn't see shit.
I hope he saw what I just did. Because
What
it
did you
was
do? What did you
him.
do?
I told him he was number one.
He is number one. He's my
he's
favorite
number
guy.
one.
Name and Nathan
And in England, he's
are
number
my
two.
favorite indigenous guys in the
Look,
hobby.
all I got to say is Eric's going to have a really tough time when all of a sudden names 457 kids. Come and get them. He's like, go, my children.
Watch
I'm
out.
hooked
Take
up-
down the
I'm
bougie.
hooked up
Small
with these
army.
That's what I'm saying.
indigenous
Small
people.
army.
I'm hooked
He
up.
is He is playing. Name is playing the long game. He is
He's
raising
got
an
a
army.
He is
whole
playing
power
the
line
long
on a
game.
hockey
Yes,
team.
you're right,
man.
Carlos. Yes.
And they're all being taught literally like, see this guy right here? Straight to the nuts. Boot to the nuts. Procession line. All 458 kids. Boom.
Name and Natan are my guys, and they're the indigenous guys, and I got them covered, and they got me covered, and we're all good.
You're going to see
Perfect.
Eric. Like, say, you don't want to be trifling with those forces. You don't want to be playing that game.
No, you don't want to play with them. No,
Mm-mm.
no.
Mm-mm.
Because
You're going to be in so much pain, you were going to think you were in a kiss cards.
it's machetes. You can't beat
Ooh.
machetes.
Agony.
Yes.
Agony.
Yeah, true.
Better watch out.
You better watch out. You better not cry.
We're going back to the holiday season now? Jeez. Man.
Yeah, it's
brutal.
kind of funny tonight. Better
I
watch
was
out.
gonna say, good Lord.
He says it so casually, but he means a lot by it. You know, it's true.
It's getting rough. Listen, Eric's going to be talking all big, and then all of a sudden he'll wake up one of these days
Nice.
in the next little while, and he'll open up his curtains, and all Yannick is like,
Name. We got a direct line. Just, he tells me whatever he wants me to do to Eric. It's just-
Name is so smart. Name is my guy.
he's delegating right now. That's pure delegation happening right there.
And Name respects me too, which is good.
Yeah, unlike you ungrateful.
I don't
son.
want to mess with the 458 kids. So
Yeah,
no,
what you say.
you don't want to fuck with that. That's true, right?
They will stomp you so hard.
He's probably having another one right now. That's what the tribe was.
another one to stop
from
you.
the
Hey,
hospital.
there's nothing wrong with that.
Another one to stop you, man.
Are you against?
He probably
indigenous
just came.
people?
That was the drive that he was on. He probably just came back from the hospital with another one.
Probably. But is there anything wrong with that? No.
No,
Yeah,
he
Eric.
said he's in Revelstoke there. He's in the middle of the mountain.
Name is such a nice guy.
No, he isn't.
And Natan, those guys are so good at documenting the history of indigenous players. I really respect them for that because they're centralizing on, the history of hockey cards and the indigenous players. And, those guys are so good. And they know so much about it too. I do too, but I mean, like those guys like teach me about stuff, and I love that.
My goal is to meet and befriend as many indigenous
Befriend?
players. Yes,
Friend.
befriend as many indigenous players as possible, and then rub it in his face.
Oh, that's so fun.
So far,
Oh my god!
so by my calculation, if my math is right, hold on, let me use.
Do the
So
math.
far, you're at 0.
Yes.
That's not true, and
Well,
he
less
knows.
than 0.
No, and he knows that's not true, and it burns his ass. And I think it's funny.
Name is on TV.
Divide how many kick in
Do
the
you know
nuts by
he's on-
458?
Can we
BBC
go back to
all the
defining what
time?
you consider, given the Marcel scale? Can we define what you consider a friend?
Give it the name.
Whoa, Marcel scale or Reggie scale?
A friend is
Someone who won't call security on you immediately,
correct.
who won't open fire on sight. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
I have helped Name, and Name helps me, and we're equal in the sense of what he's done for the hobby in his regard. I have to give him all the credit, and same with Nathan. Nathan is another great guy who's done so many things for the hobby.
I got to take another time out.
You don't have to. Those
Eric's
guys are
time out.
really good. Their heart is in the right place, and they're doing the right things that they need to do for their, maybe their history, their, whatever, their heritage, whatever. And those guys really give so much from their heart, and they research, they do all the things without getting remuneration on that. And I appreciate that 100% from those guys.
Well, I don't know this other gentleman, and I'm sure he's wonderful, and he does a great job.
Nathan's been on the show. Nathan's been on the show.
hobby and his community. I will not say anything like that in regards to Name. No, I refuse.
No, Natan. He's another one who's he actually broke down the 1954 Parker set 55. Sorry, Parker set, and he took all the offset ones, and he made the whole sheet of the Parker's 55 Quaker Oats and Parker sets, and he did that by himself. Well, with a little help from me and stuff like that, but
See,
even still, he had defined the set, and that is unsurmountable in the hobby. Unbelievable. Credit.
Interesting.
What have you done, Eric?
You know, Bobby, I think I've seen this guy. I think I've seen this guy before.
Name?
No, Natan.
Natan.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's almost like I have him on the screen.
About what's his last name? About it? Obed.
Yeah, it's right here. It's on the screen, Bobby.
Yeah.
So we got it right there. That was back in ye old July
Oh
of
yes,
2021.
that's right. He was on. That's right. Yeah.
That's what I was saying. But it's like he's literally been on the show. It's like that's literally us on the screen.
That was the whole COVID ago.
Yep. Yeah. So
Yeah,
he was
but
there, and we had a discussion. That was about a 43-minute. I'll actually leave a link to that in the description. I'll leave a link in the description to that.
Yes, that's good.
So that was back in 2021. We had a bunch of different stuff that we threw in there and talking about the 55, 56 Quaker Oats set
Yes.
and his research on it.
Yeah.
So that's
and
there.
He broke
that
that
was
down.
from a
He
life.
made the sheet out of offcut, and he did the whole detailed part of that, and I appreciate it 100%. And he sent me sheets of that. He sent me uncut sheets of that. Like, oh my God. Like, really? I got them sitting here. They're in the tube. Oh my God.
And since we got it here, hold on. I can hit the like button. You're paying for that one too, Eric.
No.
Oh, yes, you are.
Done.
Oh my.
Boom.
Times two.
You see that? Woo.
Bullshit.
Times two.
It's hey Eric. It's double after midnight, right?
Well,
Where?
listen, it's double
What
after
time is it?
midnight, and even worse,
What time is it, guys?
12:22.
Oh, shit.
I know. I'm in the garage of knowledge, well into the next day.
I get to
Name here says, Bobby helped me out when I had to call a radio show about the 7980 OPG case. I reference all of Bobby's work because he is the GOAT. Beautifully done.
It's a
But yes, it's a great
mutual
reference.
appreciation society.
There's so much mutual appreciation. Don't you wish, Eric, that someone appreciated you in any capacity?
No, because I've never had it, and I'd be confused, and I'd probably get a tummy ache.
And scared, probably.
a tummy ache.
Probably get a tummy ache. Yeah,
You eat your ice cream too fast, Eric.
yeah.
So first of all, we're gonna start winding her down shortly. By the way, if there's got any last comments, throw them in chat. But I thank everybody who's been participating in the chat. Appreciate you. I got a little bonus thing that I had mentioned a couple of weeks back, and I was able to finally find it. I was scouring. I wanted to see if I could locate this because I wanted to show it. Because it's been from ye old early internet days. You guys remember some weeks back, we were talking about the 90s and how the internet was, and then also how some of the websites were at the time. We were doing a whole 90s nostalgia bit on it. And I made reference to a website that was from a sports card radio show. And I was trying to locate to see if I could find an image or something that would at least showcase it. Well, you can do you can actually go back to that web archive, the Wayback Machine, and find some links, but you got to know what the domain name is. And I was struggling, and I was like, because it'd been so long, and I was like, what is the name of the domain name? And I tried one thing, I tried another. I finally figured out what it was. And I was able to pull up an image. It was actually sportscollectors.com. Altogether, sportscollectors.com. Yes, this was a website that was around in the mid to early 90s, and it was around for a while after that. But the mid early 90s period was when I was checking it out because it was pretty active. Because remember, mid 90s internet, there's not a lot going on.
Nothing.
It's still very early days.
Very low.
And it's very rudimentary. But I love that the Wayback Machine actually captured some of the graphics and still retained it. And I was like, oh my God, I'm actually kind of impressed. They managed to archive it. And I was like, all right, this is cool. So here it is. And if you went back to that website all the way back in December of 1996, you would have seen this. The Ray-Bins Sports Collector Show.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Really?
That's what it was. They actually was the
rudimentary.
image. And,
That's rudimentary.
Those are
and
real
this-
NFTs. That's
Oh my
real
God.
NFTs.
Oh
but
my
you know what
God.
the funny thing is? That the card news, autographs, memorabilia, chatter. So what happened is, if anybody remembers old HTML, you could
Yep.
take a graphic and you could
Yep.
put the coordinates and create linkable buttons on the image.
That's so funny.
That's old school HTML.
Oh my
It was a pain in the ass, but I remember it, and you could actually do that. And then here you got ESPN Sports Zone with Internet Explorer. They actually kept the banner ad was archived, and I was like, oh my god. And it was developed and hosted by NetScan Technology Corporation. Webmaster at netscan.com.
Wow.
Yannick, single tier of nostalgia. This is nostalgia because I remember going to this website because this was a radio show that played on the Fan 590 back in the mid 90s.
Fan 590. Oof.
Fan 590. Because they had a sports car radio show and this was one of the ones they aired. And you could actually see free classified ads. Get on the email list. Win collectibles.
Man.
In collectibles. Ooh,
We're almost at
try that.
Poopy Pony kind of level of fucking art there.
Hey, listen, man, 1996, this was state of the art. The best part is this one right here. You had the guest book. So
There you go.
you could actually click on that and you could actually type in a little message and it would be retained on a page on the website.
There's,
So that was the people's comment section back then. And then they listed card news and different card shows, the dates and times and places and all that. Again, this is 1996. 1996 internet. There wasn't a lot going on. It was very rudimentary stuff. But Eric, I got to be honest. Single tear of nostalgia when I saw this. I was like, oh my God. It has been almost 30 years.
Yeah, I think I had my first apartment then, I think, or something. And I think I remember that being the internet that we had.
That's basically what it was. That's all it was. It was like that website was very representative of what it looked like at the time. There wasn't a lot. It was GeoCities, a lot of GeoCities, Yahoo, Lycos. The Google hadn't really got taken off yet.
Netscape.
Netscape Navigator. Yep. Netscape
Remember
Navigator.
AOL. Everything was
AOL.
AOL.
Oh, AOL, if you were fancy, Eric. If you were fancy. Because that's where you went to the message boards and those things. And I was like, yeah, because you get the CD-ROMs and you could turn it basically into coasters because you get stacks of them. It's like 100 free hours on AOL.
Yep.
And they were everywhere. There's a landfill somewhere that's full of nothing else but
I,
AOL CDs.
Yeah.
I'm cleaning and sorting through a whole lot of stuff because I'll be moving this year, and I probably threw a couple hundred CD-ROMs the last week or so, like literally, like out of still pretty much new. Maybe took one or two to burn something. Like, what am I gonna do with those now? Like, how many megabytes, or like, who's got a CD-ROM now? So
Pretty much.
anyway, it hit the garbage.
They're
Oh,
right
yeah.
up there with the 8-track.
So the thing is, some of those CD-ROMs are basically there's a thing called disk rot, and some of those CD-ROMs are actually no good anyway. They just they actually start disintegrating after. It takes a while. It's not like a overnight thing, but eventually it starts to disintegrate. So real quick, last thing I'll share with you. So on the message board, on that little message board thing is. So here it was. This would be the form that you could fill in to put in information. And look, AOL and Prodigy users do have valid email addresses. There should be something like Billy Bob at AOL or nkpd023@prodigy.com. What examples? And there it is. And you click on all this stuff and fill in all this crap.
So
the
that's
comments.
why I couldn't get the Billy Bob domain now. Billy
That's
Bob
right.
is there already.
Yeah.
They had it, bros. They had it. You were done. What's funny is that my email address that I have was a Hotmail address, and I actually had it. I actually got it around that time. And at that time, msn.com was a domain you could use for Hotmail.
Yeah.
I still have that same email address to this very day.
The time
It's
that
OG
you
internet.
could bet on making domain fortune down the road because
There were so many good.
www.ihateeric.com.
Oh my
I
God.
think my mother bought that one.
Yep.
My biggest mistake was that I missed out on like the obvious fortune that was going to follow in the years to follow. All I needed to do was get Eric Loves Emmanuel in Space.com.
Yes. It's
Would've
like
been
you would
amazing.
be holding for crypto right now. Like, you know, like
Mhm. Could you
Doge.
imagine?
and everything.
Yeah, could you imagine if somebody was like a time traveler and they actually locked up crypto.com in like 1996? Everybody's like, "What's a crypto?"
Yeah, right. Don't you worry about it.
You'll find out later. Don't even worry about
Insane. Some of those domains
I'm
you would
glad you
just.
brought
Oh.
up manual in space.
it. No, I was saying that. Imagine if you had, the time traveling capabilities, and you had the foresight to lock up the domain names or some stuff that would become very commonly used later,
That'd
and
be
you could make a
awesome.
fortune on. Yeah,
Oh,
but as I say,
huge.
like
You could have.
Eric loves manualinspace.com, like billions of hits,
Oh yeah.
billions of hits.
So I
I
sent
could
this.
have
That's
vintage
millions
hockey
of
collector before Bobby.
So
There
I
you
sent this to Carlos earlier in the week, right? Because I can't escape this whole Emmanuel from space crap that you guys
You
do.
cannot
Manual
ever
in
escape that.
space.
Yeah.
It's a
Good
real
wholesome
thing.
family program. Yes.
One of my favorite actors is Steve McQueen, right? The King of Cool. So anytime the Steve McQueen movie comes on, his old TV show, Wanted Dead or Alive, I'm all in. Well, one of his movies, The Sand Pebbles, came on, and I love The Sand Pebbles.
That is a great movie.
All right. Great movie. Love it. So many famous people in it. Well, one of the actresses in The Sand Pebbles is the woman who wrote the Emmanuel books that were then turned into the movies. I can't escape this nonsense. I'm trying to enjoy The Sand Pebbles, and there's the woman who wrote the books, she was one of the stars in the movie.
It's destiny.
Let it happen, Eric. Embrace it.
Destiny.
I'm not going to embrace it.
It'll just make it easier.
I'm never going to enjoy The Sand Pebbles again.
Oh,
Well, if
come
you ever
on.
watch
It's a
those,
great movie.
If you ever watch those Facebook things where they show you before and after, like some of those women actresses, you sit there and go, "Wow, oh my god." Some are good, but most are getting kind of old. And I feel the same way too.
I was gonna say, like,
Yeah, I
Eric
still
is literally
think
decaying.
as good as that
Eric,
game.
I could do before and after from the beginning of the show to right now, and Eric still wouldn't come off favorably.
No, he wouldn't. No.
It's like, guys, this is at the beginning of the show, and this is after hour 4. Oh.
He's much grayer.
Avert your eyes.
Wait till I do part 3 of O-Pee-Chee, and then we're talking.
Is that even scheduled? You guys have a time?
No,
for
it's
that?
not yet. No.
Wow.
Everything's O-Pee-Chee.
I was gonna say it's true. Don't you need like
Well, it
14
says
parts
in,
to cover
Mr.
all of
Richard
O-Pee-Chee?
Scott's book, yes.
Everything's O-Pee-Chee. This Upper Deck Derek Sanderson card, O-Pee-Chee.
Have you read any more?
No.
No.
All right, hold on, Eric. You finish reading that goddamn Richard Sock book, or Emmanuel in Space will find its way to your house.
We'll find its way, yes.
Why do I have to read it? He's just got to tell me everything's O-Pee-Chee.
Well,
It
then
is,
read
yes.
how many times. I want you to count how many times he says everything's O-Pee-Chee.
But you have to dispel Phil's rumor about everything's the same as what I said.
Listen, Bobby, I know for a fact after reading the Mike Kramer book, you cannot critique, you cannot
Mr.
criticize.
Kramer. Oh my god.
You cannot critique, you cannot criticize, you can't say anything until you've read it in full. And I had to read about 60 pages of king crab fishing. Bobby, do you think I care about king crab fishing?
True.
It was literally page after page after page
Yeah,
of
I
king
know.
crab fishing. And it's like, but I got through it, Bobby. I read it all. I didn't skip it. I didn't bypass it. I was hoping he'd have a point. He sort of did, but not really. I'm still kind of waiting for the point, but it was there.
This is an O-Pee-Chee card.
Yeah,
That is
always.
one of the best O-Pee-Chee cards you could ever have.
Yeah.
That's
I was going to say, like, look,
The
I
Bobby
would,
Orr one?
Peachy.
I would bow to
Peachy.
The Bobby Orr rookie OPG?
Brad on that one. I would just say, hey, listen, Brad, you gave me the best thing I could ever have.
Thanks for my O-Pee-Chee card, according to the book.
Yes, the book says it's the OPG.
Well,
To
there
say-
is the test, but well, we won't talk about that.
Well, listen, the problem is I'm not even completely convinced that, 3/4 of the cards in Eric's thing wouldn't pass the other test. The other test being that I'm fairly convinced most of those lemon cards, they're witches.
They're
And
all
we'd have to run a test to make sure, like, if they're witches, they got to burn.
O-Pee-Chee.
Yes.
Mhm.
O-P-G.
And
O-P-G.
Peachy.
I strongly suspect, I believe, it is my belief that all those Reggie cards are witches.
You know, Eric.
And Eric is pretty close to
very
Salem.
few
They might
people
already have
have-
the stuff ready to go.
Very few people have that card. And I think that you having that is probably paramount to your collection.
Oh God, yes.
Don't make me talk serious about it, because
You have to. You know, Brad gave you the
you
best
know
card
how
you could ever
emotional I
have. And I think that was one of the best things that you could ever been given is the Bobby Orr rookie card.
Considering your behavior all the time.
Yeah, considering your behavior, yes. of
My
course.
behavior is quite poor. I agree.
Yes, and you have to give Brad some credit, and you have to suck Brad's dick a little bit on that one.
I don't want to do that.
You don't
Ow.
have to, but I'm
Nice.
just saying.
I think I'm going to give it back now.
Wow.
I didn't mean to say it that way.
Where
but
did
I-
it
you know,
go? What happened here?
I
Okay.
think I'm going to return it.
What
I
happened?
it's hard
you
to late
don't.
for that.
You don't
That
return
I'm sorry. The gift is in perpetuity. You're done.
It is in perpetuity. Yes.
It's all in perpetuity.
Leave some
Oh.
bad taste in Eric's mouth.
Perpetuity
now.
blowjobs. Yes.
No,
Wow.
I'll just stick with the one.
This
that
is
I
a
got.
dark turn.
Hey,
This is
you know
about,
what I got from Brad? Nothing.
Wow.
And
Wow.
what
Eric-
did you get from Brad? Yes. Exactly.
Look, Eric. All I got to say is this is a dark turn. You know, a little. I think back fondly to the beginning when Eric showed his face and he was trying to prove he was a real man and not a weakling, not a pansy, like or whatever I insulted the audience with at the time. And in reality, he hasn't proven any of that. But now look at it. He came in with deference to the Burrell back then, and now he gets told to suck people's dicks by the Burrell.
Pretty
So
much.
I don't
Eric,
want
you
to.
basically peaked. You basically peaked in life.
I don't
think so.
I okay, well then I don't need to. I peaked. I don't need to do this anymore then.
Oh no, like any other adventure, you basically have to keep going until basically runs into the ground and the wheels fall off.
Yeah, pretty much. You're there.
Eric, do you tuck the Bobby Orr card inside you in bed at night? Don't forget Booby Orr. But yes,
You have a card that nobody else has. And I would be very appreciative to have that card.
All I can say is that you can go to my Instagram post and look at the first thing that's pinned, and the
Nobody looks at Instagram. Doesn't matter.
soliloquy I posted.
Soliloquy.
Yes.
Mm.
That's a big word.
I think I think if you do seek that out, I think you should scroll down until you see Because I'm Carlos, and where I tell Eric he's welcome.
So
Yeah.
I have, and when I tried to be nice about it, I was told by Brad to stop it. It made him uncomfortable and to go back to hating him. So I said, for you, I will do that.
Just for you.
I think Brad is too nice to accept your praise. It's just wild. It's wild. Anyway, I think that's it for tonight. On that bombshell, and Eric finally, and us discovering what Eric has to do. Either that or Manual in Space. So either finish reading the Richard Scott book, Emmanuel in Space, or this is going to go down an even darker path.
It's not getting much darker than what Bobby brought us.
I'm just saying, we got Burrell after Dark. It was already dark for a long time. This is after Dark.
After.
This is
Jeff
off
Wilson-
Broadway.
Did Jeff Wilson wrote a book yet? Have you read that one?
With the For Dummies?
I don't
Oh,
know.
collecting for dummies.
Jeff Wilson has the Collecting for Dummies. You didn't see
Can
that
we
thing?
get any lower?
Not with Jeff Wilson. No.
There's always lower. Come on.
Everything's so peachy.
If Jeff Wilson was anything close to me, I think I would shit.
Hey, he's the book writer, Bobby.
He's not a book writer. He's a nothing. He's a zero-sum game of the hobby.
I'll see where that I started now. Carlos, help me.
You
I was
don't
gonna
have
say,
to help
listen.
him. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Listen, as a man of peace, I cannot be part of any of this. As a man of peace, I just simply
Can I read an excerpt to end the night, please?
can it
Yeah,
include a
you
lot
can.
of Opeachy?
Yeah,
Go on.
go ahead.
The
Yep.
next season, Opeachy produced the rookie card of the game's next generational talent, Bobby Orr. Just a few months after Orr's debut on October 19th, 1966, O-Pee-Chee had him featured in their 1966-67 Series 1 packs. The cards featured a very popular wood grain television design.
What do you mean Series 1?
I am reading. Don't ask me what this guy means. Which had previously been
Don't
used
ask
as
me.
tops
I'm a
in their
historian here.
66 Topps
Like,
American
I gotta
football.
ask something. Go
To
ahead.
this day, the Orr rookie card is one of the most popular and sought after O-Pee-Chee hockey cards ever produced.
Man, the
No lies
O-Pee-Chee
detected.
Bobby Orr O-Pee-Chee, that's a rare one.
No lies detected. I saw
So
nothing.
is
I heard
Howie
nothing but
Moran,
truths.
so is, Arilla Joliet. So is so many others.
Hal
Bobby
Gill.
Orr is
Hal F. and Gill.
preeminent, but not so sought after as some of the others.
Well, there's no Hal F. and Gill, but few are.
Al Gill, yeah, well,
Yeah.
different.
Boom!
See,
Boom.
Hal F. and Gill, right there.
Oh,
He's
wow.
in
In the
Lucite.
Lucite folder. Yeah, it's in the Lucite holder. It's
Bop,
legit.
bop.
Dude,
That's what I'm saying.
you can
Anyway.
kill someone throwing that.
Yeah, you next time you come here.
Anyway, on that bombshell, while Eric figures out the decisions he made in his life that led him up to this point,
Right.
and reads up more
Oh,
on
bad
O-Pee-Chee
one.
hockey in all its forms, all the O-Pee-Chee hockeys. And by the way, now that you've read that, you can move on to the next page and continue reading.
I don't want to.
Go on.
I don't make me.
Oh, I'll make
Please.
you. Oh, I'll make Yannick,
want to.
I want a book report on Richard Scott next week.
I'll make Eric do it.
Eric, I've seen the amount of text on there. That's the glorified pamphlet. You should read that shit in one sitting. Let's go. Anyway,
Correct?
What more can
have
you
yourselves a good
add
night.
after you heard that nonsense?
Moving on. Anyway,
Book report, Eric.
you can send your hate mail, as always, to Sanderson Dewar on Instagram. You got that going for you. Thank you, Yannick, for coming by. I appreciate you as always. Thank you to the Burrell,
Thank you for
and
having
thank you
me.
to Brad Hartland, who is a much better person than Eric, and that's a low bar, but in fairness, by the way, it's still true. We thank you to the chat. We thank you to
Thanks
everybody
for
who's
the chat.
hanging out tonight. And if for some reason you still need more live streams tonight, if you go to Graded Gamer on the Instagram or Graded Gamer on the YouTube, they've got a non-sports podcast show that they'll be running tonight in the wee hours. Now, if you're in the West Coast like Name, it'll be late hours. If you're in the East Coast, it is in the early hours. And Eric will be personally staying up to make sure. And remember, all likes on the YouTube all get added to Eric's bill. By the way, tonight, let's make sure on your way out, if you can hit the like button, we'd appreciate that. Otherwise, thank you to the chat for participating, as always, and have yourselves a good night. You're welcome, Nate. All right, folks, have a good weekend. We'll catch you in the next one.